Thank you. Oh, man. Huh? Hello. Good day, everyone. How are y'all doing today? Hopefully, everybody's well. I know. Like you forgot. Sorry. I know. Thank you so much, Miss Jalen. Man, a lot of things happen in 24 hours. It's not even a full 2 days, right? It's only been like. What's up, Bubba? That was funny. It's a possibility, Bubba. I don't know. It might not just be black fatigue. It could be panel fatigue. It could be stupid fatigue. It could be dumb fatigue. Racism fatigue. God damn. It could be all of those things, Bubba. Also, man, listen, I've been working out crazy. Me and the wife been going to the gym like a mug. I've been putting that extra work, making her sweat some more in a exercise way. You've been making me sweat? That's right. What you say? You've been making me sweat, babe? Hell yeah. Ooh, she talking her shit because she is a certified personal trainer. She is a certified nutritionist. And she been pushing me to the limit. Sometimes I don't know if she really actually likes me or not. You know, I'm like, maybe all these red pill talking points are correct. Maybe my wife don't like me. Shit. What's up, every Sexy Red? Sexy Red been cooking up lately. Shout out to her, grinding, doing 210 shows a day. God damn, girl, you keep doing your damn thing. I love it. I love seeing you live. What up, Afro Nerd? Oh. Thank you so much, Young. And we've been grinding, man. Also some things happened yesterday. Me and my 10-year-old, we started her cookbook yesterday. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? We started our 10-year-old cookbook, Joshua. That's right. And you know the very first thing we cooked yesterday? We cooked homemade spaghetti and linguine. And what I mean by homemade, I mean we made the spaghetti, noodles, and linguine from scratch, Black Beauty. That's right. I taught my 10-year-old how to take some goddamn flour and some water. We mixed it, we kneaded it, we scraped it, we put it in a bowl, and we turned that goddamn powder and water, no eggs. So it was also vegan spaghetti and linguine at that. Very healthy, only 2 ingredients. And we cooked it. And then also, my wife, she already have a recipe for her sauce. So the daughter also made her own sauce from scratch. I mean, we squashed the damn tomatoes and we grinded. It was awesome. You know what I'm saying? It was awesome, and it was so crazy because like she could not believe, like, so she made it, and as she was eating, she's like, I can't believe I made this thing from scratch, from goddamn 0 to 100. She's like, I can't believe how good it tastes, and I made it. She was super proud of herself. I was super proud of her because it was funny because she was having some difficulties in the beginning. Her dough was like goddamn like goo at first, and we had to fix it. She had to learn how to. It was like slime at first, so it took us a little time, and then working and turning it into actually noodles and actually turn them into linguine. She enjoyed it. So those are the 2 pastas that we make. I got to get some more tools and utensils so we can learn how to make our own macaroni today. Later on today, I'm going to teach her how to make her own ramen noodles from scratch as well too. So that's the next thing, because spaghetti and ramen is a little bit of a different texture and style that you have to make it. So I'm going to teach her that today. We're going to make her own ramen. So no top ramen. We're gonna make our own braisy ramen right from scratch with 2 ingredients, maybe 3. I think it's 3. What up, raw class? You know what I'm saying? So the difference between spaghetti noodles and that ramen noodles, this is something that the wrong class know about. It's all about that baking soda. I got baking soda. Whip it in a glass, nigga. That's the difference between spaghetti noodles and ramen noodles. It's that baking soda. It's that baking soda. Put it in that Pyrex. Whip it to the glass. Joshua, you got me? Wrong class. Anyway, I kind of wanted to talk about yesterday. I wanted to talk about it's going to be an open panel today. We can have a discussion about any and everything. There's so many things going on today. So we could open it up early if y'all want. Y'all let me know. We can open it up real early and we could just have discussions. Anybody got a disagreement with anything I ever said? Whatever. We could just open up and just have a discussion and not just talk ish to each other. Let's just have a discussion and substantiate some points. But I thought it was interesting that so many of our fellow content creators about this black fatigue situation was so up in arms about it. I was so confused about this black fatigue, Afro nerd. I really was. I was like, Jason Whitlock, Anton Daniels, this might be risky, Nightish, Chaotic Truth. I was like, what? You said, why you been quiet about them tariffs? Because it doesn't make sense to have, you know what? I'll jump into that real quick because I know Pink would never hit the link, her beautiful self. One of these days, I'm going to run up on Pink in Brooklyn. Man, we're going to have some goddamn lunch. Me, Pink, and Afro Nerd and have a goddamn discussion. That'd probably be fun. Huh? Who, Pink? I think Pink is in New York. I think Pink is a New Yorker.
She always talking about New York. She's not from New York.
Yeah, Pink is from the Pink Houses. One of the worst projects in the world. That's why her name is Pink. She's from the Pink Houses. That's why her name Pink. She's from the Pink House, one of the worst projects in New York. But the reason why it don't make no sense. Okay, all right, my bad, Pink. Well, howdy, Pink. So the reason why like the tariff situation, it don't make no sense to even have a conversation about it anymore is because like when he raises the tariffs, everybody that's on his side said yes, that's a good thing, and then when he lowered the tariff, they say yes, that's a good thing, and then he raised it back up. He knows exactly what he's doing. Then he bring it back down. Yes, I told you. It's like the tariffs ain't working. What do you mean? How's it work if he going up and down? It's on another 90-day suspension, so we don't know what it's going to do. This is why it don't make no sense to keep having the conversation. Clearly, having the tariffs at that height doesn't make any sense because he keeps going up and down. It's like a goddamn seesaw. It don't make no sense to have a conversation because no matter what he do, y'all gonna say he's correct. But like I said, you know what? I will open up the door for anybody that disagrees with it. But again, he's on a 90-day, is on another 90-day conversation. They said if you bring yours down, I'll bring mine down. And that was it. So now we back to the same thing where we started from in the first place. Both parties around like 10%. It is what it is. This is what it always been. So I don't understand the mentality that y'all are saying that when he raises it is good. And then when he lowers it back down to the beginning is good. It doesn't make no sense to have a conversation with y'all about it because clearly y'all do not understand the significance of the tariffs and why he's doing the tariffs. He is doing the tariffs because of the trade deficit. Anywho, so that's why I don't think it makes sense to have a conversation about it. Clearly, y'all talking about. Now, if you don't know what that is, there's black fatigue syndrome. Waking up black every day and realizing, oh, we still gotta explain racism to people. It's the fatigue of watching folks like Jason Whitlock get on TV and say things that make you want to throw your remote at the screen. See, now Jason Whitlock, oh, that man is a character, right? You ever see someone so committed to being wrong that it becomes an art form? Like if there was an Olympic event for missing the point, Jason, Anton, Angry Man, and so many others like him would be standing on a podium with gold medals, waving at the crowd. I like to thank Systematic Oppression for making me this successful. See, black fatigue it ain't just about being tired. It's about the mental gymnastics we got to do every day. We see it on these panels every day. It's watching history repeat itself like a bad rerun. It's knowing that if Harriet Tubman had Twitter, she'd be subtweeting folks like Jason Whitlock every day. Some of y'all would have snitched on me on that pat on the head. Dad, can you turn the air? I am hot as hell. Maybe because I'm cooking up. I don't know. Maybe because I'm cooking up. And let's talk about the history, right? Black folks have been tired since forever. I think Frederick Douglass woke up every morning refreshed. Now he was like, all right, let's go. Let me go explain again why slavery is bad. And now in 2025, we still got people debating whether racism is real. But here's the thing. Black fatigue isn't just about struggle. It's about resilience. It's about laughing through the pain, flipping the script, making sure folks like Jason Whitlock and others, Candace Owens as well, don't get the last word. So let's talk solutions, right? So let's see what he say. So let's talk solutions. Now I got you. I'm gonna bring you up in just one second. I'm gonna finish this thought. Let's talk some solutions. Self-care is key. Sometimes, that's what I've been doing with my wife for the past couple of days. I've been running, I've been pushing. Robin M said I gotta get rid of this goddamn bird chest. So I was doing some pull-ups and push-ups and all those goddamn things. So you gotta log off and drink some goddamn water. I'm drinking my water every day. And remind yourself that you don't have to argue with every fool on the internet and community. It is what it is. That's the cure, because when we come together, we remind each other that we are not crazy. We just live in a world that refuses to see the truth. So to all of my tired black folks out there, take a deep breath, laugh a little, and remember the best way to fight black fatigue is to keep pushing forward. Keep calling out nonsense. And most importantly, never let those goddamn, those folks be the voice of reason. We can't allow it to happen. Welcome to the show, Afro Nerd. Good day, sir. How you doing today?
Hey, man, what's going on, man?
I'm doing well.
How you doing? First of all, before anybody starts clowning that picture, that's yours truly with Spike Lee at Afro Punk. That's me with Spike Lee at Afro Punk a few years ago.
Nice.
Okay, so before somebody says anything slick, so let me make sure this is a clear understanding. Okay, so anyway, but this black fatigue thing, right? It comes from a book from a few years ago, right? And how it was.
Have you read it?
I have not read the book.
Me neither.
No,
I haven't read it yet. I just want to know.
Mary Frances Winters. Mary Frances Winters is the author of that book, and it is described as exactly. Pardon me. How you describe it is exactly how that book plays out. It's about black folks suffering from fatigue because of their experiences with race and all kinds of things, as far as being a second-class citizen in America, right? It's about how blackness is underplayed, underutilized, that kind of thing. So how it flipped from flipped from being a black thing to now where we're tired. You know something? I'm seeing what came across my screen. She's correct. The doctor's correct. I do have a speech impediment. She impedes me from speaking. She is the impediment. Full stop. So I'm not really going to be engaging with her, right? Just to let you know. It's a waste of time. Anyway, so yeah, she's correct. She's my speech impediment. So anyway, going back to how all of a sudden this was very much a black concern, a black cultural thing. And then it's flipped to, well, we're just tired of black people. And that you have a certain segment of black folks and white folks weighing in on this about being tired of black people as opposed to being tired of ratchet culture. See, that's where they lose me. Anytime, and look, I like Anton and Whitlock to a certain degree, right? I can't agree with everyone wholesale, right? But there are certain things, you know, a broken clock tells the correct time twice a day. So there are things you can't be completely dismissive about certain critiques. We can't do that, but you need to be laser specific about what you're critiquing. So when you say black fatigue, no one mentions about the origins of the actual terminology, how it was flipped, and then how all of a sudden ratchet fatigue, which I think is a more accurate description, how that gets flipped to being all black, because what you're saying is we're tired of black folks. So does that include Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michelle Obama, or I should say the Obamas? Like, where are we going with this? Susan Rice, Condoleezza Rice, all the black folks that are high performing. Does it include them?
And this is the issue that I have with it as well. I have the same issue as that. Well, Anton, I'm not going to disagree with every last word he says. He's going to say something good. I think he means well for the most part. However, when you hear him start talking down on Michelle Obama, it's like, bro, what are we doing here? We ain't supposed to be talking down on somebody that did everything correctly. She went to school at the highest level. She got a degree. She didn't get a basket weaving degree. She, you know what I'm saying? She is accomplished. She had 2 children. She only been married to one person. She helped that man. You could hear how well she speaks and how well she spoke of her man for at least 8 years. We're not even going to count when he was a senator, right? We're just going to count the 8 years that he was president. And then, like, so for people to just have so much trying to downgrade this woman because she might have said, hey, I didn't like my husband for 10 years because it was so difficult with him doing a job that he was doing, and she was getting cooked up left and right as well as him. It's like, damn, how are we going to address this thing properly?
Yeah, well, you know, it really bears to note that we can't talk about white fatigue. Like, what does that look like? The black, if we're going to go in and talk about this kind of behavior, because we have to be honest, we are seeing, if you're going to be specific and honest, a sliver of black culture that is getting it in. We see some people, black folks, but ratchet black folks that are on these cruises, fighting on cruises en masse. I just saw this viral video of a woman. If I can find it, I'll put it in the back chat. A viral video of, I think, some black graduates. They seem to be showing mostly women. I don't know what's up with that, but mostly women graduating from Baton Rouge, some university in Baton Rouge, and the entire, what appears to be the entire student body after graduating, they're jumping around and dancing, and shoes are off, and they're doing backflips. They're doing the most. I can understand a few, people getting out of pocket, and that could be playful. But when when everybody is doing this, you know, the fighting, you see some of the malls across the country. You know, we know some of the malls, like in Brooklyn especially, but even the malls in Long Island, where you see young black people, male and female, going through the mall, just rampaging with hammers and stealing items from high-end stores. That's the reality. And when it's caught on film,
I'm in line with you on that point, right?
Right.
But I did see that video with the sisters turning up after they graduated. I will say it wasn't overly sexual, right? They were just going crazy. They were just kind of
I didn't say that.
No, I know you didn't. I know you didn't, but that's what I was looking for. I was like, oh God, are they about to embarrass us and bend over and start twerking? They were kind of just turning up in celebration. And if I'm going to give any type of leeway in terms of imagery, yeah, I'm going to let my kids celebrate a little bit when they've accomplished getting that, you know, degree goal. I guess it was what, a high school?
I don't think so. It might have been college.
It might have been. It might have been. I mean, some of our little girls are eating McDonald's and growing up real big, but I felt like it was a high school. You get what I'm saying? But it wasn't crass and gross. And so we do have to allow our babies to celebrate their accomplishments. We're not as critical when other groups are doing things and kind of turning up, you know? So I only gave them a little bit of leeway because these are kids that are at least pursuing doing it the right way. You get what I'm saying? Education, they accomplished something. But the rampaging in malls, all the other stuff we put online on a daily basis, it's crazy because in a lot of our cities, right, the crime rates are actually going down. But when you have these kids out here with Tech 9s and AR-15s online, it makes it look like the problem needs to be handled immediately when, you know, that may not even be the case. We may be past the need to over-police, but it's complex.
I put the link to the show out. I thought it was a little undignified. And I hear you. We all graduated from something, right? When I graduated from Hampton, you know, brothers did show out a little bit, but it wasn't to the degree that I saw on that video. That video seemed to be kind of it was a little. I mean, you have to keep some kind of dignity,
decorum.
So, and we have to be, you know, we have to be honest about a component of black culture, a component of it, just like whites have their component. You know, whether it's redneck culture, Appalachian culture, poor white trash, trailer homes, trailer communities, the meth communities.
Okay.
All these things are going on, and they're not necessarily highlighted or commodified for S and giggles the way that black dysfunction is actually a business.
Get it?
You know what I'm saying? Black dysfunction is a business, and it's put out there to give the impression, well, only black folks are doing this. As a matter of fact, it's not positioned as a specific ratchet thing. Like if you're going to see white folks being ratchet, and that's very easy to see, they're going to be called poor white trash. They're going to be called rednecks. They're going to be very laser specific about their critique. When you see black fatigue, it's black fatigue. It's not ratchet fatigue. That's the issue, that we're all lumped in. When you say black fatigue, you're really lumping in, well, blackness. We're tired of black people. And since when have whites been welcoming of blackness? Not since our existence. When did black fatigue start? Did it start in 1619, 1813, 1915, 1920, 1955? You know what I'm saying? You go down the line, whites have always been fatigued about black people. Even when we were wearing fedoras and business suits and getting bitten by German shepherds and water hoses, they were fatigued about that also. When we were the most dignified and well-spoken, they were fatigued. So this opened the door for them to cut loose about how they really feel.
Yeah.
Even with let me just land a plane on this. Even with the N-word thing, which I think is funny. Now they're using this again, this child being racially abused they're saying, well, we've been fatigued by you people, and it's obvious that we have to let this out. And I'm saying to myself, we've seen senators, all kinds of people use the N-word freely. When Elvis hit the scene, white families, white parents said, we don't want this N-word music. This is about Elvis, because Elvis was mimicking black rock and roll, race music. When he hit the scene, Elvis the Pelvis, white said, we don't want, that's what he was called. We don't want that N-word music. They said it openly, up in the air, on TV and everything. So now all of a sudden, they want to go back to what they want to make America great again. I'll land the plane.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to the show, Bumpkin.
The bad guy arrived. I don't know. I didn't watch whatever video you guys are reacting to. I have no idea. I have no idea what you guys are even talking about. I'm gonna be real with you. I remember Afro Nerds talking about, but he was specifically referencing a certain video that I didn't watch. So, in the beginning.
Do you have black fatigue, Bumpkin?
No, I would also never, ever, ever say the N-word.
Again, you mean?
What are you talking about? Never happened the first time. Did you record it?
Yes, it is recorded.
Shit. All right. I would never, ever say it. Hey, quick question. Everyone on the panel, right? If you were a white man and someone cashed out you $500 to say the N-word, would you?
No.
That's a goddamn lie.
Why? Because you did it? So that means that I'm lying?
That's a goddamn lie. That's a lie.
Just because, what makes you think that because your moral standard was $500 as mine?
$500 to say a word, man.
I mean, if I was broke and I was willing to sacrifice my image and who I am, if I was broke, I'd do it. But I'm thankful I'm never in that position that I would sell myself for $500.
All right, so there go your answer. So we say no. So so Bumpkin, why do you have? Oh, first of all, did you answer the question? Do you have black fatigue?
I'm not answering that question.
It's okay to answer honestly. And if you do, what does that mean to you that you have black fatigue?
You actually really wouldn't mind your feedback since you're here.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I mean, what is black fatigue?
So you don't know what it is?
Is it being tired? Is it being tired of black people?
No.
I've never really had a necessary problem with black people. I don't even think they're necessarily even up on my top 10 list of predominant problems with the United States. I wouldn't say I really have black fatigue.
So, but it seems like many of people, especially the conservative side, especially the people that is on the Trump side, it seems like they have a issue with anything that has to do with a black person speaking up and any of those things. I think that's the issue. Every time when a black person say, "Hey, this is a little bit racist," they want to say, "Can you prove it? What proof you got?" You know, all these things is like these little microaggressions that black folks tend to deal with on a day-to-day basis. People of other races make it seem like we are the crazy ones for saying that is a racist and that we are the ones that start race in everything that's happening. But clearly we have example after example where race plays a major part when it comes to us.
Yeah, race is a real thing and race exists. So obviously there's going to be racial tension throughout the United States. But that being said, do you not believe that the black community is sort of weaponized by the media?
Do I believe that the black community is weaponized by the media?
Yeah.
No, what I think is that people's stereotype of black folks is weaponized, right? So because nobody want to talk like simple. Barack and Michelle. Like, even when we had somebody that did all of the things, the whole so-called pull yourself up by the bootstraps, went to the schools, went to the top schools, went and got ahead and got the biggest degrees, became a senator, became president. Even that person, not a blemish on his record for what we know to this day, and still people would talk crazy about that man today. It's like nothing we can do can if Obama would have did half of the things. If he would have did this tariff war situation, OMG.
Buried.
Obama, the problem with Obama wasn't that he was black. The problem with Obama was his policies.
Right. That's what you
no
say.
one complains about Ben Carson.
Right. That's what you say, right? But so what policies? So
yeah, let's touch on that, right?
What policies that Donald Trump has done that you disagree with?
Wait, real quick, Sharon, before you go there, right? Let's keep it on Obama for a second. He entered the presidency with America on the precipice of being broke, right? He implemented financial policies that literally revived the economy and saved us. It could have gotten a lot worse, right? So economic policy, he was fantastic. Even if we're talking about Obamacare, you have to realize the Republicans had, 8 years to replace it before Donald Trump got back in office, and they came up with nothing, right? All the data shows that the program has actually been beneficial. So what issues do you have in particular with this policy?
Obamacare is beneficial for impoverished people. I will agree to that, but it wasn't beneficial for the entirety of the United States. And when I say the entirety, I'm talking about the middle class. I could really care less about the upper 1%. It was not beneficial for the middle class. As someone that was middle class, I could not benefit from Obamacare. I made too much money, and I did not make that much money. But that's not the point. Obama was very loosey-goosey, especially when it came to war, and I think that specifically was why he did so well in the economy, because we have a war economy. He was just your typical politician. I mean, I can't name another politician that would openly drone strike children's hospitals in Afghanistan. Like, Obama did that. I mean, he was very loosey-goosey, especially when it came to foreign policy.
What's his name? Bush, I think his name was. He probably both of them.
Did he drone strike a children's hospital?
I believe so. Yeah, he would do that.
Did he though?
Yes.
You said you
Not
don't
only
believe
drone strikes.
Hold on, but what you said was you don't think any other president would have done that. And yes, we could point out presidents that would absolutely do that.
Yeah, but did he?
I think we'd be harder pressed to pick a president that didn't.
Seriously.
In our lifetime. That's kind of par for the course.
And this is the issue that we have, right? And so we see no matter what, it ain't us, the black folks that is doing all the correct things. We do our best to keep pushing and moving all the correct black things. All the black men that's on this panel right now, we do our best to push and have conversation with other black men that is attempting to move in a productive way. So this idea that
now, Siobhan, I gotta play devil's advocate.
That's fine, but the idea that we are pushing degenerate people is wild to me.
One of the
Who
things,
made that claim?
One of the things in this conversation about black fatigue that has to be discussed is Shador Sanders, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we do put examples on the forefront where we're making race an issue where it clearly wasn't, right?
No.
And it's not beneficial.
No, so now I definitely, I don't want to cut you up, but I have to know the Shador situation was absolutely collusion because he was a black young man. Absolutely. And this is the problem. This is when we actually have black fatigue. This is the problem when we should all, especially as black men, be in goddamn in harmony about Shador Sanders, because those goddamn NFL owners was in collusion with each other to make sure they check that man and check his father through his son.
I mean,
this is absolutely
Sharon,
not even a
the kid is
argument.
Brock Purdy at best.
Huh?
The kid is Brock Purdy at best, right?
So it does. So here's the thing. We see this is the problem. We as black men, we cannot do the same thing that they do and say, oh, he was considered number 2 out of the quarterbacks in the nation at that time. So therefore, you need to treat him as he is that at that time, because the people that went before him as quarterbacks, their stats was worse than his. So we cannot go ahead and try to pull and let ourselves talk like a goddamn white billionaire.
It's a lot to peel back though with that onion, right?
No,
Because so let's look at it this way, right? You got Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin is the head coach of Pittsburgh. His quarterback starting now that he got rid of Sierra's husband is Mason Mason Rudolph, right? Now, this is a black man who's in this office with these GMs. Who are we going to draft? I would not want to draft the son of my replacement either. When his father's been as vocal about wanting to coach as he had, and in particular, I want to coach my son, why would I, as a black coach, right, want to invite that into my locker room? We have to be able to be honest about the full conversation as well. I mean, a lot comes along with this kid. He's
okay.
never
I
been
mean, like,
coached. He's
even we
never
want
been
to
coached
give.
by anybody but his dad.
That's fine. So even we want to give that one coach, that one team, that excuse. That is fine. It doesn't excuse the other 31. So that's the issue. We got to just talk about the situation at hand. That this was a race issue. This was to check a young black man. Even though this is the problem that I have, and we keep saying that we only they saying our community, our media only push degenerate black men. Shador Sanders is everything opposite of the degenerate young black man. And guess what? Still, we have black men put on a white man's brain and trying to go against it and agree with the decision that no, we ain't supposed to be doing that. We're supposed to say, hey, this shit needs to be checked. You can't. This supposed to be merit based. So let's make sure this shit stay merit based. We don't give a fuck if he's loud. We don't give a damn his daddy's loud. None of that ish mean anything. Go off of merit based. NFL do not have the most upstanding people in their goddamn locker rooms in the first place. So therefore, use it over his merit and keep it pushing. We got to stop allowing people. We got to stop allowing these white folks to trick us out of our own situation.
Yeah, but
Sharon.
I guess for me though, I could make it a racial issue if he stayed in the racial issue, right? If he was still at Jackson State and he graduates and goes through what he goes through, then yeah, maybe we can make it a race issue then, right? But you and your dad brought in to the same system that drafted you in the 5th round. It's just basic business, basic politics. Like they bought into that.
Hey, listen, Wall Street Woody, if you are a black man, you should not be thinking like that. Go ahead, Afro Nerd. I want to bring in AR right after, and then Bumpkin. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not really the sports guy, right? But I do know a few things. And I think we have to be very careful and give black folks some grace about, at least when you bring up race, yeah, sure, everything can't be about race. Let's be fair. Everything can't be about race. But with most of what we have done up until this point, race has been a factor. So the one time that it's not, how do we really know, right? Because even when you talk about a black quarterback, the concept of the black quarterback is a relatively new thing. So we've had a few high-profile brothers, and now we forget what it took to even get to that point, right? Doug Williams, now we're going back 30 years now. Doug Williams, quite proficient quarterback. If you remember at the time, there was a lot of reckless talk about his abilities, right? He caught his fair share of racism. And there was even a belief that a black person was not worthy of that position because it was is intellect involved in it. See, it's all strewn with racism. You're bucks. You guys run. You run real fast. But to coordinate and to think and to plan, well, that's a white man's domain. So all of a sudden, when black quarterbacks start doing the work, then you have to reconfigure this whole intellect thing. right? And also the representation of the quarterback is usually a square-jawed white guy, right? Brady is Captain America. Brady is Captain America,
Absolutely.
right? So when you come in with a brother who that you're tapping into, it's almost like being the black rock star, because everyone has to love you as the quarterback, but being black, you're usually positioned as the villain. So there's a lot of psychology connected to being the captain of the football team, what that usually looks like. And now you have a black person in that position. There's always going to be controversy with that. And also the black father shepherding sons in football. You see consistently black fathers now stepping up to the plate and shepherding their sons and daughters in these sports. And there's controversy with even the father. Usually it's the fatherless athlete, and the mother is there. So when the father is there, all of a sudden there's a lot in this mix. Then I'm always going on, but I got a lot of information, Sharon. I'm a HBCU proud graduate, right? Trying to even get HBCUs in the mix with what his father was trying to do. That was controversial because there's money mixed in with that. What would happen if we saw more? I understand. I'm not disputing it, but the man tried, right? I would have liked for him to have continued being there, but just doing that, bringing black money into the mix, black power, black infrastructure, all of a sudden it gets controversial.
All right, but let's not do that like he's the second coming of Jesus. Let's look at the last 3 seasons alone, right? You have
No.
Hold on.
No. So this is the problem that we trying to explain to. We're not going to go by his accolades because his accolades shows that he should have been.
No, I'm not talking about him.
Right. So I'm saying that his stats don't even have anything to do with what the NFL has done. Like, so we have LeVar Ball. He was also put in that same category as Dion has, right? So the issue is not even about they play on the field. It ain't the fact
hear me out though, Sharon. Hear me out, right?
But just don't talk about his play because his play was immaculate.
So I wasn't going there.
That went before
I'm saying let's look at the last 3 seasons of the NFL, right? You have the Ravens quarterback, black quarterback. They tried to push him to get an agent. He had his single black mom sign the largest deal for an NFL quarterback at that time, right? You have in the last Super Bowl, I'd say black and a half black quarterbacks. Some people might argue 2 black quarterbacks, right, in the Super Bowl. I mean, for God's sakes, they gave you Kendrick Lamar and let Serena Williams walk in front of Donald Trump, right? And now we're screaming racism. I know Roger Goodell was somewhere in a cul-de-sac looking like Denzel in Training Day. And this is what you do to me? I gave y'all Kendrick Lamar, and this is what you do to me. Shoot program. Racism? What are we talking about? This is a kid that potentially will bring problematic energy into an organization. We got to be honest about that.
Right. So the problem is, how's he's going to bring negative? All right. So then, first of all, it seems like a few people do not understand what black fatigue is and why everybody been talking about it lately. So the black fatigue is literally people are getting tired because people that are black are explaining that racism still exists, like the Shador Sanders situation, like the Carmelo Anthony situation, like this Shiloh woman, and like the newest one, as well as now they keep saying that is a black fatigue, but guess what? Ginger people think they are now. They black, and it went crazy on TikTok. They say, yeah, ginger people are black, and you know what they compared the reason why ginger people think that they consider themselves black as the ginger people started making conversations about, because they are discriminated against their own kind. So they try to make it because they are teased that they have the black experience. So this is the issue that we have, and that is the so-called black fatigue. This is the things that Anton is talking about, that the black culture is trash, but we know the black culture is not trash, right? It's not true. It's degenerate culture is trash. It's gang culture is trash. His whole culture is trash, and that is not strictly for black folks. That goes against all, right? Because we have MS-13, we have all these other
Different elements.
entities, right? So we also know that
I-
it's a whole motorcycle gang that they are probably the most degenerate white people in America, but everybody act like it's okay because they're a business now. They got Sons of Anarchy. They made a movie about it.
But
Right?
I'm saying my black fatigue.
So that is the issue that, and then we still allow. This is the problem I have with it. So I could just, because I wanted to just let some people know in the chat what it actually meant. And so now go back to what you're saying, where the problem that I have when black people are agreeing with what happened to someone like Shador, somebody that is one of the best of us, right? He did everything correct. That man, we don't know him to be drinking. We don't know that man to be partying. That man, that young man did everything right. And then for us to say that now Shador is going to bring some kind of negativity when they actually had people that was sniffing cocaine in college and throwing parties and drunk every day, and saying that this young man is going to bring any kind of negativity is crazy.
So
wasn't Brady wasn't a top pick.
We're
talking about
thank you.
So we don't know what this young man is capable
Now
of
he's
based on
got to
Brady.
prove himself. If he hadn't been drafted at all, okay, maybe I could lean towards that argument, right? He at least should have been drafted. He was drafted. There were a lot of quarterbacks that were way better than him drafted in the same range. A lot of them didn't pan out.
Okay, full stop. No, it was not quarterbacks drafted better than him.
No. You got to listen to what I'm saying. Jameis Winston, RG3, right? Like there have been the quarterback position coming out of college has like historically been lackluster. Everyone doesn't perform. Everyone doesn't show up and show out.
Who cares?
Right?
He was still the number 2 quarterback of his class.
That's arguable, bro.
No, it's
we there's something else too.
So in order to have that conversation, we have to dig.
What's arguable about his stats?
In order to have that conversation, we have to dig into his competition. We really have to look. Listen to what I'm saying.
No, so this is what I'm saying. So this is what I'm saying. We
Hear me
have
out for a second, Sharon.
Hold on. No, so I'm trying to get you to understand that you are thinking white and you're not realizing it.
No, I'm thinking football.
No, you're not. Because if you think in football, it is no way that he could go past the second round. If you actually think in football, because the quarterback that is drafted before him, he is better than all of them, no matter what competition.
I don't think he's better than Cam Ward at all.
That's fine. That's an argument. Fine.
And Cam Ward is another black kid, right?
Yeah, but
we have another black kid.
Hold on. That's fine that you could use one guy, but guess what? Cleveland drafted 2 quarterbacks before him. We know neither one of those quarterbacks are better than Shador. It's okay. We can keep going down the list of all the quarterbacks that Shador is better than, no matter what the competition is. And that is the problem. You need to start thinking black if you are that. We cannot try to use football as some goddamn excuse to say, well, no.
Let me ask you 2 questions.
This is not about so this
Let
is
me
not
ask you 2
about
questions.
football, and we cannot allow it to be about football, because this is what happens, and this is where I get goddamn frustrated, and I start to have my goddamn black fatigue, because I don't understand how you don't understand that was racism.
Let me ask
your
you
entire show
Let
gives
me
me
ask you 2
fatigue.
questions.
What is
One,
going on,
right?
man?
If you had to take a player, do you want the player that played against the best competition or the player that played against lackluster competition?
What I'm saying is that doesn't have anything to do with the conversation.
I understand your point, but let me make my point, though. I'm going to answer for you. You'd rather the guy that's played against Jordan, that's played against Steph Curry, instead of a guy that's only played against the Pelicans, right? When you look at his conference, you don't see the Sooners. You don't see the Buckeyes. You don't see the great competition.
So, but
a lot of these kids that graduate, hold on, a lot of these kids.
No, but the problem is you talking about a program that doesn't matter.
Man.
So what I'm saying is this: it doesn't matter who he played against, because those names are ingrained in you to say that they are better because of their name, not because of the actual players. This is the problem that I'm trying to explain to you. So you are falling into this white man mentality. Well, and they making these BS excuses. This is the problem with racism in the first place.
Be honest for a minute, and maybe
we cannot 100% prove because it's all microaggressions.
Hey, Willie.
Be honest,
What,
and maybe
bro?
you can trust your
Okay.
brother.
Situation,
All right.
and
All
so, hold
right.
on, and so the
Hey,
situation.
Willie, what school did Steph
and the-
Curry go to?
what you think that you could talk better than me?
In North Carolina, well, I know it's
Well,
high
hold
school.
on, y'all think y'all could talk better than me?
Nah. I mean, he pointed
So
out
why
Steph Curry.
right,
You want
so
your
I'm
kids
talking, so
playing
I'm
against the
talking.
Steph.
Right, but so you think that your words mean more than mine?
Nah, I mean, me and Willie had this talk on another show already.
I'm asking you a direct question.
I just said no, sir. Maybe not. Maybe
All
so.
right, so let me
I
finish.
mean, he did answer.
All right, so allow me to talk.
All right.
Thank you. I will open it up for anybody that wants to rebuttal. So what I'm saying is that we cannot act like this is a football thing when it's clearly a race thing. We cannot start trying to pick it apart like we are some goddamn billionaire white boys and then we taking out the race of it. It's not the case. Let's just be honest about it, that all those NFL owners were in collusion and we need to call them out. We got to hold them accountable for being a merit-based system. Simple as that.
So,
Okay,
Sharon, right?
I just want to say
As
one
your
thing before I
B1 brother, let me ask you, how many college football games did you watch last year?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter because I'm saying you got to trust me as your B1 brother. I watch college football, right? These things are a factor, right?
No.
He was in one of the weakest conferences there is, right? And he had an absolute freak of nature on his team, right? There's not many quarterbacks that couldn't be successful throwing the ball to Travis Hunter, right? But then there's other elements you have to look at just as someone that's involved in sports. This kid has never been coached by anyone other than his father. We don't know how he'll receive different coaching
That's the
that may
craziest.
not.
That is the craziest argument I ever heard in my
Nah, it's
life.
not,
And it
Sharon. That's football.
only happens when there's a black goddamn person. So now, because even though he was able to do two different programs, go to two places, and make both teams successful as soon as they got there, all of a sudden he cannot be coachable by somebody that is 100% a profession, where he have the pedigree as one of the greatest athletes that we ever seen, and now he's not coachable.
Tom Brady also had that
When you
critique against
diminish
him.
our real athletes.
It's nothing about this young man that shows that he's uncoachable. The young man is poised. The man have great answers when they ask him questions. It is nothing about this young man that says he's uncoachable. We have to stop acting as if this shit is about
not only
football.
were his interviews not only were his interviews horrible, he skipped the combine.
You're missing it. You keep trying to make a white man's argument that it is about
That's
football.
a football argument, bro.
The problem is, again, sometimes this is why it's very dangerous when a black man thinks that he's white, right? It's because
when you mix, you don't got to worry about that.
You take on his mentality. This is how they use the football as a way to say this is not about race, and literally this don't got nothing to do with football at all.
Sharon,
Colin Kaepernick may have.
Go ahead, Willie. I know Bumpkin wanted to jump in. Hold on, let me just set it up so everybody can get a chance to talk. Go ahead, Willie, Bumpkin, ARKT.
The kid skipped the combine. He skipped the combine outwardly, right? In protest. He wanted to see his little brother get a better spot, right? Now, I'm not upset with him for taking a stance, but he has to deal with what comes along with that, right? Travis Hunter didn't skip the combine, right? On the same team as him. He went off the shelf before he even got on the shelf. We can't make it a false race issue. Like, he hasn't proven, right, that the juice is worth the squeeze. Pause. But he hasn't proven.
Okay. Go ahead, Bumpkin.
All right, I'm not talking about sports ball. I'm just gonna say this before I bounce out of here. Because I'm gonna go to bed. I know it's early in the morning. I work night shift, but I mean, Sharon, I really do believe that you just like to complain. I don't know how much more that whites can do. You know, fought an entire war and sent thousands and thousands of white men to die. Force integration into schools at gunpoint, I mind you, and completely ceded the entire culture of America to the black community. You guys create the culture of America, or the United States at least. DEI was an entire thing that would literally give you or your community the upper hand in any job application. I mean, I don't know how
Not in the
much
gay
more. I don't know how much more you want, bro. I honestly think people like you just like to complain. Either you like to complain or you like to capitalize off of
We want
complaining.
equity. If you have a
hold on,
200-year head
So, hold on,
start, there'll never be equality.
let's talk to what he's saying. So all the things that you said is false. So when when we had the whole Civil War, that wasn't for slavery. That was for money. And
Were you
power.
freed?
Right. That was.
Did you become free men because of the result of it?
No, that's why we have Juneteenth. No, we didn't.
And so the Civil War was about money. It was not about slavery. Let's be very clear about that. And it's fine that you try
No,
to
it wasn't.
that. So say that, AR?
No, it wasn't. Well, define. What do you mean by money?
So the North was upset. It doesn't matter. It wasn't
No.
about because
Sharon, I can help you with this.
Hold on.
I can help you with this.
Hold on. It's just annoying that you ask these questions.
It's annoying when you get dissenting opinions. Yeah, that happens.
No.
If I could save the Union without freeing a single slave, I would. Abraham Lincoln. It wasn't about slavery.
It wasn't, and it's okay. We know it wasn't about slavery. Like it's already been proven that it wasn't. It's just that was one of the consequences that happened for the situation because they needed more soldiers. Fine. They say, hey, we need your help to do this. So if you fight with us and we win, you're gonna be free. Fine. It happened. However, that's not the original reason. They said, hey, we hate the way how they treat black people over there, so let's have a civil war. We know that's not what happened.
Was forced integration
fighting way before.
Was forced integration.
It was fighting before they was talking about slavery. It was about money.
Okay. The money factor, right? The money factor. You're saying it was about the economy. Yes, that was specifically about a slave economy. That was what it was about because the North could not manufacture fast enough to keep up with a slave economy. Okay, that's when we talk about it's about money. Yes, but also that had to directly do with slavery as well. And there was a giant sentiment from the northern states saying that slavery is atrocious and should not be practiced anymore. That's why people signed up originally before the draft. Okay, so like we got to get the historical accuracies accurate. Now, were white communities not forced to integrate at gunpoint?
And what makes you think that was white men doing that?
White men, okay, did white men not rule? Were white men not predominantly? Did white men not pretty much like 99.999%?
Those white men were instruments of the government, and we pushed to implement governmental change.
Right.
Yeah. But who was the government at that time?
And so this is the government at that time. And so this is the part that I was trying to get Willie to understand. These are the little small microaggressions that Willie is not catching, right?
No,
is that because the government was in.
So what I'm hearing is microaggression just means facts. That's what I'm hearing from you.
He was in agreement that we are a part of America and that we get the chance to vote. And see, when we tend to hold them accountable for the things that we supposed to get as American citizens, this is when they say, well, we did it. It ain't white people that did it. It's Americans that did it. And this is why I was trying to get Willie to understand why it's not about football.
Talk your shit, Sharon.
Yo, bro.
Oh, my bad. I was just supporting you.
You cannot apply. This is where my black fatigue comes in.
I don't think it's said enough that last thing you said about black Americans fighting for what Americans should get.
To the Civil War. He didn't even continue to fight for the Union.
Man, can I ask Bumpkin something real quick before y'all get back on that topic? Before y'all get back on that topic, can I ask Bumpkin real quick?
The snow bunny capital of the world.
Y'all want to talk about football?
He literally went to go play with the Confederacy.
My dad, I want to talk about sports.
All right. Yeah. Can I just ask Bumpkin something real quick before he leaves? Because I joined when he said something about Obama and the kid hospital or whatever. Bumpkin, I don't know if it was you, but I could have sworn at least some of the people you be around say that the 2 skyscrapers falling was an inside job. Do you hold that same view?
There's not enough proof to really say that. I mean, I've never said that.
Okay. You never said that? Okay. Do you think that the war in Iraq was legitimate?
No.
Okay. So if Bush would use false pretenses to invade a whole country, what makes you think that he wouldn't be comfortable with bombing a children's hospital?
I mean, that's fair. I'm not a big fan of Bush either.
Okay. And so if the CIA under Reagan would peddle drugs into the black community, which includes kids, what makes you think that that government administration or that administration or they themselves under that administration wouldn't be comfortable with damaging a children's hospital in another country somewhere else, on top of all the coups they've committed during, the 40s or 50s and onwards?
Yeah, but that's just what the United States does, bro. So I mean,
okay, but
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what administration it is. It doesn't matter
thank you. You're proving our point is that conservatives have a problem with it. That's Sharon's point, is that when it's a conservative white president doing it, Republicans turn a blind eye. But then when Obama was doing something similar, then it became this big outrage.
I'm going to break my head against a wall. How many times do I have to say this? How many times? Like, I don't know. Watch any of my streams. I don't know. I'm very critical of Bush. But
we're not talking about you. Why are you taking it personal?
I have an entire fucking...
I'm not talking about you. I don't care what you've done. I'm not talking about you specifically. We're talking about generally speaking, and you're taking it personal.
Yes, but generally...
I don't care what you've done personally. It might not apply to you. We're talking about the general mass. And the general mass of people, specifically on the Republican side, accepted the pretenses for the Iraq war. And then when Obama became president and supposedly he was doing similar things, it became this big outrage that they weren't displaying when it was Trump. When it was Bush. That's the point. And if the only thing that changed, the political party changed, but also the skin tone. And people would say, well, the skin tone had a huge factor in how they attacked Obama. Because they support Israel when Israel does it to Palestinians. Do they not?
I want to respond to Bumpkin also with what he said about this is a repeated thing. But he knows what's coming. He knows that the eraser is going to erase his mistakes.
Real quick. I'm sorry, real quick, because it's not only Bumpkin that's getting it. Sharon, what are you talking about? Civil War is only about money. I need you to elaborate more on that.
I was going to get into that.
Okay, Afro Nerdy, maybe you can help him out.
All right. So first of all, you have to be very careful, Sharon, by putting it out there that, the Civil War wasn't about slavery, because many black folks and scholars have been fighting for that to be very clear. So when you say that, you're kind of weighing in on the alt-right contingent that would say, it's not about slavery, it's about states' rights, right? So the deal is slavery and money are synonymous. Full stop. If you are a slave, you were a chattel slave, you were property. You were just like any other farm tool, regrettably, a human being. That's what you were likened to. And as far as it being a business, they were incorporated businesses that ran slavery, the transatlantic slavery, whether it was the Dutch West India Company, whether it was the British South Sea Company, a Royal African Company. These were incorporated businesses. It was about money, and money is slavery. It's the same thing. Right. And when Bumpkin says, we had these white people that were fighting to free you, on the other side, it's like a football team. There are winners and losers. You had another side that was equally invested in keeping you a slave. So this whole idea of, we had white people that fought for you. Yeah, we had white people fighting to keep me a slave. You can't have one without the other. Yin and yang. It's a little too convenient for that kind of argument. And going back, and I want to loop this into black fatigue. Black fatigue has always existed the way that many whites are describing it. They want to describe it that way. They were fatigued, as I said earlier, when you were in fedoras and business suits and educated, standing tall, and your families were intact. They didn't like you then. They never liked you. Okay? So this is just a way for them to be more free about it. But this whole Bumpkin has a whole different delusion, a comfortable delusion about how this black thing works in this country. We're talking about being a second, if not third-class citizen after slavery. And this whole thing, we gave you this, we gave you that. If I'm a fully evolved human, why do I need you to give me anything? The whole notion is absurd. It's an absurd conversation. Black fatigue needs to be repositioned or discussed differently as a type of behavioral thing that really is cross-racial, right? We can see lower tier white folks, as I said, poor white trash, rednecks, Appalachian culture, they get it in equally. But it is never positioned as a business the way that it is with Black dysfunction. The hip hop community, corporate, not, we know there's different types of hip hop, but the corporate structure of current hip hop is minstrelsy, is dysfunctional, and they sell it to you, courtesy of Spotify. They sell you dysfunction. So I've yet to see a white version of that the way that it works for Black dysfunction. Our failure feeds the economy, and it has always been that way. Whether it was slavery fed the economy through a kind of sociopathic dysfunction, and fast forward 200 years later, we're still feeding this country with our failure. Full stop. That's it.
Can the white man leave now so you guys go back to your hug box, please?
That truth burns. That truth burns, Bumpkin. Or is it country bumpkin? I want to get your first name right. I want to get your first name right. Is it country bumpkin?
There was no burn there, bro. You hyperfixated on the Civil War. You didn't dispute.
You brought it up.
It was
comfortable when you said that we good white people fought for you.
Oh my God. It's like
what you said.
Okay. All right.
Got it, Bumpkin.
Thank you. Right. All right. What was the other one they laid out? Do you remember?
This guy's making a statement. Yeah.
No, Afterner. Do you remember any of the other points I laid out?
It's always the same theme for me. I mean, you basically said,
so you don't.
I think no, I do remember. You said something about whites were held at gunpoint to ensure that segregation. I'm kind of paraphrasing, but you said something about white integration. Well, why are you forcing other human beings to be around each other? What is that? What is that?
Well,
forced integration. Human beings can't be around each other.
Yeah,
but anytime we say it happened, you're going to say, well, it's before my time. I don't know about it. I was born in 1990. I don't know anything about what happened in 1989. That's lame. When you go to a doctor, the doctor asks about your medical history. So in this same case, when you talk about the ills of this culture of society.
Okay. Listen, bro. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying it happened, right? For the name of inclusion and diversity, we held people at gunpoint, i.e. the white man, to enforce diversity from the evil, racist white people. That's what we did, right?
It sounds like a white problem. In
the name of diversity, in the name of diversity.
And it's not about diversity. It's about the Constitution. So you can't. Well, you are. You're not gonna. We're not gonna hide about diversity because Sharon made a great point earlier, and it's something that I believe too. Is that when he was talking about how Black Americans, when they fight for something, or when rights are fought for Black Americans, it's about an American right. It's not necessarily only for Black Americans. And you're giving a perfect example. Desegregation was not only for Black Americans. It was because as an American, you have equal rights, which is why Brown v. Board of Education happened. And Supreme Court ruled the way it did because it wasn't about, X, Y, and Z, Black people deserve this or whatever. It was about equality under the Constitution. So it was about enforcing the Constitution. It wasn't about enforcing a way that Black people wanted. It was about enforcing the Constitution. And people that claim to be patriots and proud Americans and all this shit seem to want to ignore the Constitution. And I don't respect it.
Do you have the right to protest?
Eventually. You have to be 5/5 of a human to be able to do that. So white folks determined that, we kind of sort of think you're human now. Before that, we did not have the right to protest.
Okay, I'm leaving.
You should. Have a good day. I know. You're cooked. Thank you.
You didn't cook me though, bro. You didn't cook me at all.
Okay, you talk about you like that? He said you cook. You looking tan. Don't let him say that.
If I'm looking tan, you're looking burnt, homie. You're about to get me pissed off.
Yeah, look.
It's coming out.
Pumpkin.
Them teeth are showing. That's why I would have liked Dr. Mark Lamont Hill. I was on a panel with him. You can look it up. I know him a little bit. He showed out in front of that white female racist, which I thought he should not have. I would have said, yeah, say the word, just like you might need to go to the bathroom at times. If you need to go, if you really need to go, then you go. And same thing for Bumpkin. If you need to show those teeth, if you need to, let it, if you need to let it loose, you gotta, you gotta potty. That's what racism is to me. If you have to potty and show your ass, then so be it. If you need to do it, I feel it. I feel it on you. I see it.
I mean, you're the only one over talking and showing low impulse control.
No, I'm correcting you, I'm correcting you, and
you're the only one over talking.
Flame on
and showing low impulse control, and that's been my entire experience ever talking to you. Be it here, be it on CT's channel, you over talk, and you have low impulse control.
Well, I have the right to do that now, since you gave it to me. So
yeah, you have the right to look like a jackass. You're absolutely right.
You first. You were about to show your teeth, man. So we know
AR,
what you got to do.
AR, back to you. Do people have the right to protest?
Are you
now
staying?
they do.
Are you staying? Or are you gonna leave?
I am gonna leave.
Okay. Well, we don't gotta keep talking then.
Oh.
Yeah, you get rewards. You get rewarded when you stay.
We bid you a doo-doo.
You get rewarded if you leave, buddy.
We bid you a doo-doo.
All right. Before I leave.
Oh.
One second.
There he goes. Let them teeth come out. Go ahead. Do it. Do it. If you got to go, you got to go. If you got to go potty.
So he said he's gonna engage. Go ahead, AR. He said he's gonna engage for a little bit before he go to sleep.
Oh no,
he's not gonna
I just
engage.
gotta do something before I leave.
No, he wants to do. He wants to do something that's he wants to do something racist.
Damn.
He wants to go potty.
Oh shit! You
Willie's
ain't
back.
you ain't monetized anymore, Sharon?
No.
Oh, what happened there?
You got a cash app.
I guess it's probably black fatigue.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got demonetized because of racism.
Yeah, somewhat. It was a lot of multiple of things that was going on. So
It was just YouTube drama.
Do you do bounties over here? No. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. What am I saying?
But so I think it's also weird how people try to just dismiss all these different kind of microaggressions and things. I think for so long people just not really spoke about it properly, and so this is why we allow our own folks to say black culture is trash, and this is the reason why those same black people got pushed up through the algorithms so quickly and so fast. So that's an issue, and I don't like the fact that we do not check that issue, because the people that are good, like we have Afro-Nerd, right? He's well educated. He went to an HBCU, graduated. I believe he have a master's degree, and he gets beat up all the time. Afro-Nerd, would you like to talk to that?
Yeah, I mean,
What's like the taste out of your mouth? I'd like to see it.
God. It wasn't me. It said drop AR and Afro-Nerd. AR, you guys.
What I
What's
do?
like the taste out of your mouth? I'd like to see it.
Damn.
And now I leave. Take it easy, everyone. Hey, Star Wars, the white man strikes
And the
again.
white man is triumphant once again.
Damn, I come back to you cooning and shit. Willie, stop it. Hey, I don't know what happened, but I do want to throw this in real quick if I can. Listen, when it comes to Shador,
if you want to just bring yourself up, it's $24 for each one of y'all. He put a 50 on your head, and also we know when we get a cash app or any kind of support over a certain amount of money, you also get.
Get the bus down. Put the bus down. Willie. for the Shador argument, it's no football basis. As I said to you on Q Butter shit, we don't talk none of that shit about what's my boy name for the Bills, Allen. He went to Wyoming. You brought up Stephen Curry, the nigga went to Davidson. So talent don't mean nothing based on what school you attend.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not 100% that there's plenty of people that I mean Dwayne Wade, he didn't go against the greatest competition too, right? But he's one of our greats. It's plenty. Like when you see an athlete, you see an athlete. So many people go undrafted, right? Kobe Bryant, right? Kevin Garnett, he played against high schoolers and those two people became some of the greatest basketball players. We also know it's people that came off undrafted in football. Never went to college.
Warner.
All right, there's plenty of people in the NFL today still go from high school. We still see they going from high school straight to the league. So this idea that they got to play against some extreme talent is false. It's not real. Welcome to the show, Kev Stutters.
What's up, homies? How y'all doing?
We doing well.
Fine, brother.
Oh man, so I guess this is the moment where I become a coon.
Damn.
Niggas got a tap dance. Go ahead.
But let a lot of y'all tell it, I've always been a coon. So, but anyways, so the whole Shador Sanders situation, I don't think that it had anything to do with race at all. I think that Shador, he was too people just didn't want to deal with his father, man. That right there is what I really believe. Like whenever you have a guy who says that if his son does not go to the team that he wants him to go to, that he's going to interfere and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like I know that people are going to bring up the whole Eli Manning situation or whatever. But in college, Eli Manning was better than Shador Sanders.
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
Yes, he was.
And
No, he wasn't.
Archie was not trying to coach.
Yeah,
Archie was
like
not
that is
trying to coach.
like that is another thing too. Archie was not trying to coach.
Okay, so the horrible argument that of this is that how did we know? It was no social media back then. None. We had Facebook, and you had to be in college to actually have a Facebook back then. How the F did
He
we
went and
know?
told the newspapers.
You can read articles and stuff like that. You know, there was always journalists.
I got a question. How did we know Archie Manning was forcing Eli to the direction he was going? How did we know?
Because they said it outright.
He told the
He
journalist.
was in the media.
The West Coast.
Okay, so thank you, because he was vocal about it, right?
Yeah.
And the problem that I have with it is that when a white man do it, everybody's like, hey, that's just him showing his power, and because he has
good parenting.
he's the champion. Even though he never won a Super Bowl or none of that shit, because he been coaching he been coaching both his sons. He been coaching both his sons how to play quarterback since they was little. He's been coaching them. Nobody had a problem with it.
He wasn't their
And
college
this is how
coach.
we know that it is race, because even y'all two black men, y'all still have a white mind when it comes to this situation.
Nah, Sharon, you being disingenuous.
Sharon, you
No,
wrong.
y'all do understand Shador was a 4-star recruit in high school, right?
That's okay.
He was a 4-star recruit in high school. Deion didn't coach his high school either, and they won state championship.
That was because of his daddy.
So I needed to take it off of football. This is nothing to do with football. I don't know what, and this is something that white men would do to get y'all to have an argument about that. This is about football. It ain't got nothing, absolute zero to do with what that young man can possibly do on the football field. Zero.
Sharon, you're saying take football out, but it has nothing to do with what he'll do on the football field. Like,
It has nothing
this
to
is
do
where
What's proven on the football field, y'all, is he got 4 receivers into the NFL. You was just talking about, with Travis Hunter, well, it was still three other receivers that made it to the NFL. Y'all trying to say a subpar quarterback does that? Because y'all do understand it's almost no times that 4 receivers have went in the same round as the quarterback leaving. Historically, most accurate college season ever.
So
This
the
is
retort,
oh,
so the
wow.
retort to that would be, he had some of the best wide receivers any quarterback could ask for. They
Facts.
made
That is a
things a lot
lie.
easier for him.
Who is his number 2 receiver? Tell me right now.
Okay,
I don't
hold on. No. Who the fuck was Joe Montana throwing to?
Jerry Rice.
So what the fuck are we talking about? Why is he considered the greatest? Because he had the greatest wide receiver. Stop.
Nah, I get that.
Okay,
I get
so
that.
again, and this is why I keep trying to explain to you. It's very easy to break down. That's what I'm saying. Take the football out because none of the football arguments even make close to sense because you got to have great players. So this is not about football, not even close. And even though I keep proving it, y'all want to just fight. I'm telling you, you got to get that white man out your brain.
Bro, this ain't got nothing
And
to
it
do with
seems
white
like
men
this is
on
about
the brain.
football.
No, listen, bro. Look, Cam Ward had got drafted number 1, right? And don't nobody know who any of his damn receivers are. I sure as hell don't.
Represso, he playing out there with him now.
Okay. Oh, but I did forget about him.
Yeah,
But he wasn't
nice.
Travis Hunter.
No, and you do understand the main reason Cam Ward went number 1 is because for 4 years he started off really bad, but he showed enough improvement. And they said over 4 years, okay, if you making these type of leaps every year. Now we got Shador on the other hand. Let's say Shador isn't better than Cam Ward. We can all agree. Who's better than Shador left? That's the problem here. Right. And I'm with Sharon, what you saying, like this isn't a football argument. I'm only bringing these up because even y'all football arguments suck. Like they really fucking suck. They don't make sense. You don't get 4 receivers where all 4 of your receivers, almost all 4 of your receivers had 1,000 yards. You threw over 4,000 yards. This is not trash. In Colorado, like y'all saying, they don't got the best comps. So that means they haven't had the best recruitment either.
Right. And so it don't have nothing to do with football at all. And I need y'all to start thinking like you're a black man, right? And it is okay. Sometimes it happens. A lot of times we have black men that think like white men. They start to say, hey, yeah, if I was a bird, I wouldn't do it either. Look at this black man talking about he want his son to go a certain way. Who is this black man? No. Yes, he's supposed to do that because that's his daddy. And the problem is that we keep seeing time and time again the children, the black children that have fathers in their life that got them to where they got to be, whether it's college and do all the right things, no scandals, no baby mamas. Those are the fathers that they are too controlling when they are black. They're not too controlling when they're white. We see with Jalen Daniels how they trying to make it seem like his mama being conscious of what ladies is around him. It's a problem. Anything that we do to try to keep these young black men on the up and up is a problem. We got to stop that shit. We got to stop allowing people to have microaggressions against our own young, the ones that are proven that they are the best in our community. Shador has proven that he don't have none of these negative connotations as someone as Johnny Football, for God's sakes. Come on.
That's crazy.
Bro, that's not it. Bro, listen, look. Deion Sanders talks a lot, and he's very, very loud. Deion has a lot of influence. Deion Sanders can say he can say one bad thing like about your team, right? Like, and it can change the whole like morale of the freaking like organization. Like, do you know how much power over that right Deion has? Like, so they had to give these niggas just a little slice of humble pie. Like, you not like that, dog.
The Browns
you not like
lose.
That. It has nothing to do with race.
The Browns lose 2 games in a row, right? The conversation then becomes, and maybe Deion Sanders should be considered. Maybe they should go with a coaching change. That's what he brings to the organization.
So what?
Let's be real. Why would someone want to draft that?
Exactly.
Because they do it all the time.
Your talent does not actually like
give me another person
like all the
who
issues
coached his
that
kid
you
in
might
the
bring.
top draft that wanted to be a head coach.
Again, so now we're saying that the coaches, again, we talking about the NFL owners. Why would you want a better coach? Like, we see teams that go from coach to coach every year, regardless if they're doing good or bad. So again, this argument is weak as hell.
Your argument is hinged on him and his son being God. I am telling you emphatically they are
being
not
black.
that.
Being black.
But now what happens is now you got to sink or swim. Now y'all put way more pressure on him.
So you
right?
do realize that
Hold
your
on.
argument, you do
Now,
realize that your argument is that, hey, if we was to hire this black kid to be a black quarterback, we might also have to hire a black coach as well, as your argument.
no,
You do realize that, right?
no, that's not my argument. My argument is we don't have to hire his daddy at all, but it's going to be a public spectacle on ESPN every morning, and maybe they should consider Dion. It's going to cause discord. Who wants to bring that into their locker room? But where we are now, though, he was still drafted before the greatest white man that ever lived, right? So now the question is, are you Tom Brady or not? And
no, it's not.
Why it's not? Is he not competing?
No, against Tom Brady. No.
If he's that good. The point I was making using
not
Tom
about him
Brady.
being good or
The point
bad.
I was making using Tom Brady was when you're talking about drafting for this quarterback position, right? You'll get a kid from the 6th round that is considered one of the greatest quarterbacks that ever lived. So now he's got to prove that. And the level of pressure, right?
But this don't got anything to do with football.
Every
You do understand that.
interception, hold on, every interception is then going to become, and the drafters were right, and the scouts were right, and the GMs were right.
But who cares? It doesn't matter. I don't think you understand
So
that.
you saying no matter what he does, it doesn't. We just should support him.
Absolutely.
Man, hell no.
And this is the problem with black men.
I can say
we don't even want to support.
If he was absolute trash, like, are we still supposed to go at bat for him?
Yeah, I can say I respect
hell no.
that.
Man,
I
no.
respect that approach.
Hold on, because the reason why, right, is Sean Payton still considered a good football coach?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, that's one lie. God, well, let's see if Willie gonna tell the truth or lie. Is Sean Payton still considered a good football coach?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, did he make one of the worst decisions ever in football?
Yes.
Okay, why? You know why? Because those white folks is gonna support him no matter what. I don't know why so many black men want to try to fight that goddamn understanding. They don't care about the shit that they try to make you believe that they care about. They don't give a fuck about no football.
Listen,
they don't
Sharon,
care if they lose. The Browns been a losing team for many of years. They don't care if they lose every game because
Sharon,
people
let's
still
be
come in
real,
and paying their
Sharon.
money.
NFL still make money.
For the life of me, how black men think like a white man. It's insane to me.
Sharon, let's be real, right? The representation of black men in the NFL isn't dictated by Shador and his dad. It would be great to add them as another addition, right? But we are still out there being successful, right? Like we just saw another black quarterback win the Super Bowl. So this mountain that you're claiming you're fighting, it's not in front of you. It's about the work at this point. It's about your catalog. And a lot of things come along with this kid. Again, he skipped the combine, bro. That is a fundamental portion of where you will place in the draft.
That's a horrible.
That is a
argument because
major factor.
It's not about the combine at all. The combine doesn't mean anything. I don't know.
So he don't have to work out like
he
so
do
teams
not.
are just like, bro, stop it, bro. Listen, look.
No,
Hey, did Marvin Harrison work out, y'all?
Teams are just
Hey, did Marvin Harrison work out?
It's so insane how y'all want to be white men thinking so badly. It doesn't matter at all. It's so many people that get drafted without even being in college. Literally. I'm telling you, it's people that never went to college get drafted and be great. So this whole idea that y'all saying is it's not rational for a black man to go against another black man for being great.
One of the major criticisms of Aaron Rodgers, right, is that he doesn't come to the preseason camps and workouts and things like that. He doesn't build that camaraderie. He comes in and gets everyone fired, right? This at a very young age is the package that Shador seems to be subscribing to more than just a great quarterback.
The
You know
fact
what I'm
that you're
saying?
trying to attack the young man character when he's been nothing but absolutely great.
I'm not attacking his character.
You just did, literally.
I'm saying
This
they're
is
a
what
highly
and this is the
paid.
black fatigue that I have. Even when I'm making points that you can concede to, you still are saying, you know what? Maybe I am looking at this wrong. I keep looking at it on some white man being out on a football team. Even if you did have a football team, you'd have been stupid to not pick up Shador because you're gonna sell more tickets. You're gonna possibly get his pops that's gonna sell more tickets. You're also gonna get a winning culture which sells more tickets, and also his judge is gonna sell more tickets. Especially you try to force him to have the number 20. It's ridiculous. It's nothing about this kid that doesn't say more money. Nothing.
And I've seen other examples where after one season of bad play, now fire everybody. We don't even know why you picked him. Get rid of the GM, get rid of the coach, right?
No.
I've seen that happen as well.
No.
Where?
No.
Give me the time it happened. Yeah, give me the time it happened. Give me the time it was an actual like highly touted quarterback, and they didn't have a good season, and everybody got fired.
Yeah, I don't even understand why we're still talking about
what happened with Johnny Manziel.
I don't understand how we don't understand that.
Perfect
this is not,
example.
Hold on.
Johnny
Perfect
Manziel.
example.
Hold on. I don't understand how you don't understand that this is not about football. And I don't know how many times I got to say that it's not about football. There's so many people that got drafted before him that are worse quarterbacks than he is. You cannot say that the quarterback that they drafted ahead of Shador is better than Shador and then still say this is about football.
But Sharon, your
argument. Hold on. Did Cleveland draft a quarterback higher than Shador?
Yes.
Is that quarterback better than Shador?
Some people would argue that.
Man, hell no. I'll say no.
And this is when we know that you right now you are just either being disingenuous or you really thinking like a white man. You have a black skin tone, but you think like a white man. This is a problem. This doesn't have anything to do with football. I do not want to talk about football. Nobody cares about football.
And that's the thing. And that's the thing, right?
And so therefore, if you cannot hold the conversation and understand that this is a form of microaggression against young black men, then you're just not understanding the totality of what's happening in the world today. You are just like Jason Whitlock, Anton Daniels, Angry Man, so on and so forth. That is just putting a blind eye and say that, hey, black men are just complaining.
That's insane. So now my entire political social affiliation as a black man is hinged on my opinion of Shador Sanders when I watch football. You're making a fundamentally disingenuous argument when you want to have a conversation about a football player and then want to say, take football completely out. That argument can only be fueled by emotion. So
you think Colin Kaepernick got kicked out of football because he couldn't play football?
I'm not saying he couldn't play.
Yes or no?
I'm saying the juice wasn't worth the squeeze.
Colin, I want to see if everything's going to hold up the way how your logic is thinking. Colin Kaepernick. He got kicked out of football because of his football playing.
I don't argue that. No.
So therefore, I don't understand why is it so difficult. So we understand
because you don't know football.
Hold on. So what I'm saying is that so we know things can happen in the NFL that doesn't have anything to do with football. Hold on. Another situation
hold on. Because that's a disingenuous argument. Watch this.
Hold on, it's not.
He was offered a contract and he turned it down. No one kicked him out of football.
I'm trying to get you to
offered a contract and he turned it down.
I'm trying to get you to understand that.
You talking about after he was already out for some years and they told him to take the veteran minimum?
Come on. He was offered a contract. And no, before
come on, bro. That's what I'm saying. This is where you're talking about using the white man logic.
Right. You using white man logic again. You don't even realize that
we gave him a chance. He didn't take it.
You're not even realizing that you're thinking like a white man. And this is a problem that happens often. What college did you go to, Willie? Did you go to a PWI?
Yeah, I went to a PWI.
There you go. That's what they do. That's what PWI do. They get that's what PWI do. It gets black men.
And this is the thing, right? Hold on.
I just want to move forward, and then you could go ahead and say it gets black men to think like white men. This is the problem with PWIs. Majority of the black men that think conservative and think like Donald Trump and think that we got to pull ourselves by the bootstraps is black men that come from PWIs. Go ahead.
Now, my black fatigue comes from this entire argument. You are talking about a kid who probably didn't even go to school with another black kid until he went to Jackson, Mississippi, right? And so now I'm fundamentally
He
thinking
played high school
black.
football in
Hold on.
Texas.
Can I finish?
I mean, you telling
Can I
him though, you
finish?
got to say the right thing when you saying it, Willie. You just you throwing in
You're
for
not
real, like
understanding my point.
the boy
I'm
was a
saying his
4-star
father was
recruit.
uber wealthy, right? He's not about to
Mhm.
now become the face of black boys in general. So to now say, because I'm holding him to a standard, I no longer love my people, I'm Jason Whitlock now, that's insane. That's insane.
Yeah, because what standard are you holding him to besides an imaginary one?
I'm holding
Because
him to the
by
standard of
any regular
football.
standard, I'm gonna say this again. Listen, if a quarterback gets 4 receivers into the NFL, has literally the highest accuracy percentage ever in college, you went to 2 unknown programs that were losing and turned them into winning programs. And now you're saying that, oh, the NFL, he got a lot to prove. But we got Josh Allen from Wyoming. Niggas won 6 games that year. Nigga went to the NFL, first round pick. Come on, bro. You the standard you swearing you hold him
I
to
get
it's
in this
it's
one here
imaginary.
by saying time will tell, right? And so now he has to prove, right, that these recruiters and everyone who's just into football, now he has to prove the world wrong. And Tom Brady became Tom Brady being drafted after where he's been drafted, right? Now you got to do it. But y'all put a lot of pressure on that kid. A lot of pressure he didn't need or deserve. Because every
He
fumble,
was already touted as a first or second round recruit on no board in the world. Nobody's board was he expected or projected to go in the 5th nor 4th round. No board even had him in the 3rd round. So that's what I'm saying. You have to that's why he's beating Dylan Gabriel. If you're talking about football, we sticking on football. They've already been showing Dylan Gabriel throwing picks. He's not throwing a single pick yet. He's a better player. It's all right. It's just wild that y'all saying nah, he's there in the 5th round, being picked in the 5th round because it's a legitimate reason, and y'all can't explain the reason. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane that and so shout out to Afro Nerd for being from the HBCUs. That's why his thoughts are strong in being black. And Wall Street Willie, we're gonna have to pull out goddamn Chad up out of you, Wall Street Willie. We gotta pull him up out of you, man. Because
something.
Hold on. I gotta speak on that. That statement, you got to pull Chad out of me when the Diddy trial is going on. First of all, and I yield.
Just one quick thing, Sharon. I went to a PWI for my graduate degree at St. John's. So I have both experiences with the HBCU program as well as the PWI program. But
is that private white institutions? Is that what PWI is?
Predominantly white institutions, yes. PWI, right? So I went to HBCU and a PWI, right? So let me first say that I get very nervous when we don't inject race. Well, we should not be ashamed to inject race, considering our experiences, right? When has it not been about race? And as I said earlier, just the notion of there being a black quarterback. No, we acting like we've always been here with this. This is still relatively new territory, relatively. We're years past Doug Williams, but Doug Williams was a problem, when he was playing.
He won a Super Bowl. It's 2025. A black man just won the Super Bowl with a beautiful black wife. Promoting black family.
Just in the last 10 years is when we started getting black quarterbacks in regularity, and they're pretty let's be honest. If we looking at this, we just going Patrick Mahomes. I know he's mixed, but still,
no, he's considered black.
Right.
I mean, he's black.
The records are going to consider him black.
That's what I'm saying. I know he considers himself black. I know other people say, he's a mixed nigga, but I'm saying this is somebody who considers himself as a black man, right? So, and the point is, black people have already shown they can do this at a maybe even better because they add the athleticism white people just lack. The white quarterbacks. That's another crazy thing y'all have with Shador arguments. Yeah,
he's not a scrambling quarterback. He's a
no, and that's
passer.
my thing. The league has been dominated historically by non-scramblers. The black quarterbacks are who made scrambling quarterbacks a thing. That is not white people. So that's what I'm saying. I find it wild that now y'all trying to say even as an excuse against the boy is, oh, well, he ain't a scrambling quarterback. What the fuck?
Because
that's what I'm saying. The standard is crazy.
The proven absolute best are the black scrambling quarterbacks.
And
the game is changing. Like there was a time when a center would never bring the ball down the court. Now you have the Joker. The game is changing.
No, listen, what we have to understand is it was always Joker.
No, hold on. And this is the problem, right? And this is how we know that PWI affected you more than what you ever know. Shaq could dribble coast to coast, no problem. No problem.
Are you insane, Sharon?
We also had the dude from the Seattle Supersonics. Bring the ball up, shoot the 3 ball very well.
Manu Ball.
So like another person that could shoot and dribble and cross over. He was on the Houston Rockets. I forget his name. That's this
Hakeem Olajuwon.
So like this idea is the game was just a different.
Yo, bro, I swear to God, if you watch,
it wasn't designed.
If you watch 100,000 hours worth of game footage, you'll never see any one of them bring the ball up.
The game back then wasn't designed. It wasn't designed for high volume the way how it is now. That's it. It's just wasn't.
I guarantee you, if you watch
it doesn't have nothing to do with that 7-footer was able to do it. It's because it just wasn't designed for it. It was designed for pick and rolls, very silent. It was designed for 2-pointers.
This is my point.
Yeah. So, but your point is that you brought up.
No, listen to what I'm saying, right?
What I'm saying is that you brought up Joker. Like Joker changed the game. Joker changed it.
Listen to what I'm saying, right? He brought up the fact that the kid is a pocket passer. And if y'all have always touted pocket passes, why aren't y'all in his corner?
Oh
my point is because the game has changed, right? So now a pocket pass.
Willie. The fact that you are attempting to keeping it on the sport shows that you think like a white man.
because I'm looking at a sports conversation and talking about the sport.
No,
this gives me my black
because this is not.
This gives me black fatigue, black anxiety.
Right, because you are missing the microaggressions. This is part of the black fatigue, which was in the book, right? Because I read the highlights. You are missing the microaggressions that happen towards black folks. This is why a lot of black people cannot say that racism happened to me because it's micro. You can't really prove it because you have this white mentality that no, it's because of you have the same credit, you have the same education. We just like the other person a little bit better. It's bullshit.
I would never argue that.
But that's my argument. So the problem is that is what you are arguing, and you don't even.
You want to have a conversation about a football player and not talk about football
because
that's the only issue.
No, the issue.
So I'm willing to just drop it and say now he's got to prove himself. Greater quarterbacks than you
nobody's
have
talking
been
about
drafted after.
Right, because we are not talking about his skill set. This is the part that you are missing. This is what the PWI did to you, right? You don't realize that this doesn't have anything to do with his skill set, whether he could play or not. Tim Tebow couldn't play neither. So, but nobody give a fuck because he was Christian. And when he was taking a knee, he was taking a knee for Jesus. So that's what was the difference.
That's insane.
I know it is to somebody that thinks white. To somebody that thinks white, that is the same. But
no, I'm trying to save you,
not Sharon. A good quarterback.
You're
at
not
all,
thinking football.
Okay. It's okay.
These arguments are purely fueled by emotion. You're not talking football. If you make the argument that
Sharon may not know the most about football, Willie, but listen, nobody has ever argued Tim Tebow was a good quarterback. Seriously, what are we doing here?
Nobody would. Hold on. You said nobody.
Nobody in the NFL. That's why he didn't make it in the NFL. Like he really wasn't. He actually had the opportunity to lead a team, even when everybody was talking about how questionable his mechanics were.
Let's take this step by step. Let's slow walk it. Was he a good quarterback in college?
Please.
Yeah. Chris
All right,
Leak was
all right,
too. You
all
know
right.
who that is?
All right. Now, when he went to
Chris
the
Leak
Jets,
is his predecessor,
went to
the
the
person who left him that team. You know, he won 2 national championships with that same team, basically,
when he
right?
went to the Jets, right? He was known as the miracle maker. He was doing things in the fourth quarter and getting wins, right?
He didn't play for the Jets. He played for the Broncos.
Tim Tebow never played for the Jets.
If I'm not mistaken, no.
See,
He
this
played
is
for the
when I'm
Broncos.
saying I can't have this
That's the only place he
conversation about
started.
football
He didn't start for no
with
Jets.
people that
They
don't
didn't
know
come to him.
football. In New York,
So he didn't
was
get
known,
who did he get drafted by,
in
Willie?
New York, he was known as
Who did he get drafted by, Willie?
That's irrelevant, right?
No, it's not, because that's the only place he started a whole season. Any seasons. He didn't start the whole season.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna try to talk Chad up out of Willie. So you saying that when Tim Tebow came to New York, he had a winning career?
I'm saying not only was he
did he have a winning? Did he have a? Because I don't know
I'm
why
saying
you think
not only was he a great college quarterback,
hold on, Willie.
right?
I'm asking you something, Willie. Was Tim Tebow did he have a winning season with the Jets?
Yes, I believe he did.
He played 1 year as a backup there, bro.
Bro, you're bugging, man.
I'm looking at it.
They was calling that.
Due to questions over Tebow's potential as an NFL quarterback, he was traded after a season to the New York Jets, where he spent 1 year as a backup.
After 1 year as a backup with the Broncos.
No, he spent his 1 year with the Jets as a backup.
Football, man.
He spent his 1 year with the Jets as a backup. He spent his only year starting with Denver, which is why I said the Broncos. That's the only place you can actually pull some evidence of Tim Tebow leading the season team, anything of that nature. He was a backup for the fucking Jets. I knew I wasn't tripping. I just wasn't. I didn't know how many games he even played.
The real reason why they brought him to the Jets is so he could run. That's why they brought him there. So he could.
Yeah, they're trying to run trick plays with this nigga as a halfback. Remember they're talking about whether Tebow should be like a tight end. That's what it was, a tight end. They're talking about whether or not he should be a tight end from the moment he came into the league.
And so this is how easy we're going to break down Wall Street really think that he knows football when he really doesn't. And this is why we know for a fact that we got to get that white man up out of Woody's head. We got to get up out of there, because the fact that we just cannot have an honest conversation about what happened to our black men, our good, strong. We really be trying to have a conversation that all we do is support the generous. And then when we have an upstanding young black man, we can't support him. That's wild in real time.
Sharon,
that's wild.
Something real quick too. Maybe they shouldn't have brought up Tebow, because he had a whole phenomenon of what Tebowing when he was able to kneel, and then going into black and white with Colin Kaepernick, he caught wreck and could not be rehired for doing a similar act. So his whole Christian faith, the way he was positioned, where he really wasn't necessarily the most adroit player. He didn't play a heck of a long time, if I remember correctly. And this is from a person who just kind of passively knows some of this stuff. Like, that was how he was treated, was completely different because of the image. He still was a white male quarterback. They liked his image. They kept him hanging around when he really didn't have it. So I don't know. Even they gave him his own thing, Tebowing.
Man, who cares, man? This football talk. No one care about this football talk, man.
Kaepernick has yet to be. Kaepernick has
care about this shit.
Yeah, and
talking about who played where, how many years and shit.
So you know what was good about it, AR? We was able to start. Maybe, hopefully, Willie will start to see that he's thinking like a white man, a racist white man at that, and maybe it's his schooling that made him think that way. Because otherwise than that, because like none of his arguments about football, nonetheless, it's crazy that it don't even hold up. So like I don't get it. And I don't know. I think I don't know. I don't know, y'all. Afternoon.
You need to relate it back to black fatigue, because I think all of this is we were kept on missing the point.
Yeah.
But the point in all of this is that our complaints are living our lives, how black lives are positioned, even in a football game.
Right.
But we think that it's we're being fair. See, my issue with how it was discussed, I'm going to make sure we stay on this black fatigue thing, is that we're believing that, well, we need to be fair. Shador has to be treated fairly. And how do you go into this fair argument when the majority of our existence, even in professional sports, has been unfair? So now you think that we have a few moments in time where we're starting to see some black notoriety in the sport, being a black quarterback, like it's always been that way magically. There was a lot of suffering, a lot of racism involved before we got to this point, and now it's all good now. It's water under a bridge. I don't understand
30
that.
seconds? Can I get 30?
If you want to talk about black fatigue, yes. Not about
Yes.
football.
My black fatigue comes from the fact that we will put a black kid, right, who abandoned a black program, went to the PWI that made me white, right? It wasn't even that many snow bunnies in my PWI, not like in
You still
Colorado,
managed to
right?
hit them, didn't you?
Huh?
So you sought them out? So you saying you sought them out? Wasn't the other day saying you was talking about how you smashed it, and now you saying that there wasn't that many there? So how did you find them?
Huh?
You was still
You
bunny
talking about
hopping.
the-
You was still
Wait, you
bunny
talking about
hopping
the
though.
sisters?
You still bunny hopped. So
You talking about the sisters?
No, you said wasn't that many white women there, but somehow you found one to bunny hopping.
No. That's the one I married, right?
Yeah, but we talking about the ones that you were
Listen to what
smashing
I'm
before
saying.
that, though.
Listen to
That's
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
asking about. I'm asking because you said there wasn't that many there, but a couple of days ago you was talking about how you smashed a few. So were you going and seeking them out? Were you seeking them out? I'm just asking if you were seeking them out. That's all I'm asking, man. That's all I'm asking. This is Willie. This is a safe space, bro.
Yeah,
It's a safe space, man.
So let me.
Were you seeking them out? Were you seeking them out?
Let me make the point again. My point was, you'll criticize me and say that going to a PWI that had tons of black students, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like Colorado, right?
Mm-hmm.
That instantly makes me a white man. But a black man who abandons a black program, goes to a super white institution, we have no smoke for that. And not only do we have no smoke for that, but then we're gonna make him the face of white supremacy. You guys are insane.
No, so
Insane.
you the one tripping because
That's
if a
what
job
gives
offer
me,
you,
to bring it full circle, that's what gives me
So
black fatigue.
the part that you are missing,
That
right?
gives
We
me
don't.
black
The part that you are missing, we don't know what Shador's ideologies are. We never got a chance to speak to him. He haven't never spoke nothing about it, so we don't know. He might be thinking just like you. He might have a Chad up in him, just like how you have Chad up in you. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that your rhetoric today is proving that you have a white man thinking's talking point.
Hey, yo, Sharon, with all due respect, like how Diddy got people peeing, like please stop talking about getting Chad up out of me. Like, pause. I don't play that game at all. Want to go on record for that. I don't play that game at all.
No, baby.
No, but I'm saying though, where was the criticism for all the black kids him and his father brought over to this program and then abandoned?
There was criticism.
All the kids coming out of high school, all the kids coming out of high school to play for must be the money Deion Sanders, who were
How you
abandoned.
still talking about football, man?
Where was the smoke for that?
So it was plenty. So here's the problem. It was plenty, and it still is going on right now. You even have smoke for it today. It was plenty.
And
And
beyond that, too, the reason
we're
people
talking about being black first, though, there's way more smoke for him going fifth round.
The real problem is that Jackson didn't do right by Deion. That's the real issue.
Exactly.
and then he's moving his career on. He's moving his career on.
Right.
Supposed to stay stagnant.
Right, so it is what it is. And,
Hold on,
it's a lot of microaggressions.
Hold on, Sharon. Someone just said stagnant. Stagnant. Being at that HBCU was stagnant. Someone said.
Because the way
right.
Hold on.
Willie, what's?
Hold on. It's because the way how they was treating him, not because him staying there would have been. It's because they did not do what they said they was going to do.
Nah, that's not what the brother was talking about. He was talking about stagnant in terms of his career.
It's okay. This is what I'm saying. I don't know. So you don't think that racism really exists like that anymore?
Of course. Come on, man. Who you talking to? Don't do that. Don't do that.
So what is your All right. So
I'm
if you
saying
do
my
believe that
argument
racism is
is
still going on to
everything
this day,
isn't racism. And when we pick the worst examples,
until
we
it's not,
kill our other arguments that are more valuable. I'm saying
no, we
having a conversation about this sets us back. That's my argument. I'm down to fight for everything else. But if he
So
got into the fifth round,
but you're not really, because you're willing to allow the best of us to get slighted because it's not racist enough for you.
nah, I'm saying I choose my battles, right? And this one isn't even worth
Okay.
fighting.
Okay, so can you if you can, because I know this is hard on the fly, but can you give me a better racist conversation that we should have?
Sure. We should be more focused on Carmelo Anthony. We should be more focused on who we're gonna vote for in 4 years. I could come up with a million different things.
Well,
We should be more focused on the rolling back of funding to a lot of black programs and how we're gonna supplement that.
Can you also elaborate on? Can you elaborate on black fatigue, like
More
on your perspective of black?
I could come up with a million things more important.
All right, so what's your thought on black fatigue? Is it a real thing or not?
Hell yeah, I got it.
Okay, what's black fatigue to you?
I'm saying black fatigue means different things to different people.
What does black fatigue mean to you?
I'm only really concerned with discussing it in the construct of
Is my mic
Black
working?
America.
Is it breaking up or something?
Opinion.
No, it's not.
It's not breaking up? What does black fatigue mean to you? Willie.
Don't ask me anything you're not going to allow me to answer.
I know, I'm asking you to answer. What does black fatigue mean to you?
Once I respond, you're going to turn your mic up even louder and just talk
Is it loud?
Me, and
is it loud right now?
It's
loud. I'll turn it down.
Like what you're doing right now.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
So
no,
yeah,
I'm just asking you, Willie, what does black fatigue mean to you? I'm not trying to talk over you. It's not a trick question. I'm being serious. What does black fatigue mean to you? Because like you guys have been talking about the football stuff, but I don't it seems like you guys aren't talking about the same thing necessarily. So I was just, Sharon said what he thought black fatigue was earlier. I was just asking you what your perspective of black fatigue was.
If I was to define it I'm not sure if my definition of it would align with what it is, because I only heard this term last week. So educate me.
No, I just heard it yesterday. I have no clue what black fatigue is. I just heard it last night. I don't even know what it is.
That's my point.
I thought it was like talking about black issues and stuff like that.
The person that I heard describe it was like it was basically like black people got to stop doing. They didn't say this, but it was like that same perspective. Like black people got to stop doing so and so. Like comedians will say, or like white people got to stop doing so and so.
So essentially, saying that we should do better in certain areas, have more decorum, right? Have more personal accountability. That's black fatigue. I'm curious. I'm not even being disingenuous when I'm asking it that way.
All right, so it's a book, first of all. Black fatigue, the book. Alfredo, would you want to explain black fatigue?
Yeah, and I want to put some things out there that we have to be very careful.
I thought I explained it pretty well when I first. I thought I did a pretty well job.
Okay, here we go.
Can you do it in one sentence? Can you just define? Can you just tell us what black fatigue is in one sentence?
It's more than one sentence. You can't really describe it.
A paragraph.
Yeah, you can't really.
All right, you can do it in 3 sentences.
Oh Lord.
We've got time.
This need to control men's opinions is nasty work. Wild. I'm just saying it. God damn.
Nah, go ahead, Cook. Give us a definition.
I don't speak short enough for you. That's black fatigue. God damn.
Hey, all right. So listening to you talk is an example of black fatigue.
Look, I'm going to give out some information and it's going to help you. This is what I mean.
Is part of that? Is the definition part of that? Is the definition part of that information?
Because I don't say nig. Because I don't say nig, I'm going to say nog. Helping the nog is a problem.
What if it's a half nog?
It's still a nog.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna hold you to your word, sir.
I don't do 50% over here.
Okay.
They don't coupons. White folks aren't give you 50% coupons. So I'm just letting you know. Okay, so let's just be clear. This book came out 5 years ago, right? The author was clear about black fatigue being blacks being fatigued by their circumstances, the racism, the first, second, third class citizenship, all the things about being black and being fatigued by our experiences. That's what it started out to be. Now, I noticed that when you go to Google and you start putting in black fatigue, you go to the Urban Dictionary, it's got black fatigue and it's got N-word fatigue. And when you see who created it, it seems like it's a white troll that remixed black fatigue. All this, so that's the part we have to be very careful about. So I'm uncomfortable when we talk about black fatigue and not say, hey, ratchet fatigue, just like Appalachian fatigue or Port White trash fatigue. We don't talk about it that way. All of a sudden, everybody's got to suffer. So that means me, Neil deGrasse Tyson, AR, Sharon, we're all black. And therefore, when we have an opinion on something, like Negroes telling me to shorten it up, that means that's black fatigue.
My bad. That must be my wife's side.
I would say this: a conversation with MJ was able to do it in
a sentence. See how you see? It's possible. It's possible. I promise. Thank you, MJ.
That's a very good. That's a very good description of it. To sum it up, it's very good actually. I wouldn't have been that did it that short. So that's very good.
Just like woke.
What can you read it? I'm driving. I can't read it.
Okay, yeah. Good, AR.
All right. Conversations with MJ. Black fatigue refers to a state of chronic exhaustion and emotional distress experienced by Black individuals as a result of systemic racism and racial discrimination.
Yes. And the fact that we got to keep on explaining it and say, hey, what you're doing is racist. When you say, like, damn, you don't act like the rest of those black people.
So wait, so fundamentally, white people can't have black fatigue.
So why are you on the moon?
Correct.
I'm trying to clarify.
So, all right, with that definition, can we get an example that's not football to talk about?
Yeah, so for example, when we're talking about microaggressions, when somebody comes up to me and say, damn, you don't act like the rest of the black folks, that is a form of me like, God damn it, do you understand that's racism? I'm not being racist. I got 2 black friends at home.
But is that any different than what you're doing to Willie?
Yes, it's completely different. I'm trying to explain and express to Willie what he is doing that is wrong. And so, yeah, so I'm explaining black fatigue to Willie, like, God damn it. Now I got to explain it to you too, Willie, that you don't realize that you are thinking like a white man in a black man's body. That's a part of the black fatigue that I got to explain what's actually happening. And then somebody want to talk about football.
But that just sounds like Willie has an opinion that's not part of what you find to be the black opinion or what the opinion of black man should have. And therefore, he is thinking like a white man.
And
so it sounds like you're stifling. It sounds like you're stifling.
To the conversation, then success ends up being classified as a white man's thing.
I want to make sure it's clear. So I was trying to explain to him that it has nothing to do with football, and the fact that this has everything to do with racism, and he's not understanding and connecting the dots, and he was making up fake premises to say how it was about football is the black fatigue. They don't have nothing, absolutely nothing to do with football. And that is a part of the black fatigue that people will try to go through jumps, loops, and bounds and do all this mental gymnastics to make it seem like it don't have nothing to do with race. But we know all we have to do is change the skin tone. And all of a sudden people are like, oh yeah, I understand. That was a brave move that his dad did to make sure he went to the proper team. And
what about high level black fatigue? High level. I'll tell you what's fatiguing, right? Is look what the Trump administration has been doing when he has an administration, let's say the Surgeon General. The Surgeon General is like some TV personality, and in the same breath he talks about DEI. So we've seen quite a few people in his administration that were not qualified, which is nasty work. They could be unqualified, and yet we're called DEI as a slur.
Correct.
Meanwhile, he's able to put underqualified people in these positions. That is black fatigue. Seeing that on a high level, high scale, and you can't do anything about it. And when you discuss it, something's wrong with you.
Yeah. What was the general that they fired? The 4-star general?
Oh man, that's a big one.
You know what I'm saying? And we try to act like no, it wasn't because of he was black. And all right. And that's a part of the black fatigue where we keep seeing these little microaggressions and we act like we don't see it. All of a sudden, he said, hey, no refugees. We going to suspend all refugee status. And then guess what? 49 white Africans get refugee status.
Yeah, C.Q. Brown Jr. was the Joint Chief of Staffs, and he was fired. A four-star. So how unqualified is a four-star general? How's that even possible to even be in that position? Meanwhile, you have these other folks that are giving out classified information in social media,
right?
And they cover that up, high level, and still call you inferior and DEI.
Right, they legit try to make it seem like what's her name, the vice president? What was her name? Man, Kamala
Harris.
Oh yes,
yeah. Like they try to make it like she was DI, even though she got elected twice before. They like, oh, she's a DEI vice president. What the fuck are you talking about? She been hired. She's like, what?
DEI is code for black.
That's what it was. And
it's not even just black anymore. It's
right.
Anything that's not straight white male.
Right, yeah, but so we know that, and that's what the problem is, that we know the true meaning was really happening, and all these other things, civil rights, right, and all these other things, but people try to act like they ignore it, and that is a part of the black fatigue that we got to keep explaining time and time again. The little microaggressions that tend to keep on happening, like white women just become famous because they say the N-word. That's a microaggression. Then they want to get on TV, and then somebody try to push them to say the word. Go ahead, you can say it on air on national TV while a black man is on here. Go ahead and racially slur him to his face. That's look, black fatigue. That's crazy.
There's a whole hot mic moment with Lee Atwater, very well known. Lee Atwater was a Republican strategist who died fairly young in the late 80s or maybe early 90s, and he said on a hot mic. He gave the game of the kind of alt-right back then. And he has said, you can't say N-word anymore. You have to use subterfuge. And I'm paraphrasing. You have to say busing, right? Or a welfare. You have to put out these words to kind of right. So you're not going to say black. You just say woke. That's a
welfare queen, thug.
Right. Right. So he gave the game. I don't know why more people don't defer to him. This guy was a strategist.
What is it? It's called the Southern strategy, literally, right?
Yeah. Well, exactly.
Yeah.
But he gave the game bluntly, saying it, out loud. You can't say N-word anymore. They're not going to be able to get away with that anymore. You have to say something else. You have to speak in code.
And so this
I'll
is
show you how
thing,
to do it.
And this is another thing that is a part of it too. They say that we really benefit from it, but most people don't even understand like how it really worked, because people only look at DI as in jobs, and it was much bigger than just jobs.
Kev, you need to hop back on. I don't know.
DI was a much
take bumpkin play.
It was much bigger. It was much bigger than what what people try to make.
Yeah, it's also about history. I mean, how is it? I don't know how people don't recognize that still when the anti-DEI policies come into place, and then they're taking away Tuskegee Airmen courses in class, or taking down Jackie Robinson's picture and all these other things. So it's obviously not just a position that someone can get. That they wouldn't even get an interview for if they're not qualified for in the first place.
Right.
But yeah,
and also the fact that they try to make it seem as AR that DEI means that you are less qualified is another problem as well.
Yeah, I find it, when Justice Jackson was being Biden didn't do any favors saying, oh, I'm going to nominate a woman. And I don't know if he specified black woman, but he didn't do any favors. But regardless, the thing about the Supreme Court justices that I find weird when people talk about it is that it's like you have a list of 5 people. All 5 people are qualified for this position. They all are qualified in their own merit. All DEI that might do is look at who's currently on the court and say, okay, let's choose this person who's still qualified in their own right. Mm-hmm. And have them on it because of the perspective they might be able to give, or X, Y, or some other reason like that. But they're still qualified no matter what. And so I think it's just like a disservice to treat justices or people that have reached the pinnacle of their careers. I mean, you can't get any higher than Supreme Court in the judicial field. You can't get any higher than Supreme Court of the United States. And so you don't just get there by accident. You don't trip and fall into the Supreme Court of the United States. You are qualified. If you were even someone to be looked at, you're most likely qualified.
So my argument is slightly different. right? I'm not concerned with the rest of the world being concerned with the quality of that candidate, right? Because I've watched Republicans use DEI literally in the Supreme Court space. Now, it was more from a political aspect than it being attached to a DEI policy. But let's be clear. Clarence Thomas was only a judge, a federal judge, for about a week ago, right? Like, what's the justice that was there? Come on, somebody tell us the
What are you talking
Thurgood
about?
Marshall. Thurgood Marshall.
Thank you. Brother
Oh, that he replaced, kind of.
Thurgood passed away, right? And it was an easy adjustment to add another black guy, but that black guy ended up becoming a sellout to a lot of the policies that put him where he was. So Republicans will use it and not even think about the argument of him being unqualified because he wasn't a federal judge that long. So he's probably one of the clearest examples of someone not being qualified, but put in a position because they're black. But they actually used it against us.
Well,
So I'm not arguing the quality of the role. I'm saying for my political agenda, I'm gonna put in there who benefits my goals, and you
Hold
just
on.
got to deal with it.
Real quick with Thomas. Thomas graduated and got through the bar in 1974. He wasn't on Supreme Court until 1991.
Right.
Well, that's where you saw the hearings. That's where you had the
No, you don't have
How long was he a federal
hearings
judge?
for 28 years.
How long was he
Or
a
18
federal
years.
judge?
I don't know how long he was a federal judge, but being a federal judge isn't the only thing that would qualify you to be on the Supreme Court of the United States. There's other work experience you can do that would also assist and qualify you to be you could be a constitutional scholar and never be you can never
make that argument for them.
You could no it's not, it doesn't matter whether he's the only justice or not.
I'm saying give me a similar situation. That doesn't apply to
I don't know the background
Ginsburg.
about I don't know about that's fine, but the point I'm making is that he had experience as an attorney, as an assistant attorney general. He had experience as a legislative assistant, all these other things that help him in the field of case law. And you don't even, I don't think you have to be a judge necessarily, have judge experience or experience on the bench to be a Supreme Court justice.
So in the book,
Supreme Court justices don't really do criminal stuff.
In the book, my grandfather's son, right? Clarence Thomas admits in his own memoir, right, that I acknowledge that I was sped through the process simply because I went over to the white side. He literally makes an argument that it was an instant head start. And he basically acknowledges the fact that I wasn't as qualified as most of the other justices, but it was politically beneficial for that administration.
Based off of, I haven't read the book and I don't know too much about the background, so I can't really, I'm not going to die on this hill, but from what you just said, the kind of paraphrasing you just gave, it sounds more like what I said, which is you have a list of people that are qualified. DEI is just going to say, oh, okay, we're going to grab this person for another reason, but they're still qualified to be on the bench. So when you said that he essentially said that he got fast tracked because he went over to the white side, that doesn't necessarily mean he wasn't qualified. That just means in a list of people that were qualified or that they could choose from, he got chosen because he was who he was, but he was still qualified to be on that bench. And if you've ever read opinion, my girl's in law school, and Clarence Thomas, she doesn't really agree with anything he says, but she said his opinions are some of the best ones you will ever read because he does a really good job of explaining his position.
If I could interject, I think the main problem and what make this a continuous argument is what is the standard, right? Like or qualification. The qualification is based on whoever the appointers are, and they could say your quality, like you were saying, you don't even actually have to be a judge to get to the Supreme Court if the people making the judgment say, well, shit, we just feel he has enough to be a good Supreme Court judge. You could be a guy who's been studying your whole life. But again, it's so since what you were saying, the qualifications are basically up to the appointers. I guess that's why he's saying like he knew he wasn't, not saying he didn't have qualification, because right, like you said, as long as you have some understanding of law, well, you can be any judge, whether it's the Supreme Court, federal, whatever. That's just about the people above you appointing. Like it's kind of.
I think that Justice Barrett, if he wanted another example, Justice Barrett, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think she was ever a judge. She was definitely a professor before she became a justice.
Yeah.
So she was teaching at Notre Dame, if I'm not mistaken, when she got nominated for the position.
And that's all I'm saying. With the truth of the matter,
she does a great job. She's probably my favorite justice.
Actual qualification of judge, though. That's my only point. Like, it's kind of a mute argument.
It's open. Yeah, there's no set standard for, like, there's nothing that we can look at and be like, okay, they meet these specific qualifications necessarily.
And be honest with you, now that I'm thinking about it, I guess that's why we have so many arguments. Period. As Americans, like we don't have a standard. Now that I'm thinking about it, we don't have much standard. The standard is saying
it's history.
Don't saying that's what we say, but it's more or less like.
So now let's keep it moving. So because I didn't get y'all's point of view of, do you believe you have black fatigue, or do you experience it?
I have black fatigue.
Yeah. What's your thoughts
on
the whole black fatigue situation that just started popping up in everybody's algorithm?
Which definition are you using?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
The one that MJ put, the explaining. You tired of explaining to people the microaggressions and how if you touching my hair and all these other.
Okay, so do I have black fatigue in the sense of am I tired of explaining to other people what black people have to experience in the U.S. or?
Correct. Right.
Yeah, it gets tiring at times. Like we were talking about when Bumpkin was up here, we were talking to him about it. It's like some people I think they take it personal, specifically like white people. They take things personal. Sometimes the way it's brought to them, it is in a personal way, so they get defensive. Some just don't care. Some find it to be that if they say yes to this, that means that they're going to get punished somehow, some way. So in a more personal stance. So like, DEI, okay, that's benefiting black people. Oh, as a straight white man, that's going to negatively, like if I agree to DEI, therefore I'm getting punished somehow. And some are just racist, and so you're never going to get through to them.
Some good points.
Yeah, and like they're like, oh, where's my privilege, essentially? Like, where's the thing that's going to put me above everybody else? Or if I was in a lineup with everybody else, that would get me chosen, even though all other qualifications might be equal or whatever. So there's a lot of things. But yeah, it is tiring because I don't know. I think a lot of these people need to go and just live life a little bit and just see how shit is. Okay,
I like it.
Can I interject real quick?
Sure.
I would like to say I think I agree with MJ definition, but also just thinking about this in the moment, I think that may be like how you were saying with the words we get and they coming from white people, they make the definitions. And I feel like we need to reverse those. Like, this sounds like white fatigue more than, because this is what we have to explain to the white people more than black people. Even the black people who act like they are against it, they still get it. They'll admit that they get it. So I think this is more like a white fatigue. Like, because we don't have to explain to other black people about being black. It's only non-black. So I don't know why that would be called black fatigue.
Well, I think it's,
I don't know,
it's
bro.
like a fatigue that black people have is why it's called
side of the black fatigue.
I think.
Like, I get fatigue. I get fatigue feeling like holding blacks to a standard and expecting more than innately makes you white, right? Like that's where my fatigue comes from. Not being able to criticize my own and hold us to a standard without being considered PWI Willie. Like, that's wild.
I mean,
that's a new name for sure. You need to change it right now. PWI Willie.
No, but I can explain that too. I'm on the road today. Fuck it. Now listen, it's because the standard you're giving us is the white standard. You're not telling us a new standard nobody's never heard of. That's why everybody be saying, like, y'all be saying, pull yourself up. This is shit racist white people are saying. Like, it's a saying, right? But that don't really make it valid.
I never took that stance, though. You know that, right?
No, I'm not even saying that's what you did. I'm just saying in terms of most of the times when we pull up you did. That the whole thing with Shador. You feel me? The talking points. That's some white folk talking points. I ain't saying you a whitewash. I ain't even call you PWI, right? But I'm just saying, I will agree right there in that moment where you saying this is the standard for him. This is some weirdo white shit because it's a bunch of white kids, quarterbacks.
I'm saying the kid never had bootstraps. He was selected to be the starting quarterback by his father. Now he's pulling himself up
He
by
was
his
a 4-star
bootstraps.
recruit. You understand
What are
that?
you talking about?
Next. Before we get on football again.
Yeah, I ain't gonna get into football again.
I
But
think
he had multiple scholarships. That's all I'll say. You can look it up. He's a 4-star recruit. So it's not about pulling yourself up. You're gonna make the best business decision as anyone. Why would you not go play for this highly noted coach, dad or not? Being your dad makes it easier. But I mean, come on. Regardless, here nor there.
Not only that, the fact that they say his dad is not saying a NFL Hall of Famer. But Ambassador 7050, do you have?
Can I throw Willie a lifeline real quick?
Oh, okay, good.
Just off of from what
Hold on.
KT was saying. I think part of the issue is, or where Willie's coming from, is he's saying something, and regardless of whether there might be racist whites or other people saying it, doesn't make it not true. You can look at it with more suspicion or whatnot, but a racist white can say the sky is blue. The sky is still blue, whether a racist white is saying it or not, and whether I agree with it or not. It can still be true, and I think that's kind of Willie's point, is that, and Willie's perspective, he's saying something that's true. He doesn't care about who else is saying it. It's true to him. Therefore, stop calling him white or saying that he's whatever, because he has this opinion that other people happen to hold as well that aren't his skin tone or of his other beliefs.
And now we got AR's other side came out just now.
I'm just
when we having a conversation and we literally having a conversation about race, we cannot talk about something that is a fact, right? Because when we talk about microaggressions and people using systems, it don't have nothing to do with a racist person saying a fact. But we could all say facts. It doesn't mean because we said the sky is blue that we have an ideology. What Willie is talking to us was an ideology, not a
actuality,
not a fact. Yes, and that was your white side color. This is what PWI really was attempting to do as well. He was trying to.
I can see both sides.
No, but it's not a. But it's not a side that,
Wait.
Willie's thing is that he agrees. Okay, well, from what I got from what Willie was saying was, it's not about he disagrees that he disagrees with microaggressions totally, or these different systemic racism things, or whatever that the Black community has to deal with, generally speaking. He's talking about a specific instance. He doesn't agree it held up to that standard that he has. And because he doesn't agree with you guys on this specific standard or this specific situation, he is now PWI Willie.
Right. And so the problem is that like his facts that he was bringing up doesn't line up. And that's the issue. So like if I say the sky is blue and then the other person is saying, like, okay, like, no, we could look at it and say, oh, it's sky blue. So when he's bringing up these other so-called facts, and we was easily to pick those facts apart, and he had no argument to substantiate.
Like which one?
Argument. It doesn't matter because I don't want to go into. So I don't want to go back into the football conversation, right? Because your facts are not facts at all. It's not even close to being fact.
That's a crazy amount of slander, man.
No, it's not a slander because we picked it apart. I picked it apart.
No, you didn't. You didn't want to talk about football, bro.
Right. I gotta push back. Hold on. And so this is what I'm saying, AR. So this is the sky is blue. Like it's about football because he's a football player. It's not about football.
Okay. I stopped listening when I got kicked off and y'all started talking about football. So, but from the little bit I heard before and the little bit I heard when I got back, that's how I got it. But if between that time he was saying other stuff,
So AOS, that's what I'm saying. So when we talk about the little microaggressions and he tried to bring up football, that's when the idea, the white man's mentality started to come out of him. Because the fact is, it ain't about football at all.
Maybe it's from them white girls he was messing with.
Hey. Welcome to the show, the beautiful conversations with MJ. What is your thoughts? Do you have black fatigue? Beautiful.
Yeah, I do. I wouldn't say that I have the same. I don't think that everybody's black fatigue is going to be the same, but I have dealt with microaggressions, and you know my career, right? I'm surrounded by misogyny and racism at the same damn time. So, but what I wanted to explain, I'm not going to stay long, is the definition that I gave is the actual definition of black fatigue. what you're seeing on social media is racists co-opting the word, not actually knowing what the definition was, and trying to say that they are tired about hearing about Black people's injustices, and that's them taking the victim narrative. Now, if they really did their research instead of being idiots, but we could tell that racists are idiots, they would, what they're talking about would be white fatigue, meaning as they're dealing with stressors of them being white, or feeling like they're being discriminated for being white and not being able to do certain things, or they can't say certain things because they're white and the history of white in this country. But because they're retarded and they think that anything that's linked to the word Black is negative, they took our definition that was from the man who created it from the book that Afro was talking about, and painted it as we're sick of hearing Black injustices. So I just wanted to let y'all know that what you're hearing online, what people are talking about, is a co-opt faulty understanding what Black fatigue is, and the definition that I gave you is the actual definition of Black fatigue. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, and I was going to bring up the white fatigue part. That's what Bumpkin is really talking about when he's saying, so you mean to tell me if somebody paid you $500, you won't say something racist? That's your white fatigue. That ain't nothing to do with Black fatigue.
You know, like in example, white fatigue is why am I can't say the N-word and not have to deal with any repercussions about it. They think that because they're being told that you shouldn't say the N-word and it makes you a shitty person to say the N-word, that you are so somehow taken away from their freedom of speech. And that's what white fatigue is, and that's how they're trying to express it. But like I said, they're stupid, they don't do their homework, and they didn't know what the actual definition of the word was.
Damn.
White fatigue is just being a victim, from what I heard. Ultimate victimhood.
It's a real thing. I could understand it.
I mean, it is a real thing. Like they can be stressed about things. Let's just be perfectly clear, right? We all have our different stressors, right?
Yeah.
It's not like they're walking around and every single person who is white is not dealing with some shit. They are. But like I said, in this situation, that they used the wrong definition. They used the wrong word. They just co-opted and they thought, oh, this is saying that you're sick and tired about hearing about Black injustices and things of that sort. Let's just put it out there. And they ran with it.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And they started to use like the statues as a part of the Black fatigue. They try to use hip hop culture as part of the Black fatigue. You know, Anton tried to use the fact that Black culture is trash is a part of Black fatigue. That have nothing to do with it. They are trying to redefine what the person that came up with it in the first place. They're trying to redefine his idea, and it's sad to see that you trying to literally remix it like you P. Diddy.
Well, there's laziness. There's laziness really by both Black and white commenters about what Black fatigue really is. The term is used incorrectly, as MJ just stated, right? Now, if you want to make an argument about, as I said earlier, ratchet fatigue or ghetto culture, just like you would talk about Southern cracker culture or Appalachian culture, you can make that argument, right? But no one is doing that. It's too easy to just say Black. Black is everything. They don't want to do the hard work in being very specific about what you're agitated about. And also one other thing, white folks, and they refuse to talk about it. They won't get clear on this. They don't have to deal with Black people. They don't live around Black people by and large. So what is going on with you? What is your proximity to Black people where you're fatigued by whatever you're talking about? You know what I'm saying? It's difference between if I'm located in the hood, or if I have to deal with other Black people, and let's say I'm a regular Black person, and Raekwon, Shaquan, Lakeisha is causing a commotion, and then my 2-year-old child gets shot or cut because of some Black ignorance or lower tier ignorance. That's something that Black people have to deal with, right? That's not the same thing as white people dealing. They're not dealing with that day to day. They're not dealing with gang violence day to day. Now, Why aren't they having that same energy when you have to deal with mass killings or shootings in churches and shootings in schools? Why isn't that considered white fatigue?
But see, here's the thing, Afro Nerd, and I agree with you're saying, but the thing is, when they said that they have black fatigue, they meant it. It is not a specific part of black fatigue. They are sick and tired of hearing about anything that has to do with black people. And they're being honest when they're saying that. They don't want to hear about any transgressions, any issues, whether if it's microaggressions, macroaggressions, situations when it comes down within the courts, situation that has to come down with law enforcement. They don't want to hear nothing. Absolutely nothing, even to the point why the statue was put into the black fatigue, right? Why do this particular type of black woman has to be portrayed? Why does she has to have a statue? Why do we even have to see that? You see what I'm saying? So it's all in together. They're not going to separate it because truly they meant exactly what they said. It's just black. It's not hood black. It's not I guess distinguished black. It's not. They're just tired of it all. And we just have to admit it.
Yeah, but they're being slick because they're using the lower tier imagery to mask everything. Like when they start going into these rants, they're going to talk about LaQuisha, Shaquan, Raekwon, those kind of individuals, and then they will envelop everybody else. So we're kind of on the same thing. But when they start getting in on this, they're going to talk about LaQuisha with 10 children and 6 baby fathers. That's what they do. They're doing.
And they only going to keep it on the women that do that too, right? So that's another part of the black fatigue, right? Because I don't know when I'm going to do it, but I do want to have a conversation about that passive and his daddy having 10 kids by 6 women. That's crazy to me.
I mean, sorry. I just wanted to. Who?
I don't know his name, but I'm gonna try to do
there's a lot of them. Nick Cannon, Cam Newton, you name it. Okay.
Future.
But what I was going to say, Afro Nerd, like I understand what you're saying. Yes, they're going to use the most go-to to push that narrative. But what I'm trying to explain to you, they're sick of it all. They're even sick of the ones that they consider is conforming to their way of life and how they want you to conduct yourself in society. They're tired of that too. It's just easy to point out the one that has always been on the chopping block for criticism. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to use that as a tool, but they're tired of it all. That's why they didn't say, "Oh, we're just tired of this quote unquote hip hop hoodlum life." That's the reason why they didn't say it, because truly they're tired of everything.
Hey, MJ,
everything that's associated with it. The good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm sorry. The good, the bad, and the ugly.
You know what it remind me of, MJ? And shout out to all the beautiful grass that Chicago Real is walking past too. That's some pretty good landscaping there. Is that the fact that Jason Whitlock himself has experienced it with Nick Fuentes, when Jason Whitlock doing all the right things and saying all the right things on being black, but saying all the white things. But Nick Fuentes got tired of it because he's like, you are benefiting of it. Like, so that was him having his white fatigue, right? Because
absolutely. It's just like what happened with Myron, right? When they showed a recorded video of Myron in a clubhouse meeting with a whole bunch of other I guess right wingers or racists, and when he said that, Myron said he agreed with everything that they said, but then when he made an opinion about, I guess, the immigrants, he was like, "Oh, see, this is what's the problem with dealing with non-white people who agree with us. Y'all think that y'all could tell us what to do, and y'all think that y'all gonna stay. You don't have no power with that. Like, this is why we don't like working with you, even though you're agreeing with what we're saying." So, like I said, this is another example that it doesn't even matter if you're a conforming or a non-conforming. They're sick of it. Period.
Correct. Perfect. That was good. You just sparked up that thought. Thank you so much. Welcome to the show, Chicago Gorilla. Clearly, he's not walking fatigue. Chicago Gorilla, do you have black fatigue? He didn't take long to get on here today.
No. I'm walking 15 minutes that way and 15 minutes back that way. You dig? And Nah, this landscaping ain't that good. Niggas need to step up, man. I'm just listening. That was a very good point that you made regarding Jason Whitlock. Because up to then, I was like, I don't know that whites. I'm sick of blacks in that way. Like, I know they sick of being blamed for everything. Like, they sick of white guilt and everything being about racism. But I don't know, man. No, I don't have black fatigue. I think part of the conversations I've been hearing is about, Negro fatigue. You know what I'm saying? Degenerate fatigue, 1000%. Black fatigue. You know me, I'm 10 toes down with this thing. No.
Like
but y'all keep cooking. I'm gonna go mute.
Good grass right there. What are you talking about?
Hold on. I'm gonna show you the old man when I come back. I'm gonna show you the old man at the end of the block. This dude retired, and it shows.
Must be nice.
That's where you can see some good landscaping.
Man, his joint, his like shrubs and everything look like afros. He got many afros on his yard. Yeah. He's serious about it.
I think Chicago, when you get to it, when you actually own a house and you see how much work it takes to have your grass and your shrubs look a certain
man,
way,
listen.
You take a dude, it ain't just grass, bro.
Man, listen. Hey, we got a skunk in our yard, Sharon.
Yo, Chicago, bro, when I tell you my green thumb still ain't working yet, man.
Yeah, mine's neither. And my father-in-law, he was cutting our grass last year. And then he bought me a lawnmower.
And speaking of cutting grass, welcome to the show. Fighter Complex.
Oh,
you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's good with you? Do you have black fatigue, sir?
No, I have black pussy fatigue. Where the white women at?
Ask where Willie at. He got you.
Yeah.
Not Sharon. Sharon know where the white women at.
That's fine. Right? But do you understand the conversation about black fatigue by any chance?
No, I thought black fatigue meant tired of those who have all these so-called grievances, always complaining, right? That's black fatigue, right?
No, that's what they're trying to make it out to be now, right? Okay. So a lot of the racist human beings out there, they are trying to turn the actual definition into what you just suggested, and a lot of people are running with that. But really, the real true definition, because it's from a book from 5 years ago, the real definition is about black people explaining and expressing all the microaggressions and all the little racist things that happen to black people that we still constantly got to do today, and people try to sweep it under the rug. That's the real definition of it.
Sharon, do you believe that sometimes humans tend to exaggerate situations or things where it doesn't fit or it doesn't exist?
Does that happen? You asked me, does that happen in life?
Yeah.
It happens in life, yes.
Okay, so that's the problem. That's why they're tired of those who are crying about racism where it doesn't exist. For example, when the topic concerning the Sanders, I forgot his name, Schroeder. They're claiming racism, but in the top 10 first draft picks were black men. Like I think half of them were black men. The first round, the first pick was a black man. Mm-hmm. What are you guys complaining about?
So that doesn't mean it wasn't
right there,
and so
hey, Fighter, respectfully. Yeah, go ahead, Sharon. My bad. Cook that up.
No, you good. Go ahead, Rilla.
Because I was gonna say, just because the top 10 were black, that doesn't mean that racism wasn't present, right? Because here's a kid that did everything correct. He did, and still, even in his current interviews, he's saying all the right things. Like I think the last one he just did, they asked him about Trump, and he found a way to include the everyday working class people into his thank you. So here's a kid that's media trained, that comes from wealth, that's doing all the right things, and he was still penalized for that to teach his dad a lesson. There's a racial component there because we can juxtapose that again against the Johnny, and I don't want to relitigate it, but against the Johnny Manziels, the Baker Mayfield, so on and so forth, and they didn't receive that type of punishment.
You know,
falling to the 5th round is egregious for a caliber of talent as he is.
Now,
Rilla. Right, but let me build on that, Fighter. Here's my issue, right?
We're about to get in that football talk again. I gotta go.
No, I want to get completely out of football because I'm going to start with the fact that
he hates manly stuff.
if being right is wrong, I don't want to be white, right? Let me make that clear, right? Because a lot of times we focus on where we're diametrically opposed as opposed to where the overlap is. So I'm saying it again, Siobhan, so it's not confused. If being right is wrong, I don't want to be white. That don't mean I want to be white. That doesn't mean I'm in line with their way of thinking. We just may be opposed on a topic. But don't lose sight of the fact that I'm your comrade in every other argument, right? With regard even to the black statue, right? I may not have thought it was the best depiction of black women, but one thing I'm not gonna do, right, is oppose it. I am going to back us saying, whatever the case may be, this statue has a right to be here because we watch y'all do sculptures with your little wee-wees out all over the earth, and we don't complain about these things,
That's
right?
crazy.
So why is a sister being in the middle of Times Square problematic at all for you, white man? I'm always gonna be on that side of the argument, right? Me not. All right, so I want to get right to it. My issue with making Shador an issue is we have to think politically and strategically. One of the biggest arguments when we are pushing issues that are important is y'all cry over everything, right? Don't give them fuel for that argument. This was not a case, right, that we should be hinging the racism argument on. Again, like I said before, he stayed at Jackson State. His father continued to build a black program. I'm outside with my dashiki on and my fist in the air. Yeah, it's all racism. He didn't do that, right? So we have to be clear about the level of criticism our own deserve. And if
Right.
you bought into the system, right, the system's gonna deal with you how it deals with you. So
Why are we the
I don't
only
want it,
ones
I
that's
don't want
told
it to
that we
get
need to?
twisted. I don't want it to get twisted and become because I'm not defending Shador. Now I'm in line with the white man's way of thinking. I'm not trying to prevent y'all from marching for Shador either. I don't think it's
I
smart.
don't think nobody's marching for Shador though. I think they're calling out what they see, and I think that's perfectly okay. Like it's like we're the only ones that's taught
Look at them beautiful
to,
trees.
and we no, they need to do work over here too. This is
I love
like
your walk. I
the
love your walk through the neighborhood, bro. I love the
yeah.
walk through
Well,
the
you
neighborhood.
know,
Go
look,
ahead.
people so quick to talk about what Chicago is and isn't. So anytime I get an opportunity, I'm gonna show y'all what it is. Ain't no gunshots
That's
pop
the
off here, by
shot.
the way. Yeah.
I was
So
expecting to see a dead body.
Look, that's some
exactly.
nice grass right there, Chicago. That's some nice
Nah,
grass.
B. Nah, son. Look, and I'm finna walk up on this. You finna see all these weeds and dandelions out now. You gotta do work over here.
Oh, you
But
ain't real
listen,
Chicago. You from Brooklyn. You said, nah, son. You gave it away.
nah. I'm messing with Sharon. But I feel like we're the only ones that when we have a grievance or we want to point out something or our antennas stick up, it's like tuck your tail in, right? Don't say that too loud or don't say too much because you don't want to be seen as whiny. Again, the small hats get to say never forget. They get to say that and stand on that. So much so in the alphabet community too, right? So much so you self-check. You watch your words when you get on this platform, right? Y'all don't sit up there and say, oh, they whining too much. They crying and complaining. Better tiptoe around that because you don't want them, you don't want the white man to look at you and say, you crying too much. I don't care about their fatigue. Hey, pay what you owe, fam. How about that? Pay the debt that you owe. And if there's an injustice on Shador Sanders, I agree. We ain't got to tear nothing down and march all day for it, but we're going to call it out. We're going to call it out and we're going to keep it moving. Absolutely. Like, I agree at this point, we do got to get to building our own institutions, get to building our own communities and neighborhood schools and so on and so forth. But while we doing all that, if there's an injustice taking place, we absolutely should continue to call that out and don't lower your voice.
Barilla, my point is
That's Rilla right there.
Barilla, my point
He
is
gone.
we are
He gone.
inundated with
Oh, never mind.
injustices, right? There's a million and one other topics we could be giving light to, right? They could be the headline.
You
Listen to what
feel?
I'm saying. Hold on.
That's what
Hold on.
Chicago
Let me
was.
make my
Hold
point.
on,
We
Willie.
never
No,
got the
he
we
a
never got the
tether,
justice.
Sharon. You know he a tether, right, Sharon?
Yo, I heard
Wait,
somebody
Sharon, now you
say.
see this right here?
Can I make my point?
Yeah, hold on. Willie, so
See
that's
that?
exactly what really was
He's a
just
tether.
talking about, right? It's saying that,
Y'all
hey,
tweaking.
no, we can take
Yeah.
the
Anybody
smallest
who don't
thing.
agree is a tether.
We could
No,
take.
he is.
Okay, it's fine. We could talk about that another day. But what I'm saying is that no, we gotta be able to call it out. It don't matter how small or big, even the smallest things, like this little micro, because this was a microaggression towards a black man. We need to call that out as
All right.
well.
Let's get to the macroaggression that's more important, right? Let's
No,
say I was.
you
Let's
interrupted me,
say I
bro.
was a
You
tether, like
interrupted
you
me, bro.
claim.
I got you.
You
Let's say
interrupted
my
me, bro.
family doesn't have a lineage that goes all the way back to slavery, and I can give you schools in my family members' names in Bluffton, South Carolina, right now, right? Let's say I'm just a tether and I'm not connected to none of that. Pointing that out
Are
is
you drunk?
macroaggression, and it comes from my own. That's more problematic than whatever them crackers is doing to Shador. My
Crackers?
brother, my
Crackers?
That was
brother,
very
my brother.
racist, sir. That was
You
very
said
racist.
that's a
Okay,
wait.
all
I just
right.
want to make
Bro,
sure. You said that's a
that was very
macroaggression.
Hold on. I want the conversation to go. Fighter, you got something to talk
Yeah,
about the
he
topic?
doesn't know what micro and macro is. He doesn't know the difference. All right, Chicago Rilla.
Yes, sir. I'm walking to get a
Remember?
chopped cheese, by the way.
Get out of here, bro. I'm getting some. I got Chinese.
Minor in macroeconomics. I
All
definitely
right,
know minor,
bro. I'm
minor
not
from
talking to
macro.
you, yo. I'm not talking to you,
Now, you
Tether.
made a statement about me, though. I
All right,
want
Right.
to
all
I
right,
don't want it
clarify.
to turn it. Hold
all
on,
right,
y'all. I don't
Macro
want
was
this
my
to turn.
minor.
Hey,
all
we
right,
have
Tether.
hold on. We having a good conversation. I don't want to turn to
A battle.
conversation, please. Start with the insults, please.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
all right.
Sharon, you got
Chicago
to let me fight the fight. A lot of shots got thrown my way.
I
Let me
got you.
handle them one by one. I'm going to start with Fighter. Go ahead.
and post
I
control,
got
sir.
you. I got you. Go ahead. Go ahead, fighter.
Chicago Rilla. You were remember Randy Moss? Remember when he was on the Patriots? Remember how they performed? They almost went perfect that perfect season. Remember they were balling, right? And remember how Randy Moss is one of the greatest wide receivers of all time. And I always Patriots is my squad. And when they kicked him off the team, it was because he was being problematic or because he's black.
You asked me if they kicked Randy Moss off the team because he was problem for performance, or that conduct
No.
Randy
detrimental to the
Moss is
team, or
not
because
Jerry
he's black.
Rice.
Yeah, because he is black or because of his
No, I
conduct. Or
don't
was it
think.
because
No,
his
no, no. I
behavior?
think conduct detriment. Yeah, behavior detrimental to the team. I don't know what was said or what was done in the locker rooms,
Right.
but go ahead.
Yeah. So now the issue is that anyone it's very easy to always pull the race card. You don't really need an evidence. The only evidence you need is, oh well, he's a black player and things didn't work out for him, so it was for the race. You know how
Yeah,
easy it is just to implement that.
Okay,
that's
so
just
so
ignorant as hell.
okay, so
That ain't
hold
what
on,
nobody be saying
so
though.
hold on.
Yeah.
So it's easy to disprove what you're saying, right? So all we gotta do is say, hey, if somebody of a different skin complexion did the same exact thing, they got treated differently. That's how we could prove that is racist.
So now watch this, Sharon. So what we going to do? Stop buying tickets, stop watching the games, or keep crying?
Okay, perfect
Because
question.
it's their league.
I'm glad you asked that question. And so this is how we easily answer. This is again another white man's talking point, right? They think that because we can't talk about it, we can't call it out, and we can't acknowledge it. This is what white men want us to do. They don't want us to acknowledge it because they keep saying that, hey, what you gonna do about it now, nigga?
Yeah, my argument is a black power argument. Stop
No, it's not.
empowering
No, it's not.
people
So it's
who
not.
you're
So
claiming are racist.
So the reason why it's not a black power issue is that like most of the things happen is because of words. It doesn't happen from marching and all these other things. So when you start to say, so what's the solution? We know that's not a real genuine conversation. Most solutions happen from us speaking, and then now the ball could start rolling to now we can uproar. So if we be quiet about it and we just shut up and dribble, that is the real problem. We need to speak up, and so everybody know that you cannot disrespect us as a people or a community or as an American. You said it's going to be merit based.
You want to know your loudest voice?
I got you. Yes, you will be able to. So if you're going to say this shit is merit based, then we're going to hold you to that merit base. This young man, he did everything that is a part of your merit-based system. So now we want to see you hold to your own standard.
You want to know what's your loudest voice? Your dollar.
No.
Vote with your dollar, right?
It's not. The reason why it's not, Malcolm X was not rich. Martin Luther King wasn't rich. Dr. Umar Johnson's not rich. Most of the people that changed things, they were not rich.
I don't think that's his point. That's not his point.
That's not my point at all.
I know that's the problem because that's another white man's talking point, thinking that
no, that's not.
It is. I'm trying to. I understand you don't agree. I understand you don't.
That's the Alabama boycott.
I understand you don't agree with the assessment, but that's what white people do. They go ahead and buy lobbyists. They don't actually do anything. This is why Donald Trump, he has the white thought process. That's why he's executive ordering everything, because he cannot get it any other way. Because if he tried to uplift and move the Congress through leadership, he won't be able to get nothing done because he cannot articulate himself well enough to actually get the Congress to vote in his favor. So he got to executive order everything. And this is the problem with a lot of conservative black men. They think that everything is about a goddamn dollar, where it's power to the people, not the dollar.
So Sharon,
I think you got a lot of gumbo in your argument. A lot of gumbo going on there.
This is where it gets crazy, because you call me PWI Willie, but your argument is based in white. But your argument is based in white standards. My argument is coming from comparing us to our people. When our people had issues, they used their dollar to make a statement. You got an issue with us? We're not going to support your business. Negroes are so comfortable and love that NFL so much. That's too much to ask.
So the problem
Let's
is
get
that
real.
So the problem that you're missing, we don't use our dollar, we keep our dollar. So
we don't keep our dollar.
So
we don't keep our dollar.
Again, the way how we typically do it with this whole money thing is that we boycott by keeping our money to ourselves, and we don't know where to spend it. That's the main reason. That's what you're trying to say, is that
I'm saying we don't do
money away. And so that is a quick, fast, proven track record, because we don't have enough capital to actually pay for lobbyists, which we understand that. And this is why our voice matters. This is why we got to start getting on subjects that we all agree on, and stop allowing people to just want to argue for no reason. So when we see something, we got to call it out, because we allow them to call it out with every other race and not say it's whining. Chicago Red pointed it out perfectly. Other religious situations, you could say the slightest little thing, and that person would get canceled quick, fast, and
lay on your head.
Yeah,
and
but Sharon, I kind of understand the fundamental difference in our ideologies.
Hold
right?
on,
That's what I'm saying. Hold on.
I just need you to understand. Hold on, Willie, the problem that you are missing, like literally, if a small hat person is on a TV show, you start talking about tattoos.
I know that. I agree.
All right. So if you just start talking about tattoos on a Jewish person, your ass could get canceled. So therefore, I do not understand why a black man will fight for the fact that we cannot say, hey, what you're doing to our black young man that did everything correct is wrong.
That's a disingenuous argument
for that. And the problem is, when you turn into PWI Willie, you tend to just forget what is actually happening.
Nah, bro, that's a disingenuous argument, and I'll tell you why.
And you try to focus on.
I'm gonna tell you why that's a disingenuous argument.
I got you. And then you try to focus on the football and all these other things that don't really actually have anything to do. We talking about the little small micro things that they continuously do to say how they are in alignment with each other. They don't care. They don't care how stupid or dumb Donald Trump is. They are going to be on his side. They don't care that this whole time when we was arguing that they are trying to appoint and push out Project 2025 agenda. Guess who they just appointed as a part of the Donald Trump administration? The person who wrote Project 2025 is not a part of his cabinet. We've been trying to tell you these things. However, people do not want to pay attention to the little micro things, because y'all only want to concentrate on the macro, because y'all think that's the most important. However, it is not. You got to listen. Grandma used to say, nip that shit in the bud, sir.
Sharon,
also, you know what else Grandma used to say was PWI Willie? Hey, shit don't change until you get up and wash your ass, nigga. Boy.
Hey. Sharon, I think you might be part Creole, because you sound like you got some jambalaya. Verbal jambalaya is what I heard right there.
Yeah, because
you put everything in
argument.
You put everything into the toilet and you mixed it up.
Yeah. And my thing is
Everything.
this,
He
right?
had
My
Teva.
thing
He
is this.
Look at the
I understand that
wrist.
the
Look
fundamental
at the
issue,
wrist.
I understand, like for me, the fundamental issue is that you believe certain things can't be accomplished. I believe, right, we determine our own fate. And I do believe we can do these things, but we're not really willing to put in the work. We'd rather just complain about it instead of making the NFL feel it. When white folk got to deal with Kendrick Lamar, they tell the NFL, we're going to make you feel it. We're not coming to the games. We're not going to watch, right? We're not willing. We just want to complain about the same system that we say we shouldn't be so
Wait,
thirsty to
what?
integrate into.
He said
So
when
now
white folk got to deal with Kendrick Lamar, that was the most watched NFL anything ever.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Did you hear what I said, and do you disagree? If you go
Yeah,
to
you
any
said
I
when white
Fox,
disagree.
folk got
listen
to
to what I'm
deal with
saying.
Kendrick
If you
Lamar, I
go to
want to.
any
That's why I'm
Fox
asking.
News comment section, right,
Oh
for
God,
something
dog.
that was as small as a Kendrick Lamar performance,
All they gonna do is cry though, Willie.
white people have
Wait, hold
sworn
on.
on the Bible that they are
Right.
not going to put their money behind that anymore.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so wait. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, right? So you're saying that white people complaining in the Fox whatever comment, and Fox comment, right?
Yeah,
I
that's
just want to make
crazy
sure
when
I'm
they
hearing that
follow.
right.
Yep.
That's your argument.
My argument is they're going to follow through with their actions. So after
Who
they
will?
complain, they're going to cancel their season tickets. They're going
Cleveland
to do
Negative.
Browns
these
just had the
things that
most
these
watched
NFL
Negative.
teams
rookie
Right.
will
minicamp
fail.
ever.
Negative, sir. Negative.
People are still
Negative.
watching the NFL right now, white people included. It's mostly white
And
I
people. So I mean,
understand that, bro.
and wait.
Y'all are
they
being
Understand this
gonna cry
purposely
and
also.
say
obtuse.
something.
Wait.
Y'all are being
Hold on.
purposely obtuse.
No,
right?
brother. Listen. Because when you say think strategically, you also have to factor in one of the reasons why the NFL has the sponsorships, the corporate sponsorships. Where do you think all these corporate sponsorships coming from? They recognize where the revenue is. How much money you think is in those TV deals, right? They gonna say one thing about not buying tickets, which for the most part is like a family institution for most of these cats.
I have the
But be that as
perfect
it
example.
may, do you think they gonna take their eyeballs off that screen come Sunday?
I have the perfect example, right? So
But before your
Budweiser,
example, answer
I'm
this
on mute.
question so we can have the
I'm
conversation.
gonna answer with what I'm saying, right? Budweiser put a transmission out there in front of NFL fans. They lost their mind. When I tell you white folks killed that stock over the next month, right? They made
So
that
did
company
Budweiser make
feel
the
it.
adjustment, or did NFL make the adjustment?
I'm putting them in the same. I'm putting them in this.
Hold on. So this is
Crazy.
why Willie is just windmilling for no reason.
No,
The reason why
y'all aren't
hold on, I
understanding what
got
I'm
you. The
saying
reason
No,
because
I
I
get
keep
what you're
getting cut
saying.
off.
hold on, no, he's trying to conflate things. This is the problem why PWI Willie is not understanding. They lost a lot of money is because they started doing the legit situation. That's when they lost the money. When they started doing all that rainbow stuff, that's when they like, hey, this ain't American enough.
That's
Hey,
what I just said. That was my point.
no,
They
but you made it
voted
seem
with
like
their dollars.
By the
They
way,
voted with their
Budweiser,
dollars. They stopped
Budweiser them
drinking
recouped that.
Budweiser. They voted with their dollars.
no, they
And
did
you
not.
instantly
That's not voting with
felt.
your dollar. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, Willie.
I don't think
God
you
damn
understand.
it.
Hold on. So Sharon, let me explain the concept of voting with your dollar, right?
Now this one is nice.
Anything you have an issue with, anything that you think is counterproductive against you and what you're trying to push, you don't spend any money with it, and you complain about other people spending money with it. We want to talk about the small hats and act like we don't understand. That's what they did to Yeezys, right?
They not so
Absolutely not.
okay,
That's not what they did with Yeezys.
no,
Absolutely not.
this is
Adidas done
crazy.
sold. Yeah, they done sold out of the. Listen, listen. Adidas made a preemptive move. Kanye still sells out on his website with the $20 whatever he's selling over there. The last bit of inventory that Adidas would normally destroy, they reissued them on the market and made more.
Yes.
If you go on a resale market now,
none of
the
that
Adidas
disproves my point. My point was the Jews started a ruckus. right? They pushed people to potentially boycott this company. This company had to address the issue. We denounced Kanye, we're getting rid of him, right? They did the exact same thing to Kyrie Irving.
Yeah,
Exact same
No,
thing.
they boycotting people, not companies. That's what you're not
Yeah.
Y'all aren't
realizing.
understanding my point.
They're not boycotting companies, they're boycotting
All
people,
right,
bro.
now you right.
Hold on. PWR, you are wilding right now. That's not even close to what we are having a conversation about.
Nah, I did,
All
but
right,
I
my bad. I'm going on mute.
understand.
Okay, I understand.
Maybe it's not the right room to make the
I
connection. I
understand
get
what happens when points starts to get disproven. People got to start windmilling, and I get it. But give me a second. Welcome into the show, Bolo TV, the Village. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Salutations to all the brothers.
Thank you. Do you have
Oh, snap.
Bolo TV? Do you have black fatigue?
Yeah, I got black fatigue. I do. And hopefully I'm not interrupted and I won't take that long because I just came up to say this. And this is exactly why we can't get nothing done. And I'll explain. Every thriving community has a standard and expectation of what it means to be a man, to lead, to protect, and to provide with integrity. For too long, our community has drifted without clear, unified standards for our men, young and old alike. This absence has left us too long lost, disconnected, or chasing broken models. That changes now. I'm starting a man's class to restore what should have never been lost: purpose, discipline, brotherhood, and faith. It's time to build men who stand on something solid, who live with principle, and who pour into the next generation with love, strength, and wisdom. Our community deserves that, and it starts with us. That's our problem. You have, 8 brothers on the stage, and no one is on the same page. Because before you start moving around with power, you first have to create that power within the men. You have to create community. The root word to community is common. We have to have a common goal.
Yep.
We have to have something that we strive for, and we don't, because we are so fractured when it comes to us. This is why our women don't follow us in as a majority, because they see the fracture. They see us arguing about something simple. The reason why the Jews and every other community can move the way they move is because their men move in unison. It may not be all, but the majority of them do. They see the bigger picture. They see the micro, everything that my man Sharon is saying. It's going over everyone's head because everyone has a personal point that they want to prove. It's an egotistical thing. We're not thinking about the next man to our left and the next man to our right and everyone that comes up behind us. We're not thinking about that. And that's the problem. We talk about what it is to be a man, but no one shows. Today that stops. I'm starting a man's class. Information is coming out. We need to get it together, guys. We need to get it together. We need to be able to see the bigger picture opposed to looking at things through a peephole. And this is what we're doing. We're having branch conversation instead of having root conversation. Sharon, thank you for letting me up. I love you all. Look out for
Well
that man.
said, family. Well said.
And now hopefully we can turn you back to Wall Street, Willie, instead of PWI, Willie. Go ahead,
Man,
African
listen,
American.
man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, right? Like when I get the pushback I get to simple criticism towards what I believe would be collective power, the one thing I'm not gonna do is crash out and take the other side. So I'm never gonna oppose my people. But when you want to know why a lot of people say, well, I'm just gonna step back and let y'all figure it out, it's because I can't fundamentally go in a direction that I think is detrimental, right? And so even when a topic like this, my issue was always from the very beginning, it was so trivial that with everything else we had going on in the world at the time, it wasn't worth us having contention over. Once I listened to another brother, well, you know what? You might not be right on that because it's the issue. And I rebut, he rebuts. All right, you know what? Maybe it is more beneficial just to leave that one there. And if you don't want to leave it there, if you still want to push the line, right? I'm all for it. But why do I have to become white boy Willie, right? Just because I think this is a very goofy stance for the black community to take. And again, I want to stress my point on where I stand. Had that man stayed at Jackson State with his son, I would be outside with a dashiki and a kufi on right now with my fist in the air saying this is racism. When you buy into a white system and abandon a black program, maybe I just held a grudge because of that, right? But yeah, I don't see racism here.
But see, that's the
I
problem.
see,
That's the problem, Wall Street. The problem is you keep saying I.
yeah, fighter, you tried to
So the
call me
problem,
a tether.
yeah, but the problem is there is no we. For the whole
No, I
time that
get
I've been
that.
listening,
I get that.
to you cats talk, and I fell asleep to y'all talk, and I wake up, y'all guys are saying the same thing. It's I. It's
So
I.
Bolo, listen to my point though, right?
I understand
In
your point.
terms of the
I'm not saying,
we,
saying
I wanted to put out there that the one thing I'm not gonna do is oppose my brothers. Even if I don't agree,
this is
if
the
there is
point.
a we, I'm
Right.
not going to oppose the we.
This is the
I'm
point.
not.
The point is that we have to have a common goal, and sometimes we have to understand being men and being leaders sometimes mean you forego who you are and you focus on the service of
The
your people,
goal. Agreed.
and that's the point,
So
right?
let me ask you
But
this though.
sometimes
On
you
a on a strategic
hold on. We're going too fast. That's the point. I understand that we've been stagnated a long time, my G. I get it. But how many times are we going to start something and not complete it correctly and then have to start over? When do we get tired of saying, let's do it right this time? Right?
there are there are a
Let's
lot of there are a lot of brothers that would argue that's the route they choose to go. I agree with you, right? In terms of creating that succession, right? I don't think a lot of black men our age realize our generation, maybe the first generation that doesn't have an actual president, right? Because we kind of forego the political involvement. So
my
now we
G,
want to whine and cry about it when we weren't involved, when we
Wall
didn't
Street,
make ourselves available to the elders to
Wall
hand it
Street,
down to us. Go ahead,
Wall
family.
Street. Yeah, I mean, I love your passion. But dogs, you talking about president. Cats can't even get it together to talk about a conversation on Sharon's show. That's what I'm saying. Everything that you're saying is something on the way. Right now, we're not there as a community. Right now, our young men don't have mentors to guide them through what they're going through, although the OGs have gone through what they've gone through, but they're so hurt and traumatized, they don't want to revisit it and open themselves up to the young men so that they can learn and not make the same mistakes that we made.
Now
There's a
I
disconnect.
understand your point. I
Hold
understand your
on.
point, my brother. But what I want to push back on is, yes, we do. We have you. We have
And
me,
that's
right?
and that's
Listen to what I'm saying.
and the point.
Morale is very important. And I don't want to get caught up in the conversation of what we don't have. I usually approach that conversation of we need more of,
Now
but I don't
here's
want to approach it as we
here's the
don't
point.
have.
Here's the point of me telling you the men's class, right?
Right.
It's not a point of saying we have less of. It's about saying I'm gonna put my foot where my mouth is. I'm going to cash this check. I'm going to be that mentor. I've been doing this for 3.5 years on YouTube, longer than that in the streets. So now, after the pandemic, a lot of people came to YouTube or came to social media to look for something. Some people don't have insurance, some people don't, and all this stuff. Right now, you're on a platform with over 100 people listening. There are young men, young women that are listening for something to hold on to because
I
they're at
believe
their
it.
last wit, and cats is talking about football. You understand what I'm saying? Not saying that that's not that's not saying that that's not an important conversation. It's not an important conversation to them. And the point that I'm trying to make is, listen, I don't get paid to do what I do. Okay? I have a 24-hour hotline. Call anytime you choose. 24 hours a day, lights on. There's something for them to reach out to. Now, can you imagine if we had 1,000 of those?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the point. So again, it's not me saying we don't have it. It's a point of saying, man, we've been talking about it for so damn long. Let's start doing it. This is why that men's class is important. This is why we're starting that men's class. It's important because these young men need that leadership. They need that mentorship. And then when we get them on point, now when we step to our sisters, they'll see that there's a standard, that we have a standard. So they're not going to be quick to say, well, what about you? What they're going to say is, damn, these dudes did the work. Damn, these dudes did discipline. Damn, these guys love us. Doesn't mean that we ain't going to check you. Doesn't mean that we ain't going to give you correction. But they know that it's going to be done in love. And sometimes love hurt.
Now, here's the hard part, bro, because I like to get directly to logistics. Once we figure out there's a problem, let's address it and let's tackle it, right? And while all those things are great, the reason why this is a conversation is this is what they want to hear. This is where their attention is. Their kids will be in AAU and Pop Warner next year, right? This is where the focus and the attention of our people are. And I agree with you, it's problematic. We should be working on more fundamental things. How do we divert the attention that way?
I'll tell you how, right? My children were in AAU. So when they come into the men's class and they ask these questions, oh, yo, we have a plethora of men that have experiences beyond what you can imagine. Yo, Sharon, your kid was in AAU. Let's connect you with that person there, and he can give them and walk them through, because now they're watching children when they're in junior high school, when they're in public school. In elementary school, these colleges are watching children now in football, basketball, whatever. They're not waiting for high school. They're not waiting for junior high. But the point that I'm trying to say is, if we have a hub where these men and these women that feel comfortable to bringing these questions, there's a place that they can go. They have, see, understand. The point is,
how do we create that?
I'm doing it now. I'm
You
doing it
know
now.
what I'm saying, though? Hold on.
Okay.
I just want to throw you the question, right?
Go ahead.
When we focus so much on where we're diametrically opposed, as opposed to the overlap, right? How do we get past that point and create this communal, right? Because, like here, I've somehow become white boy Willie. Listen to what I'm saying, right?
Listen,
wait, Bolo.
Hold on.
Hear me out, real quick, and I'm gonna land.
Let me just say this. Forget that you're white boy. Forget what you white boy. What I'm saying to you is this: we throw these arbitrary subjects out, right? And here's the point of why I'm saying this men's class is very important. When these cats get caught up into situations where they need to rely on information that they should have gotten when they were younger, they don't have it. They're worried, someone taught them about AAU and football and basketball and all that. They don't have the fundamentals of what being a man, a young man. They don't know what that accountability and responsibility looks like.
We understand the problem.
Hold on. So what I'm saying to you is, if we give them the fundamental issue, we give them the fundamental working, the information. We give them the coping skills, the coping mechanisms. We give them the understanding. We're giving them
the positive effects.
It could be there. You go.
I'm with you, but here's what I'm saying though. Hold on. In order to create that base, right, to offer things, we have to be able to create that common unity, that community you spoke of, right? Now, I don't take none of it personally, because I'm probably one of the most niggardly Negroes on this panel, right? So the white boy Willie thing goes right over my shoulder. But there are a lot of black men, right, who followed what their parents told them to do, who went to their churches, right? And many of them share a similar mindset, right? When we kind of just admonish them and make them white boys, what incentive do they have to kick in? And then to land here, what ends up happening, in my opinion, is you alienate these men, right, for having a certain standard that they want to set and they want to apply in tandem with what you're doing, right? But you've alienated those men. Now the other strategy doesn't work, and it then becomes the fault of the bourgeoisie.
Well,
like
you just
myself.
answered. You
You
just
get what I'm
answered,
saying?
Yes, you just answered your question. We teach these young men that understand All of the answers don't come one way. They just don't. All experiences don't come from one person. The experiences that Sharon has, this is why Taya says it takes a village to raise a child. Because Sharon as a father don't have all the experiences on the earth. You know, Uncle Chicago, Uncle John, Uncle Bolo, so forth and so on. Well, we will add to the color, right? Because Sharon is only going to give his child one color. But when uncles come in and give them all those other blue, green, yellow, orange, red, we give them that color now. Now they can see the world in color opposed to looking at it from just one.
And so to bring it, so look, to bring it full circle.
Hold on, brother.
Dog.
What I'm saying to you is, so when that young man who is brought up differently from that dude that's in the projects, the reason why they can't see each other because of the gap, because of the disrespect, because of the schism that the project cats have about the cats that had a silver spoon and vice versa.
Agreed.
What we need to do is bridge that gap, that it's okay, because here's the thing. That dude that's in the silver spoon world, he's going to need that street understanding when it comes to contracts and things of that nature, knowing that it gets dirty. And that dude that's in the street is going to need to be polished. And that's why that young man in the silver spoon. So we're helping each other. We're filling in where we are absent of. That's what we're supposed to do.
But I'm just saying that's not a reality.
But it's everything.
Hold on, listen what I'm
we
saying.
make it reality, brother.
I'm with that.
Arabs did it. The Chinese did it. Why can't we do it?
Listen, bro. I'm with that. Everything you said, I agree with fundamentally. When it comes to making the rubber hit the road, right? For me, this is why I was so opposed to even making this particular topic that we're not going to go back to an issue. There's no need to focus on something that will create contention between us when there are so many things we could be in alignment on and push towards together, right? But what ends up happening is when my side doesn't agree with something, I'm white boy Willie now, right? And like I said, I'm making a joke out of it because for me, it don't bother me at all. Like most of the people who know,
It's bothering you. It's bothering you.
let me
We can
land.
hear
Slow
it
down,
because
slow down.
you haven't landed in like an
Let me tell you
hour, bro.
something.
Bolo
Cut
came
you
in,
off. I
reset the
get cut off
room,
every time,
and you
bro.
brought it right back to the original conversation we were having.
Let me
He
tell you
actually
something.
gave you the
Ayo,
answer to
Sharon,
everything that
let
you
me get a
asked him.
close up. Let me get a close up on that profile
That's
picture real quick. Right,
why.
here's my point.
Hold on. Hold on. So Willie, why we get the close up on your picture? Don't forget, if the majority of us say that this is a problem, maybe you just not seeing why it is a problem.
And what I'm saying is, so here's what I'm saying, right? I only showed the photo to make it very clear, right? Like I got cornrows in that picture, right? Like I'm fundamentally grounded in who I am and I'm loved in every community I've ever been in, right? So it really doesn't bother me, but what I know is, I know there are brothers that have reached my
Nah, it
level
bothers you.
that bothers them a lot. You get what I'm saying?
But okay,
I'm speaking for the brothers that don't have 50 million other dudes around them in a photo. I'm right in the center, right? That's my base. I'm loved by my brothers.
Willie, some of us are doing literally. I'm doing work with them young blood.
I know these things, bro.
Right. So why are we bringing the conversation backwards and not progressing forward? Okay.
Right. So
is this the last thing?
My point is.
Hold on, Willie.
Right,
so the thing that you're missing, Willie, is that we are saying as a collective, the majority of black men saying that this should be our problem. We need to start paying attention to the small things. The problem is that so many people want to have a conversation about, oh, we gotta solve the biggest thing first. That's not how it works.
And let me say
this: build no house by putting the house there first. You put the foundation. You put cement. You put powder and water together to start a house. The smallest thing. And then you start to put nuts, screws, lumber, this, that, and the third. So
we are making a
every
kid.
time we have these conversations, right, and we say, hey, something as simple as Shador having a problem, and then we all as black men should be on his side. What we say, hey, but what about the house? Motherfucker, we are building the foundation. We got powder and we got some water. Let's at least mix that in first.
We are making a kid that left.
Sharon, I'm coming up on his house now.
We
I'm
are
show you.
making a kid that left an HBCU program and
Wow.
went to a PWI, we're making him the foundation of the house?
No, nobody did that. You're
That's
doing
what we
that.
doing?
You're doing
No,
that,
no,
That's
no.
what we
You're
doing?
doing that. We've been
Wait,
left the conversation.
He
We
just
touched on it
said
and was
that.
moving on.
What we're
You're
trying to
doing that, bro.
No,
let
I'm
me
just
start.
responding to what he just
Let me
said.
start off Wall Street with you. Let me start with you, brother.
All right.
Okay? Because again, coming from a counselor's perspective, I try to listen to what someone is not saying opposed to what they are saying.
All right.
And respectfully, I respect all you brothers on this stage, right? You know, it does bother you. You say it doesn't.
Nah, it doesn't at all, bro.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. It does. I promise.
Yo, hold on, and I'm gonna let you go.
Hold on, let me finish.
Everybody's been saying Wall Street Willie feels this
Hold
way.
on, brother.
I'll tell you how I feel,
Listen,
bro.
hold on, dogs. Listen to what I'm saying. You know, again, a lot of the times with therapy, a lot of the times we tend, our brain is so dynamic in a way that it masks certain feelings and insecurities and other things to protect us. And sometimes as a counselor, our job, right, is to sit you down and get to the raw feelings of thing and unravel and override what the brain does to try and protect us. That's
So
what.
let's do that. Let's do that.
Okay, so and I don't want to get too deep because I know Sharon.
Nah, let's have a case experiment. Let's go. I'm with
What
it.
I'm saying to you is, when you continue, if I'm a man on stage and I keep telling you I'm a man, I'm alpha, I'm this, you know what I'm saying? I do this, I walk down the streets, I'm a man. Can't nobody tell. What am I? Would you think that I have an issue if I continuously tell you that I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm a man?
If a man is saying that in the midst of being slandered and painted in a light that is totally inaccurate, no.
Now,
I'd say he's just speaking up for himself.
and this is what
That's
I'm
all.
saying, and this is what I would say to you, right? Christ was being slandered. He didn't argue with cats. I've never seen someone that was in truth argue, because the more you argue, the more it makes you look like what they're saying you are when you're not. The more you argue, I just say it once, you're Duke, I didn't do it, man. And I continue pushing. The more and more you give strength to it, the more and more it grows. That's the point. I don't need to prove to you cats I'm a man. I said it once, that's it. I keep it pushing. The people who are truly not hurt and truly not trying to be egotistical are going to see what it takes and what are the standing parameters of what a man is. That's the point, my G. So when
All
you're
right,
talking
now
about,
I understand that.
hold on. So when Sharon gave a very beautiful point of cement and sand. We have 9 people on this stage, right? Reese just walked in. Reese is the sand. Sharon is the water. Chicago Rilla, he's the foundation. All of us here create that foundation to create that home that our children stand on, my G. That's the point of it. That's what I'm trying to say to you. But you're so quick to want to build your narrative, which is a good narrative. But that narrative comes later. We can't talk about decoration until we talk about this foundation of this home. This is what Sharon does for a living. So before we get into finishing, products and all that, we got to get to the cement, how much cement we're going to need, how much of the load it's going to bear, all these different things. So now when we talk about these conversations, we don't have to talk about the foundation no more because the foundation is already laid. We're done with it. We've never laid a firm foundation. This is why this conversation continues to come up and come up. We rush it. Let's talk about AAU. Let's talk about
I
soccer.
disagree there, though.
I understand you do, and it's cool. It's really cool. That's the point of having this men's class. We come together, we disagree, and understand we're not all always gonna agree. But the point of the matter is we move for the masses, not for the minority. We move for the majority. That's the point.
So here's the thing, though. Hold on. Let me stop. Let's put a pin in it right there. Hold on. You've been going a minute. I'm simply asking you a question.
Go ahead.
If the majority are lost, why would I follow the thoughts and opinions of the majority? Typically,
you're not listening, brother.
I am listening. I'm asking you a very direct question.
I did not say we follow the majority thought process.
I said support the majority.
That's what I'm saying to you. Us as the spearhead, we go for the majority.
So let me break down the question a bit better.
Let me finish. Listen to what I'm saying, dogs. You gotta open up.
I never get this amount of time. I guess I'm just jealous. Go ahead. I never get this amount of time before getting cut off.
What I'm saying to you is, the masses, the masses, when you're a leader, you don't just think for the macro, you think for the micro. You have to think for everybody. Right? Your wife may not want to go to Disney, but the kids and everybody else wants to go. So you know what? You're going to have to suck that up. We going to Disney because everybody needs to enjoy themselves. We're not going to go to a place where it's just you. That's the point. Now, there's going to be a time when, baby, we're going to go, you and I are going to go to a place where it's just you and I. We don't have to bring the kids. We don't have to worry about enjoying everybody. It's just you and I. That's the sacrifice of the kings. The kings worry about the kingdom. The wives worry about the king. We don't have a kingdom, dog, but all of us talk like we got crowns. As a community, we don't. The Jews do, the Asians do, everyone else does but us. But we speak on these platforms like we're equal to them, and we're not. You're talking about AAU, and we're getting shot. Who gives a damn about AAU right now? Let's talk about emotional situational awareness so that my son don't get shot. Let's talk about that. Let's get him home so that he can play AAU. Those are the foundational conversations that we need to be having. Creating an environment where they can come and say, Dad, let me tell you something, man. I've been having thoughts of deleting myself. How many parents, children can come to them and say that? There ain't that many.
See,
There ain't that many.
here's where it becomes extremely problematic,
And
right?
and before you
And
go,
I can't go
Willie,
again.
yes, before you go, Willie. Sometimes you gotta let a good word breathe.
Marinate.
Let it breathe. Like, he didn't say anything wrong right there. Let it breathe just a little bit.
That's
But
why
you
I'm
guys
saying,
are understanding
that's
though,
why I'm
right?
saying you're going.
Let me
That's why I'm
Hold
saying
on.
you have a problem, because every time I say something, you don't want to let it marinate and just understand it. You want to defend yourself.
Bolo.
And it's not a bash to
It's
you.
not a bash.
You're my
So-
brother, and
so
and I'll put my number in the back chat so you can call me so we can have this conversation. But it's not an attack on you, brother.
So here's the thing though, my brother.
Wait, hold
right?
on, hold
I
on,
clearly didn't
Willie.
get that
Willie,
from you. That's
Willie,
why I was
hold on.
willing to have the level of conversation with
Hold
you.
on, hold on.
that-
Willie, just hold on 1 second. Hold on. If you truly are about let's move in the community forward, if you have a group of fellas right now that's saying, hey, we need to pay attention to even the small things to make sure we don't let little things slip through the cracks. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
I fundamentally disagree with that.
So
Well,
now,
go ahead,
if you
Troy.
fundamentally disagree with that, can we say that you are not for the community?
No, not at all. I'm saying
If
you
you're
can't
not willing
say
to,
that.
if you're not
I'm
willing to,
100% for my community.
right? But
So
if you're not willing to, do the small things, because we all understand that it's all the things that somebody like Kobe Bryant did that we did not see, all the little things, calling up all the people, getting in conversations and understanding his
yo,
footwork,
Sharon, it's not that
understanding
deep,
these
bro.
things, these little details is what made him great. And we keep trying to overlook the small details, we ain't gonna never get to the finished product. My daughter yesterday, we was in the kitchen. You know what we did? We took goddamn semolina powder, right? Because that's the only way you can make vegan spaghetti where you don't have to use eggs. We took that, right? We took that flour, mixed it with some water, rolled it together, kneaded it, let it rest for 30 minutes, got back to it, kneaded some more, flattened it out, and turned it into spaghetti and linguine, all from powder and water. Then she put it in the boiling pot of water, cooked it, made her own sauce from scratch. Everything was made from scratch, from tomatoes to tomato sauce, right? And all the things she put all that together. Then she made a dish called spaghetti. And when she ate it, she could not believe how good it was because she made it. And this is what we're trying to get you to understand, that the powder and that water turned into a whole functional dish that she created from scratch from herself. And you are missing the powder and water part. You want to jump straight to the spaghetti. And that's the issue that we have with you right now. We want you to come with us and say, hey, let's mix this together first before we jump into the spaghetti.
now, if she dug in the toilet and got a handful of doodle and put it into the spaghetti, right? Would you eat that? Would you eat that? And it was a rhetorical question, right? But here's my point, right? I've grown up a lot over the years, right? I was super liberal, super blacks do nothing wrong, right? And super our condition isn't determined by us. That's not my mindset at this point. I believe in us too much. So when we say that blacks aren't creating kingdoms, I have to retort because I am in a circle of black men that are focused on creating our community. And we're having
Okay.
success.
All right. Pause there because we were not talking about creating anything. So what did you and your black people create so we could have an understanding?
So that was specifically discussed, right? But one of the things that we've already been involved is funding our own children's college, right? That's an internal plan that we have to all benefit each other, right? Planning out when each guy from the group's kids are going into college and how can we help each other on a economic level, right? We're also a bunch of guys that work predominantly from home, right? So now we're considering areas that we can go buy homes in and build in because we don't have to go to an office every day. So we don't have to be logistically tied to an area, right? Now, that's what I'm working on. The brother has what he's working on. I'm fine with merging the two. I'm fine with letting the two flourish without, you know, directly connecting. My issue is we end up opposing each other more than anything. Now, for my simple opinion that we shouldn't even be focused on this Shador conversation, right? I get names thrown at me. Not a big deal, right? But I'm saying my point is everyone isn't as strong as me. And a lot of the people who are alienated are people who could bring a tremendous amount of information, of resources, and things of that nature. And the black community has this toxic, cancerous thing where we alienate those people. So if you
Okay.
want
So now I got a
the
question for you.
masses off of a cliff, I'm not going to do that. I'd
So
rather go
you
out
don't.
on my own and
So you
figure out
don't.
my own
So you.
direction.
So you don't think Shador is worthy of us to fight for,
Absolutely not.
and that is crazy to me.
So, Sharon,
Why? So why
hold on,
is
hold
it?
on.
Why is
Let
it
me
that?
ask you a question back,
So
right? With the politics of him abandoning an HBCU, why is he so worth fighting for you? I'm just
They
curious.
did not abandon an HBCU.
That's my opinion that they did.
right,
Yeah,
but
but the fact is they didn't.
I
They left
mean,
that. Do they still have their Under Armour contract? Do
they
they still have
left
all the
it.
sponsorships
Did they
intact?
leave? Did they leave, Jackson?
Yeah, they
So let's
left. They
use the
didn't
word
abandon.
leave. So let's use the word
Okay.
leave instead of abandon. Let's not get silly
Did he
with it.
did let me ask you this. Did he leave the institution in a better place than where he found? And only reason why I'm going down this path, Bolo, is because I think words and intentions matter. But I also think, Bolo, what I would challenge so yesterday, right? I'm in therapy. The last words my therapist said to me was don't let your ego get the best of you, right? So when you came up, I had to listen to what you were saying, right? You literally reset the conversation. Now we're back on football again, right?
No, I'm
So my
not. I don't
challenge,
want to keep it
my
there.
challenge. Wait, hold on one second, brother, because I'm about to go on mute. I actually got to get ready for work. I'll still be here, but I'm just going on mute. My challenge is because listen, Dr. King and Malcolm X existed at the same time, diametrically opposed positions. I think they both made significant advances for the community, right? At what point do we adopt the mindset of build with A-alikes and identify those who are A-alikes? And again, the top three priorities that we could coalesce and build around, I'm cool with that. The things that we can't build around, I'm cool with that, right? But at one point, because I think that's another thing that people got to see, like everybody's not gonna come along. Everybody ain't gonna be for the ride. Everybody ain't gonna agree. I'm cool with that. I experienced that here on the daily, and dealing in this space for the last 5 years. I'm just at the point now where it's like build with A-alikes, and the people that want to build, cool, and the ones that don't, I'm cool with that too. I'm on mute.
And that's the whole point, right?
Yeah.
Because again, I'm man enough to say, and humble enough to say, okay, if football, talking about football is going to get us to where we need to be when it comes to dealing with the brethren and dealing with the youngsters and dealing with the men, let's talk about football. Cool. The point of the matter is, again, we can tell a lot from someone's discipline, from the way they walk, they talk, the way they carry themselves, integrity, character, all these different things tells us a lot about somebody without you saying anything, right? So again, I always use this reference. Okay, I always use this reference in Booty Call when Jamie Foxx was trying to impress Vivica A. Fox. Here it is, the triad Godfather walks in. He walks over to him and says, yo, I'm trying to impress these women. Can you please put the cigar out? This man didn't have to, he wasn't egotistical. He seen what the dude was trying to do. These are two men diametrically on two different levels. This is the Godfather. This is a regular dude trying to make it. What did he do? He put the cigarette out, gained that guy's respect. Just because you have the power don't necessarily mean you need to use it. So if talking about AAU is going to get us past where we can focus on the foundation, like Sharon was saying, then let's talk about AAU, bro. Because at the end of the day, there's a lot of kids in the streets that's not going to AAU. Not saying to you that we can't talk about AAU, but we need to talk about what the majority of the people are lacking. That's the point. Will there be a minority that comes through? Absolutely, but we speak for the masses. We've been up here for an hour. There's a young man right now about to delete himself, and you're talking about AAU. When this young man needs to hear a word that's going to keep him faithful and keep him strong and give him some type of fire beneath his behind to say, yo, Duke, I can do this. One of us is going to say something, whether it be Reese, John.
Whoa, wait a minute. I'm behind. Who's deleting them? Who's talking about deleting themselves?
No, what I'm saying, Reese, is that these young men come to the internet now to find some type of solidarity, to find some type of relief. You dig what I'm saying? And when you look right now, you have our men deleting themselves on a world case high. And the point that I'm saying that, Reese, is we always talk about what men need to do, but no one stands up and say, how should it be done? So I decided to start a men's class. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
and all are invited.
I applaud that, brother, but it's kind of too late because I warned all these dickheads 20 years ago not to put devices in their kids' hands. So look at us fast forward 15 years later, they're all 35 and 40 now. Well, this is what you asked for. There ain't no foundation, no togetherness, no nothing that's going to help none of these motherfuckers. The machines own the world now.
That's a fact. And to the point of me wanting to have a conversation about AAUs, that's a disingenuous point. That's a disingenuous point to make.
Hold on. Wall Street Willie, you saying right now that you are going to be opposed us standing together for a brother, but you want to be on the same side as somebody that says fuck everybody?
I don't even understand the question, brother.
Literally reset. Hey, shout out to you, Bolo. That is awesome that you are trying to start a man's class, but F that, it ain't gonna never work because I've been trying to tell men to do this for years and it's never gonna work. You are on the side with that instead of on the side where we're saying, hey, we need to get behind our good brothers that's going to school, that's listening to their daddy. We never heard them curse, drink, smoke, got a bunch of girls.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So you got to realize what you are agreeing. You agreeing with Reese that's saying,
no,
hey,
that's not correct.
You are not correct. And this is when I gotta interrupt.
Hold on.
Y'all are pretending like I'm saying something I'm not saying.
You literally just agreed. You literally.
That's not what I agree with, brother. That's not what I agree with. And I could butt it up in 2 sentences. It was disingenuous to say I wanted to talk about AAU. What I was talking about was where our children's attention is now. And the question I asked the brother was, how do we divert that attention from DJ academics, from drill music, over to what he's doing?
Okay.
So it's disingenuous to pretend like I oppose him in any way.
Sharon, can I chime in?
Oh my God, this is crazy. Hold on. Yes, you can. This is crazy to me.
Man.
Literally, this man goes to school, listened to his father, did everything correctly, don't have no hiccups whatsoever. And you talking about DJ Academics, where everybody agrees that DJ Academics is somebody that no young black man should be following. We all will agree. Like, this is how easy it is. We do not agree with Academics on anything that he does on this panel. None of us black men
Let
agree
me
with that.
explain
And
how
I don't
AAU.
understand why is it so difficult for us to get behind good things. This is why I try to bring up even the simple fact that I use some goddamn semolina powder and some water and made a whole dish out of that from scratch. I didn't go
It's
to
a
the store and buy no goddamn
disingenuous.
spaghetti
It's
noodles.
a
I didn't go to the store and buy no damn ragu. None of those things from scratch. At 10 years old, I'm already teaching my daughter how to build her own cookbook already. She knows how to make her own pasta and her own pasta sauce from scratch.
I want to
And
repeat.
so
I want to
that is the
repeat my
foundation.
position.
And so she doesn't know. I'm not going to tell like this is the reason why we do this so you can have a foundation to take care of a family. No, I'm just telling her this is the foundation so you can learn how to cook, right? But in the long run, it's all about if she want to take care of a family. If she decides to have one, right? She could be able to cook and nurture them properly. My wife going to being a nutritionist and a personal trainer. We take our children downstairs with us in the gym and we make them stay with us in the gym while we're working out. Not because we want them to be, is because it builds a mindset so they can be healthier for later on. We're not saying so you can be no. And we keep skipping. We trying to go straight to microwave every situation. That is where we are going to fail as a people. We cannot microwave it. We got to start with the small little things first. We cannot go straight into just dropping a house down. We cannot.
Hey, Sharon, can I respond? I think
Yes, John, you've been very patient. I appreciate it. Go ahead, John, and go ahead, Wall Street, right after John.
I think that example you gave was very good about this spaghetti that you're making, and I think that probably went over a lot of people's head. Maybe not. I'm not sure. But I'm a landlord in the inner city of Black City, DC, and I think what you explained, a lot of Black people, from my experience of dealing with them, they don't have that. They don't understand that. They maybe in some cases they cannot understand that. And so what they're attempting to do is, as you say, plop the house down on the land with no foundation. And if you do that, if anyone is in the building, I think you are, Sharon, there are going to be problems. And that is what I see happening all over Black America from the people that I deal with. Even the ones that seemingly are doing well, again, they're surrounded by people without strong foundations. So they can't really gain any synergies because these people are trying to get the leaks out of their basement from a poor foundation. And so you're surrounded by these people. So even if your heads are together, these people are so tied up trying to fix their own foundation that was poorly laid it's a real serious problem. And I see people in all the industries that I see, honestly, are boxing Blacks out: construction, lawn care, restaurant industries. Again, I am the landlord, and I think the world is getting very smaller from an economic standpoint of Blacks being able to make inroads, and that's just my opinion.
Thank you, John. Welcome to the show, Jay. Good day, Jay. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good, bro.
What's your thoughts? It's my first time seeing you.
Yeah, what's my thoughts? Like, you talking about Black fatigue?
Correct.
I mean, when white people say it, I don't think they mean like all Black people or like Black people in general. I just think they mean about like the Black people who play victim. Because all right, I'm not gonna lie, yes, I mean racism does exist. I'm not about to be like Lil Wayne and say it doesn't exist. I mean, 'cause that was kind of silly what he said on that interview. But at the end of the day, I think with this country, I mean, we have made progress, and I think we should judge people with the content of their character, not of their skin color. You know what I'm saying? Because me, I judge people like what's on the inside. What's not on the outside. Because again, there's a lot of good white people, same way there's a lot of bad white people. I mean, we can make the same for every race, and I just feel like white people are getting frustrated because I feel like, you know, they can't win for losing because it's like people call them racist, you know, no matter what they do. So I kind of feel like they said, you know, they think we're racist. It's kind of like, you know, so big because it's just like, it's just no winning for them. And that's, you know, kind of messed up in my opinion.
Okay.
Sharon, do you mind if I respond to what Willie asked?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
It was
We
supposed to
start.
come back to me before, but I'll wait.
All right, because I gotta go. I'm sorry, brother. To answer your question, we start by dragging school out of the abstract and welding it straight onto the spine of everyday life. Pairing algebra with honest paychecks, history and family, lineage, lecture, and stories of our grandfathers that told us on the porch so our boys see scholarship, not as homework, but as horsepower, my brother. Then we lace every lesson with integrity checkpoints. Did you finish your work? Did you what you started? Did you own to your own mistakes? Did you put someone else first? Until these questions echo louder than any pop quiz that we can wrap around them. These are the foundations that we need to start. Now, to what Reese said, absolutely. These kids have these damn phones and these things strapped to their hip. They absolutely do. But I tell you this, man, perseverance overcomes resistance. We have to persevere, and they will see. They will see. You know, I had a dude that called me a simp on the stage. We were in a platform, and we were talking about husbandry, right, Sharon, Reese? And dude called me a simp. And it didn't bother me. It's cool. That Monday, that same dude that called me the simp is the same dude calling the village hotline, crying. His woman hurt him. He couldn't call the people that he rolls with that they pound their chest, but he called the dude he calls a simp. That's the point. You know when someone is genuine, and you're going to reach out to that person. So these young men, and these older men that are struggling, they know when it's genuine. But we have to stop talking about it and start actually doing it, man. So that's why this men's class is very important. And all you guys are invited once we get it set up. All you guys are invited because you guys have a plethora of information and knowledge that can help each other, man. So with that, Wall Street, it was great having this conversation with you. Ron, it's always love,
Good
bro.
build, family.
And all the fellas on the chase. Chicago, I sent you a text, man. Respond to it. You guys have a blessed day, man.
Bolo, I'm about to text you now.
All
Good
right, my
build,
G.
family.
All right.
All right. Go ahead, Wall Street Willie. Thank you for your patience, Scott.
I mean, to bring it back to the topic, man, my black fatigue comes from having a difficulty with presenting logic. Like a lot of times, in an effort to be right, all we'll do, to his point of talking for an hour, is display a phenomenal grasp of the obvious, right? We know what all the problems are, right? But when I'm bringing up the solutions, Bolo did present through this men's class a solution. I don't know how my logical question of how do we steer these young minds from what has them engrossed right now, what totally has them, I can't even say sucked in, pause. But what has a grasp on our youth, right? It's a logical question to ask now. How do we divert those minds into your program? That's going to be a logical challenge.
Can I
And
answer that question? I would like to answer that question. I think I just answered it really. When I live in the ghetto, man, right around the corner from Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. When I walk around the corner, there's a Popeyes on the corner. Opposite of the Popeyes is a liquor store and some other stores, convenience stores on both sides of the street. Not one black-owned business. Matter of fact, not one black, maybe there are two black employees in the Popeyes, but other than that, no black employees. No ownership, not even any employment in their own communities. And so what blacks are faced with now is you see all these young men hanging out on the street corner. You can't even work in your own communities. You can go buy food from them. You can spend your money with them, but you can't work there. So now you're telling people who can't go work in their own communities to go out into the broader community and find employment. I don't think it works that way. The Hispanics, they not only can work in our community, they can work in their own community and the white communities. The blacks, I think, have closed a lot of doors in terms of doing business with other people and the fatigue that you talk about. If the average person, you saw a young black man walk up to your front door, soliciting something, some kind of service he was offering, you'd probably be hesitant to even open the door. Talk to him through a ring camera. You're so afraid he might rob you. Hell, I had a black break in my house last night. And so I think we foreclosed on a lot of our future by not even being able to control our own neighborhoods and have little opportunities for these young men to work and learn how to work for other people, not just their family members, stuff like that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna cap. That. I gotta at least say that end part definitely a lie. Everybody racist people, and I know I look ghetto. I intend to look ghetto-ly niggerish. Okay, I literally want my image to be everything that they probably hate. Because if you're a person that'll judge off that basis alone, you're not the type of person that can even grasp the thought levels we should be at anyway. But beyond that, right? Like if I don't care if that man's a Klan member, if he needs weed or something, that scary black man's now his friend. So money changes. We didn't close shop on that. Now where I will kind of agree on, well, not even agree on, because I ain't gonna lie, John, I feel you just kind of talking bullshit. But I will say for Bolo, everybody was talking up here and I was letting them talk and I was just listening. But I think we skipping that is step number 2. What Bolo's talking about is very good things, but those are step number 2. For us to have a foundation, we have to have the land to put the foundation on. We can't do any of this talking about what's correct. And in this, I'm not going against Bolo, but what he's saying isn't nothing new. We've already tried that. We've had Black Panther programs, things of that nature. The problem is we cannot control a thing if we don't own what we're trying to control. And regardless of whatever we going to do, if the government sits there and says, well, today we just don't want y'all to do that no more, that will always hinder us. And they've done it multiple times. We kind of got to stop ignoring that. Like, we want to talk about what our first step is. I've said this before, everybody tried to laugh, make it seem like I'm crazy. We have to get our own land. We're up here always talking about what are these Mexicans or these Chinese people? All those people have homelands. That is the difference. They can take their money they make in America and send it back to their native nation. And that way their people on the whole eat from that. We cannot do that same thing.
Why don't blacks try to at least just clean up the neighborhoods? You know, like cast down your bucket.
It's not your neighborhood. It's where you live. That's what I'm saying. The point is you don't own that. As you just said, right? Kids are born in the ghetto, but they can't even get hired there because everybody else from outside of the ghetto owns the ghetto. And then they tell you to work in a place where you contribute for their neighborhoods that's already in better position. Okay, so why would you take interest in cleaning it?
Okay, so the main problem that I'm hearing right now is that this is the reason why we have to show that we are going to support our young, good, moving young men at all costs.
Right.
They got to understand, these young men got to understand that the older people got their back at all costs because they seen what happened to us when we didn't have the backing. We had all those things that you are talking about, KT. We did the whole pull ourselves up by the bootstrap ish, and the government, the powers that be, the racists, and all these things, they did what they have to do, redlining and so on and so forth. So this is why we, as black men, we got to be the leaders of it now and saying, hey, we are stopping all of the smallest microaggressions against our young black men. This is the reason why Wall Street Willie is incorrect about allowing things to happen to our young people. No, we got to nip everything in the bud so they could understand. So the young men understand that we got their back, because without the young people knowing that we have their back, we need the young people to go out there and fight, because those are the ones that's fighting. This is the reason why they got Malcolm and Martin and all the other great civil rights leaders. They got them young because we need that youth. That youth have that energy in their voice and their charisma when they walk and they talk. They're not fearful.
Facts.
And so this is why it's important that we take care of our youth. We cannot allow these older PWI men come in and just say, hey, we could do whatever we want to even your best and brightest. Absolutely not. I'm standing with all the young men. I got your back. I'm gonna let them know. I'm not going to go against the grade. Y'all going to do some things. Y'all going to do a lot of things that I don't agree with. I'm going to do my best to talk to you behind the scenes about those things. If you do something in public, I'm going to have to check you in public. However, I'm going to do my best to speak to you behind the scenes so we can get it correct, because you are allowed to make mistakes. I think a lot of people forget that. A lot of young people in today's age, they don't feel comfortable with making mistakes. They got to do everything perfect, and it is okay for you to make mistakes. That's how you get great at things. It's by making mistakes.
Sharon, what I will say though, I've been in business a long time, primarily, dealing with Black people, and you are definitely correct about the mistakes. And what I would say is that the cost of my mistakes has been a lot lower because I'm dealing with my own people. I can give you many, many examples. How if I were dealing with a white person, like last night when my house was broken into, I had an Airbnb guest walk in, a Black woman. And she was thrown off, you know what I'm saying, by the Black man who broke in. But by the fact that she was Black, I didn't lose that business. I was able to put her in another property around the corner. If that had been a white woman, I would have lost that revenue and got a 1-star review. And there'd be so many instances like that where I'm Black, dealing with my Black people, I kind of understand them a little bit better than if I had to go deal with white people. With white people, I got to be a little bit more straightforward. But with Blacks, there's a little slack in the line because we understand each other a little bit better. And I think that there's a lot of low-hanging fruit that a lot of us Blacks are missing out on. And you find it easier to even do business with your own people. But I think the safety, the fear factor is causing a lot of us to miss out on that, to be honest with you.
Like I feel like, with my experience, I mean, I'm young, like I'm 23 years old, so I don't have as much experience as these people on the panel do, but like my experience, I basically grew up. I mean, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, but like I would say since like 6th grade, I've been to school like around white people, and like that's just, I feel like, who I always like hung out with. I mean, I got a lot of Black friends, don't get me wrong, but like I feel like white people have showed me, most love, and they showed me, gratitude, because I feel like I can be myself around them. Like I feel like with my black friends, and like, some Black people, they say, oh, you're too nice, or you're too soft, like even in high school, like I mean, I ain't gonna say bullied, but like there's been like incidents and stuff that like, happen, and I was just like, wow, like I can't believe my own people are doing this, like, stealing my shoes, like telling me I'm too this and too that, you know what I'm saying? Always just trying to start controversy. So, my experiences is like different. I never had any racist experience. I mean, again, like I said, I'm not about to be like Lil Wayne and say racism doesn't exist. Like I said, that's a silly statement he made. But, I'm just telling y'all, my experience, what I've been through. I guess that's why, I can relate to white people more, I would say, because especially I got a lot of white friends. I mean, that's just my experience.
You say you got a lot of white little bro. Hold on. You got a lot of white what?
I say I got a lot of white friends.
Friends. Okay.
Yeah, his generation is also one of the first ones that really grew up. My bad, I'm gonna go on mute really quick, but his generation is also one. He's about the same age as my son, and my son went to a highly integrated school. So he went to school with whites, Blacks, Hispanics, and Asians, and they were peers. So these people were seen as your peers and not necessarily adversaries. No,
That's been since the '90s though, because I went to school with white people, a mixture of people.
Where'd you grow up?
I'm in Indiana.
I'm 51, right? So when I went to school, the only white people we saw were in positions of authority, and I graduated in '92. And even then, there was no, I didn't have white people at the school I went to, other than people that was teachers and cops.
So,
right. So I grew up in the city.
My situation was coming from Harlem, elementary, middle school, I was with nothing but my own. I took a test for specialized high schools, and I went to one of the top high schools in all of New York City. And it was a culture shock for me to now have to compete with multiple other races. Like it had a huge Asian population, huge white population. Blacks and Latinos in my high school were about 16%, right? What I want to tell you, little brother, is everything that you just said, it resonated with me because I understand your position. A lot of times as parents, right, not saying that the white man's water or the white man's ice is colder, but we want to offer our kids the best. So we want to put them in the best school zones and districts. And also we want to
Right.
protect them from the violence that
Mm-hmm.
goes on in some of our communities. At the end of the day, when you're my baby, all I care about is you coming home, right? So
Right.
you find yourself in this area and you have to find a way to navigate it. It's my job, right? As the big homie to say, listening to you, you sound grounded. I got to keep you grounded, understanding your blackness and understanding that your place in the overall black conversation is not only accepted, but it's needed.
Right.
Stay a black man, stay solid, and you'll be able to navigate any position you're in, little bro.
Hey, can I ask a young man a question, Sharon, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, what's
You
up?
know, when I hear the people and they're talking about the violence and stuff like that, and since we're talking about black fatigue, you know they're talking about black violence by and large in these schools, by and large. Yeah, I'm not saying exclusively. And, you know, it just seems to be that no one wants to call the baby black there. And is that your experience? And most of the violence, the extreme violence, is like by the black kids?
So I think the problem is there's no such thing as black violence or white violence. The issue is when it comes to our community, we tend to say that it's a black thing, and people tend to be violent with their neighbors. So it doesn't matter about your race; it's about who you next to. Violence is just going to happen with the people that you're around. So normally, it's going to be your neighbor. And so we got to stop trying to act like it's okay to call violence black violence when, again, our young black
Most
boys,
crime committed by white people.
our young black boys are not the violent ones in America, no matter how
Mhm.
much they try to perpetrate it as that. Our young black men are moving forward. The majority of violent crimes that happen in America is 69% committed by white men.
And
So
see,
this whole idea that white people are safer than us is a lie and is a fallacy that we got to stop. And this is a part of, for me, the black fatigue. Like literally, the FBI put out the stat. It's not me saying it. The FBI put out the stat. 69% of all violent crimes are done by white men.
Yep.
So
And not only
therefore, we
that,
gotta stop allowing people to put the jacket on our young black men that all these YNs and the media percentage of this YN pandemic. No, that is gang culture. This is not a bunch of just young black boys out there committing these crimes. That is gangs. That is literally gang criminal activity. This
now,
is not
Sharon,
just the
here's
normal.
where it becomes
This is not the
problematic.
normal. This is just not the normal black young men. Our young black men are doing great things. They speak well. They dress well. They listening to their parents. Whether it's a mother, father, both grandparents, our young men are doing phenomenal. And we got to keep on pushing and let them know, the ones that are doing great, we have your back. We are not going to just support degenerate black folks. We support our young black men are doing the right things. And that's what we gotta focus on because we need them. So for so long, all this social media, they will believe that they are getting pushed to the wayside. All you gotta do is put on a goddamn bikini and everybody get love. All you gotta do is talk about degenerate behavior. Your record's gonna sell. Hey, F all that.
I was gonna let the brother Reese go, and then I was gonna respond.
That's a fact.
Yo, real quick, I want to clean up some misconceptions about these violence numbers in America, right? Even though I don't believe in the stats, I think they're all bullshit. The reason why white people hold the monopoly on violent crimes is because in cities all over America, there are domestic situations and bar fights, and assault is considered simple assault is considered a violent crime all across America. Not everywhere, but all across America. So there are literally millions of cases like that of white people being what? There's millions of cases of white people being violent. When people say that violent crime is a black thing, they never give context. There's context to that. There's only one group of people on this entire realm who execute each other by the tens of thousands every single year, and that is us. No one else in the world is doing that. Maybe
So,
South
again,
America.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Hold on.
That's a lie.
I can't allow it to happen, right? So
Yeah, that's a lie.
the problem that you are misunderstanding about those stats, that's gang violence, right? That's gang culture, and that's where all races
That's a
of
fact.
gang. Hold on. That's where all races of gang culture, because they got a
That's a
Latin
fact.
gang culture, they got a white gang culture, they got a Chinese gang culture. Every race had their own gang culture, and that's where majority of the homicides is at, and it's also part of the drug culture as well. So we gotta
I'll give you.
this is a part of the black fatigue, right? Is that we gotta always.
I have black fatigue.
Hold on. No, but this is the real black fatigue that we constantly got.
No, I got the real shit.
Let me finish saying it. We constantly gotta correct the misinformation is a part of the black fatigue when the stats literally get in people's face. That's the real definition of black fatigue that we have to continuously correct misinformation.
Here's the problem, though, right? Here's the problem. If you look,
I ain't
and
done.
I'm sure
I'm
my
not
brother
done.
from Philly. All right, go ahead, Reese.
There's only one group of people on this fucking planet that got teens by the thousands running around with military-style weapons, mowing down groups of people every fucking day.
Stop right there real quick, Reese. Reese, stop right there real quick, right? So look, even if we're dealing with a city like Philly, right? Here's the reality, right? From FBI statistics. In a lot of our communities, crimes, and in particular violent crimes, are going down, right?
Correct.
The problem is when our own children, misguided as they are, go online where they are 15s and poo shiesty masks, right? There is nothing wrong with holding our babies to a higher standard. There's nothing wrong. I think it's
That's a different conversation.
the primary thing we need to do. Focus on the things that we can clean up and improve. And our image is a big part of it. So this is why I can't be, light on the criticism when it comes to certain things that give us a very bad image. I do have a problem with drill
That's a
music.
different conversation, though.
What did I say that wasn't true?
You said black teens
We
are
not
killing
the
each
only
other.
one.
We the only people with our teens that are killing people by the tens of thousands. You actually kind of play it to who was that? Chill Will that said that the last brother that was talking. You actually kind of play it to his statement with the imagery because that's the only place that you would get that to make a statement like that. But
All right, so hold up.
If you peruse a news article, you will learn very quickly that we are not the only ones with young bloods acting wild, right? Go visit a Hispanic community. Go visit a Hispanic community, and Sharon just named off all the gangs. Go in Gwinnett County in North Atlanta. Go see what the triad is talking about over there.
That's not what's defining them.
Hang on a second. All right, so
y'all have it too.
Everybody murders everybody. Everybody murders everybody everywhere, right? In America, in American cities, right? Most of the niggas in America are in about 20 to 25 cities, right? You can't name a city in the world where 200-300 people were murdered randomly in the street of one color. Take Wuhan.
Africa.
Wuhan got 20 million motherfuckers in it. Wuhan got 3 New Yorks in it. And they don't have the murder rate that little ass Memphis got.
You can look it up.
What is the murder rate of Memphis? Wait. What's the murder rate of Memphis?
Sky high.
What's the murder rate?
It's about 200 some people a year.
That's sky high?
Memphis
That in
Memphis got
America,
a
yeah.
percentage like.
Yeah, y'all
So
probably should do the
look,
I
knowledge
mean,
and
I'm not
pull up the
arguing. I'm
numbers.
with you, Rilla. I'm just giving you
Yeah,
the
that's
fact. I know
wild.
what I mean, even with us talking about
New
Chicago,
York,
and we talk about how the Chicago murder rate is, it's
It's
300
not
and some
Chicago.
people, maybe
Yeah, Chicago
400.
not in the top 20. Chicago not
Yeah,
even.
and
Y'all
all
could
I'm
dead that
saying, even then,
conversation.
that's not. We talking about
Chicago has had as
worldwide.
many as 800
Brazil
homicides in a
actually.
year.
Yo, hey, listen,
Look up
Reed.
Rio de
Tell me
Janeiro
about
murder
Philly,
rate.
bro. You wildin' right now.
All right.
You
So,
wildin'.
just because Rilla asked, right?
Love
In
the Reed though, man.
2024, Memphis murder rate was 39.8 murders per
8%.
100,000 people.
People.
A decrease from 56.4 murders per 100,000 people in
Yep.
2023.
And they don't break that out by race or ethnicity, do they?
No, absolutely
Now,
not.
at the end of the day,
Right,
regardless, it's
right.
problematic. In a black city, it's problematic. Regardless.
So watch this, y'all.
Wait,
Watch
say that
this.
again.
In the
I'm
80s,
saying
in the early 80s,
regardless of what the numbers are, to kind of what the brother Reese is saying, it's problematic in this black city. Memphis is a
No,
primarily
No, we're not
Willie,
talking about whether it's
the problem is
problematic or
he
whether it
said we
needs. Go ahead.
lead.
Right.
My bad. Him
Go
saying
ahead, no,
we
go ahead,
lead
brother.
and we don't lead. You can look at Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. You can look at Mexico. I forget what it is. The city in Mexico that has the highest
those
murder
are
rate in the world.
niggas.
So
Here's my
Those
point,
are
though.
niggas.
Why?
You can look
Here's
at
my point,
Venezuela.
though.
Hey, can I ask
Here's
a
my
Oh,
question?
point, though.
now we
Why
accept
focus
these
on
as
the
niggas. These ain't
why
brothers now.
focus on the
Sure,
verbiage
can I
when
ask
we've
a
All of a
identified a
sudden,
problem?
all of a sudden, when it's negative.
Words matter.
Sure,
Are
can
we
I ask?
Okay,
arguing
all right.
that
So,
black
hold on. We're
kids
starting to
killing
get a little
black
wild.
kids
Okay,
in
so this is what
Memphis
we're gonna
ain't
do. We're gonna let Willie answer. John want to say something. We're gonna
I
walk.
just want to ask a question. Yeah, I just want to ask.
It
Sorry about
becomes
that. I didn't mean that.
problematic.
Okay,
It
hold
becomes
on, y'all.
problematic when we
Hold on
start
one
waiting.
second. Hold on one second, please. We're gonna do Wall Street Willie, John, Jay, then AR, so everybody can get a conversation. Then we just have it right back to open up the game. Go ahead.
It becomes problematic when we start to argue the verbiage when we've already isolated a problem, right? And I don't think anyone would deny that us hurting us is a issue for us in many of our cities, right? So it's like, why even argue the verbiage when we know we have work to do, right?
Because your verbiage must be correct. I'm sorry, y'all. Because I know I'm not getting in there that much, and I'm really not trying to. But I'm just saying, we have to have the correct verbiage. You cannot say, ain't nobody killing more people on earth than our people. And then when we say proof, we can literally prove, no, our people don't. Now niggas like, well, why we gotta be worrying about the verbiage? Like, nah, then don't say that. Because we're putting out incorrect information for
clean up
these
what I
young
said.
people.
My argument would be, let's say
Let me clean up what I said real quick.
my
So
argument would be,
killing
let's
is
make the
killing, right? But
Hold
number
on,
one,
hold
my bad.
I want everybody to keep the line. I believe John was next, right? It was John,
I
J,
didn't
AR, and then
finish. Cut me off. All right,
so we could just. I want everybody to get their voice out. Go ahead.
Who's next?
Mr.
I still
John,
got
it's
the
on
green
you.
light.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt anyone. You just quoted some Memphis numbers, and then there was Reese who making a persuasive argument about the crime. And all I would ask is, do you think we can get the numbers down to where Black people would be more comfortable living around each other? And if we could do that, I think we'll see a lot of synergies if we could just live around each other. But now we're afraid to live around each other because of the violence. So do you think we can just get those numbers down?
Okay, perfect question. We all going to answer that. I think that's a crazy question. Go ahead, Jay, then AR, and we're gonna address that question.
Yeah, I mean, he got a. I agree with Reese from Philly, man. I mean, he is speaking facts. You know what I mean? I think that we do have the highest crime rate, in my opinion. I mean, I don't care what the FBI stats say. I don't trust the FBI anyway. I mean, they lied about a lot of shit. You know what I mean? But we do got the highest crime rate. I mean, it's facts. I mean, all you got to do is just look and the
You
major
don't be
cities.
around those people. So what stats are you going off of? You just admitted that yourself. You spend most of your experiences around white people. And also I'm in West Virginia. I'm not that far from Ohio. So I understand how them white people is up there. It is
Oh, you say
racist
you
white
live in
people.
North Carolina?
I'm from North Carolina and I got a house in North Carolina. I bounce between because my family's from West Virginia. And I mean it's only an hour drive away. It's not long.
Yeah, he said that up here before.
Can we get the numbers now? Just the murder numbers. Like, if Reese is right, and downstream from all these murders is probably a lot of lost
No,
business.
but he's wrong. That's where we can start. We can start by saying he's wrong. We can prove statistically he's wrong.
We want to
If
move
you,
past
unless I
that,
want to do
though.
what little brother Jay just said, and it's fuck the FBI, and I
We're just
somewhat
saying
I
the
agree with
numbers
So
are
that.
if it's
problematic.
statistically wrong,
So
then
can we
why
deal
do
with the
celebrities
problem?
like LeBron move to white neighborhoods? Then they got so much money. Why do they move to white neighborhoods? Shouldn't you
Because
be?
where the better
Shouldn't wait, wait,
neighborhoods
wait, wait, hold on,
located.
hold on, hold on, hold on. If one of our own gets rich, why does he have to move to a whole nother community? Why can't he stay around his own people?
Well, that's his choice,
People are
first of all,
back
isn't
door.
it?
Same with trailer trash
Is it
people. They're
his
not gonna
choice?
stay in the trailer. They're gonna move
Yeah.
somewhere else.
No, we not talking about the trailer park. We talking about
I'm just
LeBron.
saying.
Yeah,
I'm
the
just
reason
saying.
why
It's the same thing. You a
he
leave.
moves to a different community for better schools. There's a better tax base, which gives him
Yeah.
access to better all the things that better resources provide. That's why.
But why can't we do that in our own community? That's the
Because
question.
They don't exist
we
in the
not
community.
because we would rather sit up here point fingers. Like I appreciate Mr. John, right? I see you around, Mr. John. I know you be over there with CT a lot, and I know it's hard to pick apart. But if you really dig the substance of what he's saying, that man is building. That man talks about owning businesses and owning property. That man is building. He just got up here and talked about doing business with his own people, as
So let's
opposed to
focus
how
on
many
this
people.
question.
What?
We gotta let people finish
Let's
their thoughts. Go ahead, Rilla.
let's focus on this question.
Bro.
God, dog. So young blood, that's why people move. We can build in our own community. Again, I think over here the other day I was talking about actually the Nation of Islam actually laid down the blueprint. Atlanta and showed you what they could do in terms of business and economic empowerment for our people within the structure of being black led and black run in terms of municipalities and government, right? So yeah, we can do it. The thing if it is, we don't do it. We spend way too much time arguing and too little time building. I'm going on mute.
And probably scared to do it because when it happens, they destroys it.
And also,
Right.
we can't,
It's just gonna
we
get
can't.
destroyed.
And so also,
That's
Jay, one
That's
thing that
false.
we can't.
that's a sad reality.
So Jay, one thing that we can't forget
Yo,
is
what's up?
that we are a very small minority of this country. So when we are moving up in spaces, we are going to be most likely around the majority of people because we are only 13% within this country. So as we go to better places and better schools, better houses, better neighbor, better, we are start to move into with the majority of the country of people. Is that
And
so?
those
It's not
resources
because
build
we
those
are
communities.
moving
Yep.
away from ourselves, is that we are starting to move with the majority of the country, and the majority of the country move a certain way. So I think we get that part confused very often because of remedial rhetoric that people are spewing out there saying that the black version of whatever is going on is wrong. Have you ever heard of a black affluent neighborhood in Baltimore, Jay?
No.
Okay, so it's a neighborhood in Baltimore where it's the most affluent, one of the most affluent neighborhoods in America. And this is going against black, white, Chinese, and all that. Right, and it's nothing but black folks there.
In
A
Baltimore
whole
City?
community of straight black people, hella money. The average income over there is like
In Baltimore
100
City or Maryland?
around
In
100,
Maryland.
right,
In Maryland.
right, Maryland, 150,000, where majority of people are millionaires.
Silver Springs.
But black folks. It's also, Jay, something else that you probably never heard of, right? Is this something that they keep hiding from us as black folks? Have you ever heard of Jack and Jill?
Yeah, I heard of it. I
Yes,
never
sir.
So you know what Jack and Jill is?
That's me.
What is that?
That's
Okay,
me.
so Jack and Jill.
Jill is a group of black parents, right?
Can you let that
Who
nigga
are
talk?
actively Jack and Jill is a group of black parents like myself who are actively involved in creating spaces for their children to excel collegiately, right? So they work with the kids all through the middle school and high school levels. We use our own like connections with these universities to create that nepotism for our children. We also do a lot of fundraising and things of that nature. That's Black people actually doing things. And
Jack and
No,
Jill is strictly collegiate.
thank you,
Yeah,
Wall Street Willie. So, Jay,
that's
so
good.
the reason why I brought those two examples up, and I'm glad we have somebody that's actually a part of it. We have plenty of people that come up here that's actually a part of Jack and Jill. Is so that you need to start framing your mind with the reality of what's going on with us as Black folks. We are not at the bottom of the way how they say we are. It's just that the information to understand that we are moving in the right direction.
But not. I wouldn't say we're at the bottom, but I mean we definitely are failing. Like we're failing.
Right. So that's the rhetoric we got to get out of our head. This is a part of the Black fatigue that
like we're a little bit.
What are you basing that on, Young Jay?
We have places that we gotta move forward. We still have to move forward. We have a long way to actually go. That is not a
like
doubt.
when we're defending people that literally stab somebody, like that's a problem. You shouldn't be.
No, it's not.
Really?
The killer.
Hold on.
When we're defending people, killing people, and like this Carmelo Anthony kid, when we're defending people as a community, that's Black fatigue. Like that's an issue. Like that's a problem.
Right. So the reason why it's not a problem, Jay, if you was a upstanding young man and you did all the correct things in life, and you having to have a conflict like this, wouldn't you want us to have your back and say, hey, this is what we know this kid to be doing. This is what his history has proven to us.
Like what do you mean?
So if you
benefit of the doubt, Jay.
If you are a good kid, you go to school, you do all the right things, and you happen to have a fight, and you had to defend yourself in this situation to this, whether if it's right, wrong, different, that's for the court to decide. However, but as all of this has happened, as the court is figuring things out, wouldn't you want us to be on your side to make sure you have your fair day in court?
I mean, yeah, but I mean, the dude he stabbed somebody though. That's not
self-defense.
Don't miss what I said. Would you want us to defend you so you can have your fair day in court?
No, yeah. I mean, you should have your fair day.
So that's what's happening with Carmelo. Why is that? Why do you find that to be different with Carmelo? The verbiage is innocent until proven guilty. That's the verbiage. So
y'all saying free Carmelo when the dude literally stabbed somebody. Like how?
Okay, but do you think that people can stab someone in self-defense?
I mean, no. Why would you bring a knife?
So what is self-defense to you? What does self-defense mean to you?
And they're like, you can like defend yourself like legally, like if you own something, like if you own like a firearm or something.
Okay, so if you're in the or a knife, it's not just a firearm. So self-defense is just you defending yourself from a threat and using proportionate force. Essentially, that's self-defense. Is that there's a threat towards you, someone's trying to push you, punch you, whatever, and you defend yourself against that. You're getting jumped and you defend yourself against that. Is that self-defense?
Yeah, but you can't be a 15-year-old. You can't be a 15. Hold on, wait. What is
Can I answer that, yo? Can I answer that?
Hold on. I don't want to. Hold on. He's
let the little brother respond.
Yes.
What is a 15-year-old doing with a knife at a track meet? That's like if a 15-year-old came with a gun. Like he's not even old enough to even be registered or to even be licensed. So
that's fine, but that's the whole point. That's the point. That's the point of the court. Is the due process. It's to figure out all those things that you're talking about. Maybe he had a legitimate reason to have a pocket knife on him. Maybe that's just a common thing for people to do in that area of Texas or the area of the U.S. Texas is very much pro these types of things, so that could be a common thing in Texas. I'm not from Texas. I don't know how 15-year-olds do in Texas, but we know it's not illegal by the Texas Penal Code to have a knife under 5.5 inches. So it's obviously within the culture to carry knives under a certain blade length. Otherwise, they would have just made all knives illegal to carry on school premises, but they didn't by penal code. So the whole thing is that we know what the media is saying. We know what the police report is saying. We know what different witnesses are saying. But until all the evidence is presented in court, we don't know whether he had a right to properly defend himself. We can have our opinions. I don't necessarily think it was proportionate. I don't think he's going to get away on self-defense. I think it'll be similar to the case that the other dude somehow got away with negligent homicide, which his case was way worse than Carmelo. What Carmelo did.
And
That
the
kid,
color.
Allison.
yeah, that kid, yeah, Allison was way worse than what Carmelo did, in my view. He texted and said that he wanted to put the dude on life support. He texted his best friend, who was the kid's ex-girlfriend, that he wanted to put that kid on life support, have his jaw hanging from his or have his jaw hanging from his head, do damage to him, put him in the hospital, all these things. He texted that before the incident happened, and he still got away with negligent homicide instead of homicide. So when we're looking at Carmelo, although I don't think it's a self-defense situation, it is still a situation where that due process still needs to happen. It needs to be found out why it happened the way it did. And I'm all for people supporting what they believe to be a effort to get him that due process, even if I disagree that it's self-defense.
I want to talk.
I got you, Reese. Hold on. I want Jay to
I want to say something real quick, though.
I got you. Hold on.
Yo.
A second, Reese. I got you.
I mean,
Hold on.
I just feel like with the whole thing, it's just like, I mean, look, because they got into like an argument like under the tent, right? I mean,
No, Jay. I want you to talk to. Do you think it's okay for us to represent due process, that he needs to go to court? It's okay to have your opinion. AR is on agreement with you that it wasn't self-defense, particularly, but he still want it to be proven in court. It is not up for us to decide. So therefore, AR is still on the side of Carmelo to get his due process, that he is innocent until proven guilty, whether he agree with the information that we have or not. And that's what we are having a conversation about, Carmelo Anthony, the due process part, not if he did it with malicious, vicious intent or not.
No, I mean, yeah, he should go to court. I never say he shouldn't go to court. I mean, everybody should go to court. I mean, that's a part of the law. Like, you should be able to go to court. But I mean,
that's what we gotta fight together as people.
That's the point, is that the courts historically in the U.S., the judicial system hasn't always worked in a fair way for the community. And so the Black community sees an instance where in the past, they don't believe that, typically speaking, generally speaking, with this instance in the past, that the Black man or Black young man, Black child in this instance would have got a fair day in court. So they're reacting to that by donating money to him so that he can have that fair day in court, so that he can hire the best lawyer and get that fair day in court. That's the whole purpose of it.
That's the purpose. So Reese is starving to spew some remedial rhetoric. Go ahead, Reese.
Don't do that.
That's crazy.
Is he froze? Oh
no, he's not frozen. Go ahead.
Remedial rhetoric is nigga, YouTube, and ball. Period.
Don't respond to that, Reese.
So watch this. Me personally, if Austin Metcalf he wouldn't even have had to touch me. If he was talking shit to me, I would have poked him. Yo, I keep a poker with me at all times. It's always 1 second away from me. Watch this. But that is wrong. That's wrong, right? It's wrong for me to do that. Listen to me. I know that sounds hypocritical. Nah, hold up, y'all. Listen, I know that sounds hypocritical. That's just me. But it's wrong. It's wrong in nature and it's wrong in law, right? He shouldn't have stabbed the kid in the fucking heart. He's gonna have to answer for that. Now, I hate tough guys more than anything in the world, right? If it turns out that Carmelo Anthony was the one talking shit, fuck him. Put him under the jail. You know what I'm saying? Because when I was a tough guy, and watch this. If I was a gambling man,
hold on. So do you feel so what do you feel about this Casey Allison case? You feel like that kid is what? Because he's free.
Ish.
Same bullshit.
Do you know about the situation, Reese?
Yeah, he know.
A little bit, not as much as the Carmelo shit, though.
Who is this, the dude in the next county over? Y'all, is this the one about the?
You don't want to talk about it because it's a white kid.
No,
this white kid pretty much did premeditated murder.
So hold on. So John dropped off, and I really wanted to answer his question, and I'm gonna be flat out honest.
And I got you on right after, Bon. Thank you for being patient.
I'm gonna be flat out honest. To John's question, my answer is no. There is a level of aggression fundamentally built into our current culture.
right? That is counterproductive. Now, here's my issue. I'm a father, right? For me, it's all about my babies coming home to me. I know that man's father, I know his heart is breaking for his son to be going through that. And the honest truth, little Carmelo, is you don't have to fight every fight. You don't have to challenge every microaggression. You backing out of that situation, right, and just pushing that white boy off of you now gives you all your 20s, saves your life, right? And for me, that's more beneficial than you addressing the microaggression. Let me, as your father, address those things, right? I'm a man of a certain age. I'm willing to crash all the way out about my babies. Cut someone's head off, take it to the bar, put it on the table. I'll have a whiskey sour Jameson and a beer for my friend here and wait for the police to come, right? But there is something ingrained in our culture that we take pride in being overly aggressive. And sometimes we think, right, that backing out of a situation somehow fundamentally means we're weak. That's a portion of our culture that needs to be addressed, right? I'm not saying go out here and just be weak. I'm not saying that, right? And I'm not condemning my little brother Carmelo at all, right? He felt the way he felt in that situation.
You literally are, man. This why he kept calling you
I'm always gonna
PWR. Willie, you
support.
tripping.
Hold on, let me land. I'm always gonna support the young black man, especially when he's confronted by two whites, right? My issue is this though. I lost my baby. You know what I mean? I'm losing my baby to that system, to that jail. And that's all that matters to me as in my head, Carmelo's father, right? We have to start training our kids that the most important thing over proving yourself is you coming home and becoming the man that I want to see you become. And unfortunately, my little bro has been derailed. And that's the sad part for me.
Wow.
I got to intro real quick. Willie, as a man,
Yo, let me
sometimes you
ask
got
y'all
to
a
go to
question real
jail for
quick.
something. It's easy to stand on
Let
something.
me
There
ask y'all a
shouldn't be
question
nothing
real
wrong
quick.
with us being willing to stand on.
Okay, go ahead, Bomb Cherry, and then Reese.
Well, I'm a little confused when I hear when men on a panel talk about being a man while telling your kids to be pussies, right? So, well, like unless you have a kid out there being a bully and pushing people to do things, get in their face, then that's a different situation. But for most of us in our black communities, first of all, I'm so confused on this whole conversation, right? We have young people up here talking about the black community is so bad. And I just need y'all to walk through y'all community so I can see what the fuck y'all talk about. Right? It's a lot of black communities where the community is clean, right? And the black people may own the homes or they may be just renters. And a lot of black communities are well kept. So y'all must be talking about I'm not saying that all of them are well kept, but even in Compton and shit like that, in those neighborhoods, though, those are well kept neighborhoods. Right? It's not all this trash. It don't look like it did in the 80s when the crack pipes was all over the ground and shit like that. Because it used to be a time when shit like that existed. And I'm not saying it's all the way gone, but white neighborhoods look like that too. And I will tell you something. White people are dirty. This idea that you think their community is better. Their community is better as far as the homes, the space, right? They can move from a trailer park into this nasty trailer and then get in this nice home in this nice community, and the inside end up looking like that trailer did, right? Because they
Episode of Hoarders.
right. And so I've seen white people, they on a hoarder show where they had to move into, they have 2 and 3 homes just for all that shit that's in the inside of it, right? It got so bad that they just went and bought a new house. It's weird because we can't do that, right? They could buy 3 and 4 houses just to keep the shit dirty, and it's harder for us to get one home loan.
Why do we do this though?
Why
Like, why do we focus on diminishing the issue instead of attacking the issue? No matter
Well, I
what
don't know what you mean diminishing the
other
issue.
community,
The fact is,
no
when
matter
I
what
talk
any
about
other
white
community
people,
is
you
doing,
don't
though.
like when I talk about white people the same way you willing to talk about black people. And that is sickening for you men.
Because I'm
Y'all
not
are so
concerned
scared.
about white
Y'all,
people.
they taught you to be
What
scared
what
that
white
you're not even
what
a
white
man no
neighborhood?
motherfucking more. And you want the black woman to follow
What
you.
white
Nah, the
neighborhoods
problem
other
is y'all
than
are raising our boys.
No, the
So
problem
now
is you not
our
raising no
boys, so
motherfucking
now our
boys.
boys
That's
take
the
that
problem.
energy
The
and they
problem,
go into
you
the
not
world
raising
feeling
your
like they
boys.
have to crash
Hey,
out to
here go
prove
Willie
you
blaming
something.
women.
Right? It's
Here
always
go Willie blaming
us.
women.
I'm just
Hey, as
dealing with
long as you
the
don't say
energy.
it's
what
me,
white
I
Don't
ain't
do
neighborhood
gonna
have
hate
you
that.
it.
seen that's
I'm
dirty?
dealing with her
Where have
argument.
you seen that dirty
I'm
other than
dealing
trailer
with her
park?
I
argument
was talking
in the
about white people
perspective
and
of
you
who she
decided to
is.
come for me. But I
I'm
see
dealing
you.
with your
Blaming
argument
women.
No,
in the
no. Okay,
construct
you're
of
dealing with
who
my
you are.
argument. My argument was saying that white people is not everything that some of y'all have claimed. And so I wasn't even attacking us. I'm a kind of saying they. And then you now want to attack my
No,
argument
I'm just
to
I never
attack.
saying,
seen. Well,
I'm just
I
Y'all
saying
never
ready
seen
to
a white
Carmelo
reject when
neighborhood
not
she
that was
talking
dirty.
engaging
about white
didn't
I don't know
make
what
people.
you
him a
talking about.
pussy,
I
like
never
you
seen I
said,
was.
right?
Well, I wasn't
You
talking about
said
that young man.
why are we teaching our sons to be pussies? As
Cause
if
you just said
had
avoid, we
as
should
if
avoid
I
it, bro.
got it, I'm responding. As if he had walked away from that
Quick.
situation, that inherently makes him a pussy.
No,
I'm
no, no.
saying I'm saying that doesn't make him a pussy, but
I agree.
most importantly, my baby is still here. This is the fundamental problem with the culture.
Okay.
We
Now
feel
the
like we gotta
Nah,
respond to
no.
everything.
The
Every
fundamental problem with your
microaggression
thought, though,
ain't
Willie.
important.
Your
It's
problem with your
not
thought is
worth
you
throwing your
inserting
life
like,
away
come
for
on, man.
Let him
microaggression.
finish. Let him finish. Let Willie finish.
Before anybody goes, is Jay new to the panel? My bad.
Yes, this is his
Yeah,
first
yeah,
time.
I'm
Oh,
looking
okay,
up.
okay, okay.
This
And
is
I
look,
Jay
didn't know if he
bro,
was new.
I think it's great that you're here as the younger brothers that we do need to be speaking to, and from your unique position in life, that you are honest with us.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here.
How
Thank
old
you.
are you, Jay?
23.
23.
Were you listening yesterday or the day before? Not yesterday, the day before, because Sharon got jumped yesterday. He didn't get on.
Nah. I saw y'all. Like I saw
Petty.
y'all today. It was on my feed. It was on my feed.
Oh, okay. So you never listened before at all?
No.
Okay, cool. How
So
you
I
liking
don't
Well,
it?
disagree.
welcome.
Oh, I'm
Welcome,
sorry.
I mean,
family.
it's a good show. I mean, Sharon, he's doing a good job. He's doing a good job.
Look,
Nice.
Yes, he
sister.
is.
Look,
Yes, he is.
sister. I want to
I
make this
wasn't
clear, right?
disagreeing with my brother. I wasn't disagreeing fully. Some things you walk away from, right? But y'all, and then you say the sisters are raising the sons. The men should be raising the sons. Y'all should be the ones raising
But
the sons.
but
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 you gotta
understand,
start
sis.
from. But you
Understand.
gotta start from when they're babies. You can't walk in their lives when they're teenagers, and then be able to assert and teach them the difference between some things they may have to walk away
But
from.
look, sis.
But I
Sis.
just want to
Listen.
say this. Wait, I just want to
Sis.
say one more thing
My
because
bad.
remember I was talking about the white people, right? See, you say it's ingrained in our culture to be violent. Have you ever heard of heavy music and all the different types of genres
No,
that you have? Well,
because I
that
don't care
music
about
is
that.
okay, but if you want to say that we have something that makes us less than them, when I'm saying they have it too,
I
right?
am comparing black culture only to the best of black culture. I'm not comparing us to the
What?
white man or nobody else. I'm saying when we were in line, all the things we say we need to achieve again, the marriage rates of the 50s so that those fathers are raising those kids. I'm comparing us to a better form of us, to focus on the problem and not dismiss it by saying, well, white people do it too.
But you kind of are dismissing it when you're
I
telling us
expect
that.
those savages to do that. We're better than what we're doing right now, is my point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can see your point. I'm not totally disagreeing with everything you say. It's just that when I was focusing on them, kind of saying, hey, they got this. Stop being so hard on us, and then get to like what Sharon and a few of y'all were saying. Y'all got to start from the foundation and talking about the music and aggression. That's not necessarily the foundation, right?
And Queen, I do want to apologize because I'm definitely not any form of a manospherean or none of that BS, right? But I am one that says there's fair criticism on both sides. So when you came on and took the stance that teaching our kids to walk away from some of those situations, you want to teach your kid to be a pussy, that only triggered me
Your
because
pink
I'm
toe cleaner.
speaking because I'm speaking from the pain of a father, right? This boy is potentially gonna lose his 20s. My thing with my son is proving yourself in that moment, right? Ain't worth me losing you for your 20s. You're a football player. We know what you could do with them hands, right? You don't have to challenge every micro aggression because it can become the stumbling block in your life.
Right. Tell that to the other little boys, right? The one who was walking with his Skittles and his drink, and he was just trying to get home, and he didn't want any aggression, and he's dead. How about the little boy who was in the park, right, playing with his little gun in the park, a toy gun at that, and no aggression, no nothing, and he's dead. Let's talk about the young man who was walking in Walmart, right, just walking around and on his phone, and he's not here with us. Like, we could go on and on and on and on and on. I am not saying there aren't times where if you can, you walk away, right? But we can't just teach that. You got to start from young. You got to start from the foundation. So I'm not disagreeing totally with you. And at the same time, remember when I said y'all raising them pussies, and then I backtracked, right? I backtracked, and then I started talking about something else because I know I was being too broad in that statement. So I apologize. Yes,
And it is a part of the culture that we do have to acknowledge, right? A lot of times we do have to realize sometimes we're teaching our kids all the wrong things, right? All that fight from as soon as they come out of the crib. Like, our kids don't have to walk around the world fighting and getting into physical confrontation.
No, but you should know how to,
But
man.
So he said, just
You
like
know
you
how.
do.
Like, this the problem.
I'm
I just got to
never
throw
gonna
in
be
Willie.
against
Listen, the
knowing
problem that you
how.
having is you trying to tell us what the answer is, and that's not a thing that hasn't already. Everything y'all talking about, that's what really like frustrate me personally. Y'all talking about shit that's already existed. We have already told our kids, hey, that's what Martin Luther King and them people was for. We'll be submissive. Let the dog bite you. Fuck it. Just keep walking. We've already seen this. That doesn't work. Even if you're talking about us and our people's teaching ain't nothing wrong with teaching your kid how to defend themselves, because unlike those white kids, as Bomb was just saying, there's not going to be very many scenarios with those children where they just got a bag of Skittles and the motherfucker just pop them. But that will happen to your kids more than likely. So you have to teach them how to be prepared and ready, bro. Like, this is...
See, the hard part is to rebut that, right? I would have to say some things that would easily be misconstrued. So I'm gonna just back out of even responding to that point.
No, you go hip on them chap shoes
But
and
I
that
This is a
do,
safe
t-shirt and
but
space,
I
go
Willie.
do.
How
do,
many
You know what
times I
I'm
gotta
saying?
tell you, man?
I do want to be
You ain't gotta be
honest,
scared.
though.
Sharon
I
get
do
jumped
want to
all the
be
time.
honest.
I got the answers, y'all.
I do want to be honest about the fact that
I got the
we
answers. Tell
do
your
we do
kids.
have to acknowledge a
Go ahead.
portion of our culture that is extremely counterproductive. And I think more than anything,
Right.
it's our need to respond at all times with the highest level of aggression that
Like
simply
what you did
isn't
to
going to
PhD, bro.
benefit us.
Like
I
when
get
you and
what you're
PhD
saying,
was up here.
y'all.
You remember that?
Wait, what
You said
happened?
what?
No, I'm just saying, you talking about this culture as like a third party. It sounds like when PhD said something to you, you wanted to meet that same level of aggression with more aggression. You said you escalated it higher than what she came to you at. That's what you told me when we was having our back and forth.
We're both still alive, right?
Yeah, but the point being is that that's still part of that culture.
But it's apples to
You were
oranges.
just talking about the culture of the need to
Well, no,
raise the
I can
aggression,
respond
to
to
meet
that.
microaggression with
I
more
get the point you're
escalation.
making. I get
Yeah.
the point you're making, so I can respond to that, right? In particular, that portion of the conversation was something I was passionate about. It was not feeling the need, right, to destroy that sister. That just happened by accident, right?
By
My
accident.
important part was getting out the question that I asked and starting a different framework for the particular conversation we were having, right? So again, at any point from there, if the sister was willing to bring it down, I never wanted to address it again, and we were done with it.
But why does she? That's the point. You're talking about a system. You were just talking about that we need to
Yeah,
address the
football.
culture about they get microaggression or there's some aggression and we feel the need to have to match it and escalate it more. But you do that, and then instead of just
I
saying
get
you're
your
right,
point.
I need to do better.
I get
You
your
were kind
point,
of like making
but for
excuses.
me, it's apples to oranges. But I get your point, though. I get the point you're making. And yeah,
All
I
right,
can.
man.
And yeah, to leave it there, I can do better.
Okay.
I can do better. And I challenge my
Respect it.
people, to find instances where we all could do better. Fair?
I respect it.
I told you, AR, we was gonna be cool no matter how much you want to beef with me. I told you.
What are you
my
talking about?
brother. I
You was
don't care.
calling me a bitch and shit. What are you talking about? You told me we was gonna be cool. You was calling me a bitch and all these other. So I'm a single mom and shit. What are you talking about?
He did call you a single mom. That was funny.
Yeah.
Though.
Hey, yo, chill out. Don't bring that up. Hey, yo, chill out. Don't co-sign that.
I just appreciate that. You know, I like when people acknowledge that they were wrong in a situation, especially when it's like objectively wrong. Like saying that, yeah, I was out of pocket. I shouldn't have done that. I mean, you did it as a PhD diva, so really you should be PhD diva. I'm sorry for how I responded to you. It's kind of like that's the next step, but it's baby step. It's not baby steps. That's a good thing that you did. But
Yeah,
you know,
I'll go
people
on
watch the
record
show.
saying I didn't want to go there, and I apologize for making an effort to offend her. I was wrong for that. I could have let it die. I'll go on record for that right now.
Yo, can I get a turn, y'all?
A turn at huh?
Yo, let me get a turn, y'all, because I'm about to bounce.
Hey, yo.
So look, sometimes it sounds like I'm coming down on the group, right? But I want everybody to understand that everyone everywhere is the way they are because of propaganda, man. The way your mind works, all the information comes in through your ears and your eyes. And that's where your swagger and everything else comes from, right? And this is all projected to us, right? So people were individuals back in the day when no one had a television in their house or a telephone. Everybody was an individual and a human being. All this craziness came along with entertainment and devices, giving us all this BS in our ears and eyes. You know what I'm saying? In the 70s, wasn't no cities in the world, nowhere had no 100 homicides, 100 niggas killing another nigga. It was unheard of. It was unheard of. And now it's damn near 1,000.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? That wasn't no accident that happened that way. It was produced. So you can't, what I'm trying to say is I'm not coming down on the group altogether. All I'm saying is today in 2025, it's us. And something needs to be done about this shit.
But the thing is that you are lying on the thing. The problem is that you are lying on a group when you say these things. That's the problem.
But then as brothers, though, we gotta respect his energy. I don't
No,
think
we don't have to respect.
Hold
on.
I don't think he's making a disingenuous argument.
Right.
He may have used the wrong words.
Hold on. It's because he actually believed the rhetoric that we are the worst in America or the worst in the world when it's not true. Literally, all you got to do
when it comes to murder,
all you got to do is look. No, we are not. All you got to do is look at the stats for yourself. This is where they get the argument from. I don't know where you get. I guess maybe you see more murders than everybody. I guess I don't know, but the stats because when people get arrested for things, is documented, and this is where they get this whole remedial argument from in the first place, from way back in the days. In this day and age, your information is wrong, and this is a part of the black.
All right, I'm willing to agree. I'm willing to accept that I'm wrong.
I need you to just stop telling the misinformation, and it is okay.
Okay, I got you. So look, if I'm wrong about that, right, then I need to know one thing before I leave this panel. Who else in the world is mowing down? The teens are mowing down each other on a daily basis in major cities by the hundreds with machine guns and automatic weapons. What other group is doing that if I'm wrong about our group, and where's it happening?
And Mexicans.
Have you ever even looked up
Rio de Janeiro would be the place in Brazil.
Yeah, you never been to Brazil.
Going in schools, shooting everybody up.
Watch
So I
this.
think Reese,
Rio de Janeiro. Wait, hang on a second. Brazil has 110 million black people. Almost 10 times the amount of niggas that are here in America.
We're talking about per capita.
And
what's the top homicide rate per capita? Can we pull it? Put it in the back. Don't even worry.
It's not even close. It's not even close, bro. It's not even close.
Now we're getting into
so Brazilians are now the same as black Americans.
Now we're getting into a
There's
struggle Olympics where we're going
listen.
away from the question. The question John asked was a very valuable question
because it was based in a solution. How can we get the crime rates down in order to have successful blacks feel like it's worth it to stay in their
I got
community
the
and
answer.
rebuild their community? We're
You
going back and
cannot.
I got
forth
the
on
answer.
whether black on black crime is even an issue.
I got the answer. You
Now,
can
we're
kill
not.
black on black crime overnight. What you got to do is take the televisions, radios, and devices out of every black home in America. Period.
Okay, I threw in the
Nah, that
back
won't
chat.
Nothing
do
I
it.
else
threw in the
will
back
work.
chat.
Wait. Watch it. Watch this.
That won't do it.
Nothing else will work. So the other 9 of you motherfuckers can say whatever you want.
Nah, bro, that's not true though.
All right.
Number
So what? All
one,
right. Hold on. So what we read in the back chat?
Okay, two things. Reese, did you say in the 70s and 80s that there weren't murders like there are today?
In the 70s, you couldn't go nowhere in America and see 100 to 200 homicides with guns. Nowhere.
that's
People
Casualty
crazy.
with
shot
guns is
down
crazy.
broad
But don't, but
daylight
don't,
and
but
met
don't worry.
black
I'll
people
pull that.
doing it.
That's
No,
fine.
sir.
I'll throw that in the
No,
back
sir.
chat too.
New
But
York City was
Hold on.
insane during the 70s.
Hold on.
That's
Go
all I'm
ahead.
about to say.
Yeah,
so in the
finish.
back chat, I pulled up the top homicide rates per city by city. Wikipedia has it,
We
and
don't mean to
Mexico
stress you out,
is
Sharon.
1 through 7.
Apologize.
Mexico cities in Mexico. Mexico holds 7 of the top 10. Actually, 9 of the top 10
I know Juarez
top
is up
homicide
there.
rates per 100,000 people. And so he asked for us to name a place where people are getting mowed down at a higher rate or whatever. And that's
But my
Mexico
point
is
is
an
now
example.
we're caught up in a struggle Olympics.
No, we're
And
not. No. We're not going to do that. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We are not going to. When we bring up a stat, right? That literally should be shaping our arguments. The truth, right? Information, dealing with information. This is what we are arguing, right? Because people keep saying that whenever black people are doing something wrong, it is facts. And then when we just pull up the stat, and it shows that we are not the most. All of a sudden, now it's the struggle.
I knew that nigga was. I knew what you niggas was gonna do. I knew y'all was gonna bring up cities that had fucking cartels in them, that got entire armies. I knew what y'all was gonna do. Y'all niggas, y'all do what niggas do. I knew you was gonna do that, dog.
Wow.
I'm still. Wait,
What are you?
I'm still right. I'm still right. We got Chicago, Detroit, Memphis. We got Philadelphia, Los Angeles. I can keep going on.
Fine. If you want to be stuck on just saying that black folks, that you are saying every time you look in the mirror, you look at yourself as a criminal, fine. I don't look at myself as a criminal. If that's what you want to say, you want to be the person that you think that you are telling the truth because you're talking down on black people, fine. It's just tiring. Like no matter what a black person does.
back to black fatigue. I get it.
It's crazy. It doesn't matter. As soon as we say it, it's like, oh.
But here was the thing, Sharon. The only reason why I even said a struggle Olympics is doing these comparisons to me is a waste of time if we can simply acknowledge we have a problem that needs to be addressed.
Willie,
Wherever
if the
we
nigga
rank,
asks and make the statement, we can disprove the statement, bro. It's not
That's
about
all we
struggle
did.
Olympics. There's nothing wrong.
Yo, KT,
He made a
literally.
comment, we corrected it. That's
No,
it.
I got you. I got you on that.
But
And
what
I
I'm
actually
saying,
agree with y'all.
So Wall Street literally, as all we that's all I ever actually really do. Like even if the stat proves me wrong, it happened to me before plenty of times on this channel. I was wrong. We pulled up the stat like, oh damn, I thought it was something else. And it's okay. We gotta be able to accept information and say, you know what? Damn,
I was wrong.
That's it, because it's the information. It ain't about
But
anything
Sharon,
else. You just had the
understand
wrong-
my
and then
motivation.
we can't allow misinformation to keep spewing out there, because that's how they took away our goddamn black leaders in the first place.
All right, but here's my thing, right? Even to the microaggression conversation, when we end up wasting time on what most of us agree, I just agree that the brother framed his point wrong, but we're agreeing that we're not the worst people on earth. All right, fine. But back to John's point, there is a problem. There is a reason why we have a certain level of brain drain in black communities, where when people get successful, they want to get out of the communities. And we have dissected crime does play a large part in that. His question was so powerful to me because that's the key. Keeping the intelligent, successful blacks in the community to give our children a different perspective. If our best and brightest who are able to get these degrees and progress, if they all move to Calabasas, our babies don't see them, right? So let's stay on the question, which was an unbelievably good question.
But you say something that's wrong, right? When you say that once we get money, we leave the community. What you mean is that we move out so we could get better space and bring our kids to school. But for some reason, black people still always go to black communities, right? We always end up back. Because I remember moving out of the neighborhood, right? I moved out the neighborhood because, first of all, I wanted more space, right? If I could have stayed in that same exact neighborhood that I raised my kids in, I would have, because we made it better. While I was there, I was actively making it a better community for not just my children, but other children. So I would have stayed there. But the
Hey,
homes,
Bomb Cherry, I'm with you. You
the
preaching to the choir.
but the homes no longer met my requirement.
Here's my thing to
What
what
I'm
you just
saying,
said.
though, I mean, you was able to say what you want to say. Some of y'all are
Nah,
just
my
like,
bad. You right, sis. My bad.
okay. So we end up going back to our community. In fact, we even get on panels and start bragging about where we was raised and how we was raised when we go through our, remembering of our childhood and things. The bad thing about black people, I think the worst thing about us is that we do believe the hype. That we the lowest, we the worst, we the this, we the criminals, we this. And if your children believe that they criminals because they're gonna be criminals anyway, then that means they're gonna actually be criminals, right? Because that's what they think they're supposed to be.
Absolutely, right. You got a black man right here hanging out with he had his daughter come drop off his goddamn grandchildren hanging out. Stop saying that we are the worst. We are not the worst at all. Not even.
Yo, I gotta go, Pimp.
No doubt.
Reese.
Have a
good day. Be safe.
All right, y'all.
And Bomb Cherry, to your point, even when we leave, like, it's nothing for me to wrap up 8 holes of golf, right? And then go right to the hood to be around my people, right? So we do still maintain those connections even when we go somewhere else. But there is a realistic issue of some of the best and brightest of us leaving the community, right?
So you complain
Instead
about
of,
something that you did?
well, nah, I didn't leave my community to leave my community. I left my community simply because I was offered a job and I was tired of paying
So paying
$1,600.
with drugs.
And simply because I was tired of paying $1,600 for an apartment in my community, a shoebox. You
You
gotta
said I didn't lose
understand,
my
right?
community, but I
Listen
left
what
my
I'm saying.
community.
Listen
You just
what I'm
said
saying.
you left.
And right, and
I
so
left my community. I definitely did.
and this is
We
what
And I don't
love
never
to
go back.
do that.
And I don't
We
never.
love to make these goofy arguments and try to put something on someone that's not true.
You just said I didn't leave my
I
community, but I
mean,
left my community. You just said to
Yeah, I
What's
never
wrong with
left.
that
yeah, he
though?
said you
What's
I
wrong
left
with
it.
never
It's
that?
left.
not incorrect for him to say you
I
left your
moved, but I
community.
never left.
You
And I
not there,
connected,
nigga.
and I connected with other black communities where I moved to.
Man, look, I don't know what black
Right.
communities that y'all live around, but all of the ones that
Oh,
are in my
here this
area,
dude go.
like, and where I grew up, are straight shit.
Right.
Where you
And,
from, Kev?
huh? Oklahoma City.
Who?
Boy, who's
Oklahoma
from
City.
Oklahoma City? The
Oklahoma City.
fuck? My bad.
That's not even a majority black. Is that a majority black neighbor? City?
Hell nah.
How you know? How you know? How you
My
know?
family lived
I'm
in
asking.
Oklahoma City, and I'm telling you, I know it's no niggas up
Let
there.
him,
Where?
let him
Hold,
answer.
wait, hold on, wait. What?
Let him answer.
Nigga.
Is Oklahoma City majority black city?
No, it is not a majority black city. But this is the
Alright,
thing.
so-
Wait, hold on, wait.
What the hell? What the hell, belly?
This is the thing about Oklahoma City, right? So Oklahoma actually has more black towns than any other state. But this is another thing, though, right? So in Oklahoma City,
Wait,
like,
pause there before you move forward. All those counties, those are all the bad counties.
No. Like, so there is a lot of crime in like a lot of these little towns or whatever. But this is the thing: the east side of Oklahoma City is like 99% black, right? Like there isn't really like there is very very few white people over there, right? And it is like the largest black community that is inside of the state of Oklahoma. Like, I mean, just like everything over there is all black. Like, just like the schools are black, the police are black. I mean, everything black. The businesses are black. The only issue that side of town has that is terrible is the crime. So
right, that's okay, but that's fine. That's that one city. But you just said majority of Oklahoma City is white, and that it has nice black neighborhoods in Oklahoma City. So therefore, you could have moved out of poverty and still been around your folks.
no, there weren't. No, hold on. Wait. I think that you didn't hear what I said. So there aren't very many nice black neighborhoods in Oklahoma City. But the majority of the black neighborhoods that are in Oklahoma City are
Hey,
shit.
you know what? I'm gonna end this. I'm gonna end this now, right?
So,
This whole notion that if you move into a black neighborhood, whether if it's poverty driven or crime driven, that is just you gonna just something's gonna bad happen is false. If you buy a house and you are a homeowner in this so-called bad neighborhood, all the gangbangers and all that see you live in your house and you don't be afraid to say, hey, how you doing? They do not look at you as food. They like, oh shit, you own this house? How the fuck did you buy this house if you're not afraid to talk to them? You know how I know?
Mm-hmm.
Because I
Still
talked
in
to
the
them.
hood.
And they was like, oh yeah, they was like, they eyes literally open up. You bought this house? What do you mean? I was like, yeah, I did. It's not that hard. You could do it too. What you mean I could do it? I could never do no shit like that. And then I broke it down and explained to you know what happened? Did you know what happened?
Motivated some kids to buy some
They
property.
bought some fucking houses too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that, Sharon.
One of them got a job at Walmart, still bought a house because I told him how to do it. So this whole idea that y'all keep on pushing out because you got this goddamn PWI mindset that you have to leave. No, you don't. You have to explain. You got to be the goddamn leader that you are talking about.
Oh, Jay left us.
I don't know, man. Listen, look, I believe
my baby.
I just leave people wherever they at, man. Listen, look, they will figure it out.
The majority of these so-called black neighborhoods always had this one elder black man there that you could go to. Is like, hey, I'm going through this. Everyone.
Yeah, but we're giving really absolute answers to.
Man, I'm not saving shit. I'm not saving nobody. I'm not no motherfucking Captain America. I'm not no fucking.
Hold on. I know. Hold on. I know you're just. Hold on. I know y'all just want to talk down on black folks.
What the fuck?
But I do understand this.
Don't do that.
Understand this. Will he know a black person in the so-called horrible neighborhood that he go to, he could talk to, he could sit on the porch, and everybody from the biggest drug dealer to the biggest gangbanger, when they see him, they say hello.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kev stutters. If he's from the so-called horrible neighborhood that he's talking about, he knows a black man that owns his house on this horrible block that everybody goes to. Hey, Mr. Johnson.
Facts. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Facts.
So this fucking idea that y'all don't understand that y'all keep
complexity
fucking
to
this goddamn fucking.
It's not that simple, Sharon.
But it is.
Because
see, it's more simple for y'all to shit on your own than it is for you to just be truthful and say, even if the homes are not up to par and big, that the people are still relatable and then everybody just not shooting at everybody like the media pushes it and like y'all push it.
Yeah, but if that is where the majority of the actual like shootings and stuff or whatever happened at, who wants to fucking be over there? My bad. Who wants to be over there?
Okay, fine. Hold on. Let me please address that, please. So again, a lot of the times, when we having these conversations of these things, and we talking about renters, a lot of times people just don't want to admit it. Is that a lot of these people they ain't from here. They're not from here, bro.
You want to know who's one of the most
why we keep
gangster
just
kids
skating
you'll
around-
find right now?
We keep skating around or go. Ain't no goddamn tether violentless. It ain't no goddamn statistics for a tetherist.
You know what's one of the most violent?
Hold on, are you going to admit to that? It is no crime rate for tetherists.
What you mean? Like Africans
It is no
and
crime
West
rate.
Indians?
It is no crime rate for a tetherist.
I don't even deal with
all
that.
the
I see
tetherists,
them
they
as
are just
black
considered
people.
black.
I don't understand.
I don't really deal with that. I consider them black people. So.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Okay, welcome to the show. MJ, what's your thoughts, beautiful?
Hey, I'm back again. So I wanted to come up here and say I completely agree with Bomb Cherry says. Y'all talk so bad about black people. Y'all believe everything that is said about black people from other people, you know, and what they and the stereotypes. Like, let me just ask a question. Do you think everybody who lives in the hood or what is perceived to be under the poverty line is criminals or gang bangers and stuff? You don't think that there's good actual people that's still living in that neighborhood?
Absolutely.
So it's just like, I get some people leave and they leave whatever they leave because they want to. It might not have, like, you know, the rent might not be what they need it to be. Buying a home might not be what it needed to be. They might not like the school district or the public education there is not fitting for their family. There's a plethora of reasons why people leave the quote unquote community, but now you're undermining the ones who stay. Our most bright and our most educated are not the ones who move into other people's communities. They're still there too. And they're still doing the damn work. And here we are undermining them like they don't fucking exist. It's disgusting, really. It's disgusting. What about the that whole black father guys that was out there protecting people and women who had to go pump their gas at the gas station? They don't get a pat on their shoulder for doing that? What about the Red Tide Association and stuff? They didn't move out their community. They don't get credit for doing what they did for their community. We have to stop talking so negative about ourselves, and we make these people who are actually doing what they're supposed to do and still staying in their community because they love their community. They consider it a family, one big extended family that is still there doing the good work. Not everybody is a hoodlum, even though they might live in the hood. I'm gonna keep it 100. And I'm gonna tell you something too. Me being a New Yorker, right? In Long Island, everybody believes there's nothing but millionaires in Long Island, right? Go to Bridgeport. That is the literal hood of Long Island. And you know who's all in Bridgeport? White folks. You will have other white folks who live in Long Island say, oh, that's the hood if you go to Bridgeport. And then we have hoods in Brooklyn now, Red Hook and other places that used to be the quote unquote like epitome of gang banging and drugs and all that stuff, especially in the 80s and 90s. And right now the population is predominantly white.
Yeah, it's gentrified in Brooklyn.
So
There's
like
no
I'm just saying, this is why we need
So the
to just
argument
stop.
that's why it's a better neighborhood now?
What?
Is the argument that's why it's a better neighborhood now?
No, that is not the argument because it's still not a good neighborhood. There's still crime and stuff that's going on there. What I'm trying to say is that we are pinpointing a certain population due to their income as it inherently always being bad. And that is not the case. And also undermining that there are still people who are there who are still successful but decide to live in the community. You know why? Because that's where majority of their family is at. They didn't have to uplift and move because they didn't want to go to a different state and have don't know nobody there, not one single family member. So we just got to stop talking so negative about our people. It's really, really, really sickening. And we got to stop getting our panties in a bunch when someone, and this is not reference to anybody on the panel, I'm just saying, stop getting our panties in a bunch when we reference any negative connotations to another race. Is not playing the blame and explain and shame game, or you do it too kind of situation. It's not that all the time, even though I do understand that some people who like to, you know, excuse themselves for their bad behavior will use that trope. I get it. But we can correct things when it's being presented wrong. And that's what we're doing most of the time. If bad information is going out there that's leading to unfair stereotypes about how we are moving as a community and growing as a community, then we have to be the ones to put the end to it, because we can't expect anybody else to do it. We can't expect anybody else to do it. They still talking about these girls out here being fast and all this shit like that. Have not been teen pregnancies in almost 20 years, especially from our community.
Right.
So, like, come on, we gotta stop. I'm about to start my show, Sharon. I'll talk to y'all guys later. Y'all have a good day.
Have a good day.
Link in the back for me, MJ.
Well, this is
She said she don't want us degenerates over there.
Is Will still here?
Yeah, she said she don't want us degenerates over there.
Hey, that's cap. I'll be over there.
Like Will,
I just want to say, have y'all ever asked a young black boy or a young black girl, let's say 4th grade, who do they think committing more crimes, right? If they black, they think it's us. And the reason it is because it's everywhere. We are saying it, white people are saying it, the media is saying it, you know, the main media is saying it, even everybody's saying it. But it's not true though. And
That is true.
it is not true that we are committing more crimes. You can go
That
look
is
at
true.
FBI.
We dominate in violent crimes. We dominate in
You
violent
don't know
crimes.
what you are
But
talking
whenever
about.
If we
And
show
I
you
don't
the
understand
statistics,
why when I was talking,
I
you
was over
little
here
niggas,
looking
you
at the
little
statistics
motherfucking
while
niggas.
like
I don't
while
know
y'all was
what's
over here
wrong with
talking.
you, little nigga. I don't know why y'all think because I'm a woman you could just speak over me and keep going, right?
Go ahead,
I
go
will
ahead.
go
My bad. I'm
outside,
sorry
get
about
a
that.
switch, and whip your motherfucking ass and show you what violence is, right? Because that's what you
My
say.
We
bad.
can't
Don't say
make
it,
the
all right?
communities safer because we don't even agree that the communities are too unsafe.
Huh?
We can't even
Fact.
focus on the real problem.
Yeah,
To
but the
John,
thing
nobody
is,
to
says the
take
then you would
community
have
is
a
unsafe.
conversation.
Not
it
Now
Niggas
unsafe.
that
back to
always got
on
some
the
John's.
way out.
Hold
Well, you
on.
know, like
To
the
take
community
it
really
back
isn't
to
that bad.
John's
Man, come on,
original
man.
why
question.
this
John's
is.
original question was, can we make the communities safer to have the people that are leaving feel comfortable staying? And my
But you
final
left.
answer,
So is the community is the
no,
people
we
leaving
cannot,
because it's
because we
dangerous?
can't even admit
How is all them
that our
people?
communities
Is the
are
people
unsafe.
We
leaving
need to hold the
because I
people
can't
that
look?
are in our
I
community
could walk
accountable. The
down.
ones who are in there
I
and
could
who
go
are
in
doing
any
dumb
black
shit, we need to hold
community.
them
I
accountable
could
and kick
go
them the
in
fuck out.
New York and walk up and down in Queens and
Hey, kitty, kitty.
Brooklyn being a black woman. I could go in New Orleans and walking down up and down the streets. I could go in we know as black people we could do that. You could find a black neighborhood and walk up and down it. Now you might need to know a little rules, right? Don't wear certain colors now and go in the wrong neighborhood. But we know that because we're black. So we know these rules exist.
No, we don't.
Yeah, what
My
you
Yeah,
mean?
we
babies aren't
do.
gonna
Yes,
know that
yes,
You
because
we
I'm
ain't
do.
never
teaching
heard
my
Yes,
of
we
babies
red
that
do.
and
bullshit.
blue,
Yes,
nigga?
we do.
And
I'm
if
not
you don't
teaching
know
these
that,
issue
people
in
why the
my
here.
fuck are
babies
you
gang
over there?
culture.
That there's an issue
If
inside
y'all
of the
Teaching
black
my
don't know
babies
that,
community.
why
far
are
away
y'all
from
in the
boring
area?
shit.
You
They
just said
can't admit it. That's like
Not teaching my babies no gang culture. We know
nobody
what
said
colors
to
to
teach your
wear
kids no
just because
gang
we're
culture.
black. My babies don't know that shit. So I'm
See,
keeping
let
them
me
Willie,
get
far
that's
on
why
away
you.
camera
That's
from
real
it.
how we
quick.
saying
I'm gonna
you
come back
white,
on
bro.
camera.
Keeping them far away from it. And
Okay,
It
not
don't matter
all
run
how
away,
much
black
you say
Kev.
you
kids
support black
know
people.
that.
This some white
I
thought,
don't run
bro.
away
But
from
you
Because
shit.
you
Some
know
got
what?
I
blacks
don't know what
your
you
are
want
Are
out
you
of
gonna
here,
creating
coach.
teach them not to
communities
go
where those
in a white neighborhood that might hang them? Because see, I'm from the South. You end up walking in a certain neighborhood in the South. Your ass might not be found again. Are you gonna teach them that?
Mm-hmm.
you damn right.
Oh, you gonna teach? So wait a minute, you
So
gonna
you're
teach
teaching the
them
white gang politics, but you ain't gonna teach them.
That's not gang politics.
It
What are we
is. The
talking
Klan's
about?
a literal
We're
Okay,
gang.
talking
that's
about a
fine. That's
sundown
fine. We don't have
town.
to. We don't have to talk. We don't have to say it's
We're
gang
talking
politics. It's
about
still
sundown
politics,
towns.
but it's still
George
politics.
Zimmerman was not in a gang. He was a white man in a sundown neighborhood.
Period.
Okay, it
So
wasn't a
yes,
sundown neighborhood because
so yes, I teach my
Trayvon's.
children how
It
to
wasn't
deal
a
with
sun.
that.
It wasn't a
Yes.
sundown neighborhood
I
because
know it
Trayvon
wasn't,
Martin's
but you
dad
get
lived
my
there.
point.
But the point is that whether you want to say it's a gang politics that of the sundown towns or whatever, it's still politics that you would teach your kid or a peer. Hey, this town does certain things a certain way, or this side of town does certain things a certain way. So if you're over there, be careful, or just read the rules or know the customs, know the culture.
Yep.
So whether that's
So bring it full
a
circle to the
blood,
question.
whether that's a blood town or whether that's a sundown town, you would still say the same thing to your kid. Hey, these are the rules and regulations that this town goes by. So be
And you ready
careful.
for the difference?
He'll tell his
the
kids about that white sundown
And you ready
town,
for
and
the
then he'll
difference?
cry at the niggas when the
When I
niggas
take
kill
my
his kids
kid to
because he was
school,
born there.
he's in a class with 16 kids instead of 36. He's offered better educational opportunities outside of what I got to deal with these crackers. Instead of the beaten down, underfunded schools that some of us were blessed to make
Love
it
them
out of,
crackers though.
right? Yeah.
They rich? Do they taste like grits to
That's
you?
what it sound like.
What's that got to do with
And
what we
then-
talking about? What's that got to do with teaching your kid about gang politics? If they might end up on a certain side of town. If you got family that still lives over there, hey, this is Bloods. This is the bounty hunters. Don't wear certain colors around them because they might think you're a part of something that they might think you an op or something. Why? What does that got to do with what we're talking about?
This is why Bomb was saying you making pussy kids.
Because it don't apply. I tell my
Yeah.
kids, don't go over there. Don't go around that monkey shit. If you want them black
Monkey
kids
shit?
around you,
You say
invite them
monkey
to the
shit?
house.
That's
I'll cook out.
that's
If you-
crazy.
Yeah,
That was crazy timing.
If you want them black kids around you, invite them to the house. I'll cook
So you
out.
call black kids monkeys?
Invite all of them. But no, don't go over there with them.
Kids are
Because their parents ain't on the same type of time I'm on.
You
Their
just
parents
call
don't
other
have the
black
same
kids monkeys.
standard.
Bloods and Crips exist.
Hold
because
on,
parents
hold on.
I'm just glad we got to this point.
Hold on. So I just want to make sure I am clear. Are gang people, young black people that are in gangs, are you calling them monkeys?
A lot of them, absolutely. A lot of them, absolutely.
Monkeys.
Y'all be safe, y'all.
I think anytime you murder another black man, that is treason.
I think we can
And
end
you know
this.
the penalty for treason, right? I think anytime you kill another black man, you're a monkey.
Hey, hold on. Ain't that the same rhetoric that got Malcolm X killed?
All right, so
Treason. We know what happens if you commit treason. Ain't that the same shit that the Nation of Islam did and got Malcolm X killed?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah.
When he was just telling the truth.
Yeah. Just tracking.
Yep.
That's remedial rhetoric.
This is crazy.
How is that? It only becomes remedial when you compare apricots to turnips, right?
I don't even like vegetables.
Oh, listen to what I'm saying, right? In that construct of that rhetoric, right? It didn't apply. I am saying in the black community, it should be considered treason when we kill our own. So in that construct, the dudes that killed Malcolm, yeah, they were treasonous too. Farrakhan, yeah, he was treasonous too. How crazy you want to get with it?
But
How
Will, you
crazy
know you
wanna
double
get with it? You
standard
want to go
though.
there? I'm down.
You know, white people
You
don't feel
got
that
you
way.
got mad because Dion left the black school, but then you left the black neighborhood.
Oh.
So why you didn't stay? Why you just didn't pay the extra money? You know.
So the first honest to God reason, I was sick of New York. I wanted another
Who
opportunity.
ain't?
Anyway.
So maybe he was sick of Jackson. Maybe he was sick of
I was up
Jackson.
there
He
for
wanted
3
to go.
days.
That's fine. That's fine.
What part of New York you from?
But
Yeah,
here's,
also, let
but
me
here's
shout
the
out to
fun-
Rumble. Shout out to Rebellious Broccoli over there in Rumble. I appreciate you.
Here's the fundamental difference, though. I
Nice.
never sold anybody in New York anything. I never sold people in New York that I'm
So
the
were you friends?
second
Were you friends with
coming,
them?
that
Were you
I'm
friends
the
with those
second
people?
coming that is gonna promote a black issue.
Were you
That's
friends with
the
those people?
difference. Huh?
Were you friends with the people that did sell?
Did what?
Were you friends with the people that did sell?
That did so. What is the so? I don't know.
Sell. SELL.
Oh, nigga, I sold.
I thought you just. Wait,
Anyway,
what?
I sold.
wait, can I say one thing?
Wait, what? I'm so
Go ahead.
confused.
Go ahead and give
Comment-
another
Can you say
comment.
what you
That
said
ain't no
again?
AI right
To
there.
the comment that was
ain't AI.
posted I only heard one person refer to white people with the C, the same person who talked about called black people monkeys. So I guess, but all of us don't disrespect people that way.
But you give it to me to at least give me the credit. I do it on both sides when it applies.
Yeah, but the problem is that you do it. Could that be? Why would you want credit for doing some fuck shit? You know, instead of just not doing it at all.
And so, see, sis, this is one of the fundamental things, and I know everybody's going to jump up and disagree, right? But when it comes to male leadership, right, we are a bit more critical. We do teach our people to be a bit tougher. We teach our babies to be a bit tougher, and we're critical of things. So if my son is doing something wrong, what are you doing, you little idiot? Like, why would you do that? And then when he does the right things, I'm going to praise him. This is how men teach their boys. This is how men teach their babies. Or at least men like myself.
Is that what men do?
Or at least men like
I've
myself.
been raised by men all my life. There's been men all around me my entire life. Like, I'm the only woman in this house with a whole shitload of men, right? And I don't, the shit that come out your mouth first, you want to teach your sons not to stand up for themselves. They need to just walk away and get away. And now you're saying, nah, the men, we teach them, we're going to be critical and this and that. And so you're all over the place. But nothing wrong with that, because as a parent, the truth is, I understand what you're saying, right? You teach
and so again, I'm not all over the place.
Well, you kind of are, but you teach what you need to teach for the circumstance, right?
Every argument.
But
isn't
why
for
are you
every
calling
circle,
black people
right?
monkeys, and why are you calling white people crackers?
Because that's what they are. I'm critical on both sides.
Okay, I just
And that is why my fundamental answer to John's question was my fault.
And this is why we call you PWI, Willie.
Do you think calling someone a cracker is microaggression?
I don't care if it's micro or macro.
Okay. Do you think
I know they don't care.
Okay, so you're escalating. So you just talked about how in the culture we need to address.
By those words, they don't care.
They don't care. Someone just said. All right. So anyway, you just talked about how in the culture it's a theme that if someone receives aggression or microaggression, they escalate it, or they escalate things that don't need to be escalated. So do you think that calling people crackers and monkeys is escalating a situation that doesn't need to be escalated?
No.
Okay, you're retarded.
I think
now
that's
that
a
monkey
situation,
is crazy to
I
me.
think that's
You
a
saying
situation that absolutely needs to be addressed.
Okay, so what are you addressing by calling people crackers?
I'm addressing that there is a such thing as a cracker, and I'm defining what it is to me. What do you define a cracker as?
So I don't use the term. So I don't define it. I don't use the term.
Who said
I think
like
the Ritz are better than some.
I didn't say that, but that was a good one.
Somebody slipped that in.
Yeah, well, they're not wrong.
I would challenge them, but then I would challenge
you like to
whoever
play in the
said
snow,
that.
now you
It sounds like you might be overcompensating.
Whoever said that, show me your black family. I can show you my black wife. I can show
see, this
you
is
me. I can show
you sound like you overcompensating,
the cornerstone
man.
of
Look,
what
and
the
now
black
you're
community
escalating.
needs.
You don't know how to control yourself. You just talked about needing to control the community, needing to control the culture of not being able to control yourself in the face of aggression or microaggression. And here you go,
myself just fine.
Demonstrating that you have the inability
This is what you never
to
understood,
not
right?
escalate.
This is what you never understood. I never was saying be Malcolm X. I was never. Slow down. I was never saying be.
You slow down. You don't want to make the mistake.
Gandhi, right? I was never saying I'm.
Well, nobody want to sleep with 12-year-old girls anyway. So
you're gonna keep talking
Oh
over
no,
me. You're gonna
that's
let me
scary.
Make a point. You're gonna keep talking over me. You're gonna let me make a point.
I don't know yet. I'm still debating it. Go ahead.
Right. I understand that I waste my time in certain conversations, so I don't feel a need to show the same discipline that I would show in other areas where I can build with to a certain degree, right? But let's be very clear. I'm not against aggression, right? I'm just very calculated when I use it. So using it here isn't gonna put my life in jeopardy. It won't put me in jail like Carmelo, and it won't put me in a box like so many of our other brothers.
So you're saying you use
Bro, you're gonna put in a box.
Not that white man.
Yeah.
What
you're
about
gonna
the
put
white man?
You're gonna put
Y'all
in a box
love
though.
that white man, yo. Yeah. And that's the
Call him a
reality.
cracker only
Y'all
when you're
love the
in
white man
not in
so
person.
much because y'all need a boogeyman.
I guess I'm a little confused.
Because I believe that my people don't actually believe they can compete.
Okay, so you said that you're very calculated when you do this escalation bullshit. you know, when you did it, you and PhD were going back and
With
forth.
you,
I
when I
asked
called
you.
your baby mother, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Don't worry. When you were going back and forth, when I brought it up after you went back and forth with PhD, but
Right.
do you think you've represented your partner well? You said I'm always. You said, God damn. You said I'm always representing my partner well, and then I said, so you're saying that if you played this audio back, what do you think she would say? And you said, if I played it back for her, I think that she would probably say, "Hey, why did you let someone get you out of your position?"
That's not what I said.
Would you like to put money on it?
Ask me why, because she's my partner. She knows why.
Okay, so she
knows
would
why I
say.
respond. I said
Okay.
what she would have said was, you didn't have to respond to her.
Okay,
That's
so
it.
exactly, you didn't. All right,
She
that's
would
fine.
understand why.
You didn't have to respond that way.
Right.
So then, fast forward to today. I'm saying, you know, you had this rhetoric, you escalated things, blah blah blah, with PhD, but you're like, you're right. I shouldn't have done that. I didn't need to do that. So, which part of it is calculated? Because from what I'm hearing is, your calculation doesn't mean shit. Either your partner, you recognize that you're not representing your partner that well, because even your partner would say, don't do that. You don't need to do that. So they're disappointed in you. And two, later on down the line, you're apologizing, saying you didn't need to do it. So either you calculated wrong in the first half, or you didn't calculate at all.
Or you just don't get it because we're different types of men.
All right. Well, I understand. I'm happy we're different types of men.
There you go.
I'm not an
There
inferior.
you go. We can leave it there.
I'm your superior, and I understand that we're different types of men. You don't have to tell me that.
How?
And how old are you?
How are you my superior?
How old are you?
How are you my superior?
How old are you? I'm about to
How
tell
much
you.
you
How
make
old
a
are you?
year?
How old are you?
Can you show me your wife?
How old are
all
you?
your children live in your home right now?
I don't have children. How old are you?
All right. So you definitely can't be superior to me.
How old
I have
are
a
you?
family.
How old are you?
I have a family.
Okay, that's
black
fine.
man
That's
that's
great.
built a strong
That's
black
cool. That's
family.
cool. How old are
I am
you?
the face of black
That's
excellence.
cool.
You can't
How
be better
old are
than me
you?
with no
How old are
family.
you? How old are you?
Old enough.
Okay. So I've never sold any drugs to anybody,
Right.
let alone people
We
in the
know
black
that.
community. You said you sold to the black community.
I didn't say I sold nothing to the black community. You're a liar. I said I sold drugs. I never said I sold them to the black community. You're a liar.
I'm okay. That's fine. I said
You
I never
just
sold.
said that. Now, I
That's
never.
fine. I said I never sold anything to anybody, let alone the black community. You said you did sell. You said you did sell. So whether it's to the black community or whether it's to other people, you still sold drugs.
Correct.
I'm superior to you. I have no record. Do you have a record?
That makes you sleep.
Do you have a record? You don't have a record, but you would have a record if you got gotten caught. Yeah.
Bro,
okay. You can go. You can go from. You can take. You can. We can. That's cool. If you took my life and said and took our name, took our face, all that shit away from it, and you took your life, took your name, took your face, all that shit away from it, and you lined it up and said, "Hey kids, I want you to look at these people's lives. Look at what they've done up to certain ages." My resume.
Yep.
You would want your kids looking up to me before they looked up to you.
But they wouldn't. You know
why? Of course they wouldn't. They have an emotional attachment to it. So it's as simple as that.
No.
You are an inferior. I don't get on here. I don't have to claim to be something I'm not. I don't have to talk to women a certain way because I feel like they talk to me a certain way. You're just kind of pathetic.
Do you know why?
And I said it before.
Would identify with me.
I don't care why the children would identify with you.
That's why.
Or me.
You're not.
If you took it, if you took us away from, if you took the personal aspect out of it, and they didn't know who was, it's like, you know how people talk about like LeBron, people talk about like LeBron and Jordan and Kobe and all these things. Yeah, I'll let you, but you keep on talking even when I haven't given you permission. You know how people would do like the Jordan, the Kobe, LeBron stuff, and they'll say, hey, let's take away like the names and everything. We'll just do like a silhouette and we'll just do the stat breakdown. We'll just say, do you think the person that averaged this points, this many points, this many rebounds, this many assists, this percentage and field goal percentage and all that good stuff versus this person, which one would you rather have on your team? If we did that same test and we did it for us two and we gave it to your kids, they wouldn't choose you. They wouldn't choose you. They wouldn't even choose you today.
You finished?
Damn. No, I'm still going.
So you made an asinine comment about my baby.
I'm still going.
You're a faggot, right?
I'm still good. Look, and this is what I mean. This is, and you're proving my point. I'm talking to your soul, and you go with the petty insults. I'm talking to your soul, and you go to the petty insults. Talk about something factual. Talk about something. I talked about you dealing drugs. I talked about you dealing drugs. Talk about something I've done. Talk about something I've done.
So are you gonna stop
talking about something I've done?
Stop talking about people's children, though.
No, you're not.
I'm not talking about his
we?
kids. I'm talking about him as a father. I'm talking about him as a person.
Yeah, let me talk
And
about
I want him to
Let me talk
understand
about it.
that him as a person, him as a father,
ready?
it's not good
Finish?
enough. He needs to do better.
You finish?
And there are people that are superior to him, and I'm one of them.
Finish?
There are plenty of people
finish?
superior to him.
You finish?
And it is what it is.
You know why
I'm
those
only
children would
31.
identify
I'm only
more
31.
with me?
I'm only 31, and I've accomplished more than he has.
You know why those children would identify more with me than they ever would with
It's
you?
as simple as that. And which is why he resorts to the petty insults. You see, he hasn't talked about what he's accomplished. You see that, right?
Of course I have.
It's just going to the petty insults.
Can I get another?
He hasn't given his age.
Can I get another close
He hasn't
up?
given his age.
Can I get another close up?
Can you give your age?
Can I get another close up?
Can you give your age?
That's what I've accomplished.
Can you give your age?
You see what that podium says?
Can you give your age?
Do you see what that podium
He can't
says?
give his age. He can't give his age.
Do you
It's as
see
simple
what
as
that
that.
podium
It's
says?
as simple as that.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
And now you're gonna make a woman's argument. Now you're gonna go shade room on me. He won't say his age.
I don't even know what that
He won't
means.
say his age.
Well, no,
He
because
won't say
I
his
want to
age.
see what you've accomplished up to the same age I'm at. Because if you're like 40,
Sassy.
for example, if you're 40 and you've accomplished something between 31 and 40, I haven't
you don't
gotten to
think
those
me
ages, so
speaking-
I can't
so you don't
accomplish
think me
something.
speaking at that
So I
podium
want
is an
you to
accomplishment?
say up to this point.
you don't think me
up to my
speaking at
point,
that podium is
are
an
you younger or older
accomplishment?
than me? I'm 31. Are you younger or older?
So you don't. I'm older.
Okay, you're older. So I'm 31. I can only
Hold on,
accomplish
hold on,
things
hold on.
up
You're
to
asking a
31.
lot of questions.
So I'm not
Is
answering a
me
question at all.
speaking at
I'm
that
elaborating.
podium an
So
accomplishment?
I'm only 31. You're older than 31. If you accomplish something at 35, I'm not 35 yet, so I haven't had the chance to accomplish that because I'm not that age. Or
Have you ever
rather,
spoken at
I
the
haven't hit
NASDAQ?
that age yet, so there's still time for me to
Have you ever
accomplish
spoken
something.
at the NASDAQ?
I want to know what you accomplished by the age of 31
I just
because that's the
showed a
age I
picture.
am. How old are you in that picture? How old are you in that picture?
29.
Okay.
29.
And what was the purpose of this? What was the purpose of you being on the podium?
I was speaking at the NASDAQ building.
I understand you were speaking on the NASDAQ building.
That looked
That's
like
fine.
a Photoshop picture to me.
I know they all do.
What was the synopsis? What was the synopsis of the
Does this one
talk?
look Photoshop too? You
What
see
was
me
this?
with my arm around that politician's neck like he my son? You see that?
You look like a groupie, yeah.
Right.
What was the
Nah,
purpose of?
nah,
Who's this
campaign.
politician? Who's this
Nah, I was
politician?
helping campaign.
So, in what way? Who is
And
this
we won-
politician?
We won the campaign.
Who is this politician?
Who is this politician? Who is this politician? You're not gonna.
You
let
said
me
he was a
answer it, so
politician.
don't waste
Who was
my
the
time.
politician?
Don't waste my time.
Who was the politician? Okay.
Right.
So,
Stop wasting my time acting like
as
a
I
woman.
said, I've never,
If
I've
you're
never,
gonna
I
have
never.
a conversation with me like a man, I'll explain to you who that
Okay.
politician is and
There-
how I was successful
the
in
thing is
helping
that-
him campaign to be in office right
That's
now
great.
and show
There's-
you even more how much
after-
of a man I am than you. Now it's on you. Show me
Getting
anything.
into
What makes you
into
better than me? You made
getting
that
into.
statement. You see my involvement in politics.
I already said it.
You
I
see
have
my
never
involvement in
sold
the
drugs.
streets.
I've never sold
You
drugs.
see my involvement in my career.
I've
Show
never
us
sold
anything.
drugs.
What
I've never
makes
sold
you
drugs.
better? And that
Never
makes
sold
you better.
drugs. Yes, it
That
makes
makes
me
you
better
better
than you.
than every black
Yes.
kid that's ever done it leaving the
Yeah.
ghetto. This is
Yeah.
what you're telling them.
I don't care
So
whether
they're
leaving the
nothing
ghetto or
heads.
staying in the
So
ghetto.
all those black kids are
Yeah,
nothing
I'm better.
heads.
Wait a minute.
I didn't say they were nothing. I'm just better than you.
No, you
Sorry,
are
let
saying
me
that.
break in.
You're
Let me
saying me being the prototypical black kid that's going through
Prototypical. I don't find
Yeah.
it to be prototypical to sell drugs. I don't find it to be prototypical. I think that's just something
So
you
you
do.
don't think a lot of young black kids have
It's not about a lot. You said prototypical.
But not most.
That's not prototypical. That's you.
Do we
That's
think
the
a lot?
that's that
Do you
PWI
think
talking.
most kids can
That's
identify
what
with
that is. That's and that's coming
what
from a
that
mixed
is.
man.
That's what that
That's coming
is.
from a
That's
mixed
what
man
that
too.
is.
Pushing the narrative.
So that's crazy.
I see why you ain't got no kids.
That's crazy.
You probably can't get a woman.
You
Gay
are
sex won't
pushing-
give you a family.
Why
I
would
see
you
why
push
you
that
ain't got no
narrative,
kids.
young man, that you
I see why you ain't got no
drugs?
kids.
I don't even know why you
You're
put it
probably
out
over there peeing on Cassie. Since we're
because
just
the
gonna
way you
crash
judge
and
black
act stupid,
people, the way you judge black people, you would
I
think
think
you had
you're a
never
fanoid.
done any of
that
that.
makes me more of a man than you. I'm not a homo. I'm not.
I'm
on the
more
other
of a
side.
man than you.
I'm not an
okay?
alphabet boy.
I
Right?
think
That makes me a better man than you.
See, this
Right?
he just gonna
My
keep
proof
Like I
I'm not
said.
an alphabet boy is my family. Right?
Like I said, it's the petty insults. I'm
I'm a
talking to
better man
him.
than
I'm
you
talking
in that-
something that he
Nah,
gave us.
you
He told
made
us he
the
did this.
challenge,
He's
so
talking
now
about
let's
something he
crash
did,
out
and I'm
on it.
addressing something
Show
he did.
me
Now
when
he's
you're
like,
a
"Oh, well,
better
you're an
man than me."
alphabet man."
Right.
He thinks that's a winning argument to call call someone these things, and I just find it to be a better winning argument to talk to their soul, to talk about something they did.
All right.
That's just me personally. I just like talking. I like talking about what people did.
All right,
Talk
That they
about what
admit.
you did.
That they
Though.
admit.
All right.
I showed you my
Hold on,
career.
hold on.
I showed you my political affiliations. I
Man,
showed you
That's the
nobody
success.
about hearing that
Show
shit.
All
me
right.
anything.
Okay.
You about to end this,
Since you
Ron?
made the challenge,
All right.
show
Go
me
ahead.
anything.
Go ahead, Kev, and then Bomb Cherry. Go ahead.
So y'all niggas had went on a whole tent, but anyways, I was waiting on these statistics. I like, was somebody going to pull them up or what?
What
That's
statistics?
About the crime.
Oh yeah, I'll pull that up for you. No problem.
What crime?
Let's see that. Let's see that.
Oh, you're talking about present day.
You talking
Yeah,
about the FBI statistics?
Yeah.
What type of?
Yeah.
Is there a particular crime you're looking for? Because you're gonna see that there's more. They commit more crime. Right?
Absolutely. Yes, they do.
Oh, okay. So what?
We dominate in violent crimes, though, but they do commit
What
more
you mean
crime overall.
dominate? When you use the word
We
dominate,
lead in that statistic.
Oh,
Yes, we do.
okay, but you notice how you use the word dominate like it's such an extreme. Even if we have our number is higher, it's not by that much, right? It's not gonna be by that much.
Just say we have those crimes. Now, how do we fix it?
We have those
Why
problems.
not focus on the
I
problem
hate
instead of
how
denying
people
it exists?
cannot admit
Wait a minute.
that we have issues inside
you.
of our
Nobody's
freaking
saying we
community.
didn't have issues.
That shit is annoying
That's
as
why
hell.
we
Thank
said,
you,
Like,
brother.
come
that's
on,
why
bro.
we
Like,
said we need to build a foundation and start bettering ourselves, which means we need to change, make some changes. But y'all will come up and say, "Oh, just y'all are ignoring that black people got problems." Nobody's ignoring that. We're the
you
same
are the
problem.
first
We are
person
human.
that I've heard say that on
What?
here. Like, you are the
Fix your
first
weight
person
problem.
that I've heard say
Yeah,
that on
fix
here.
the crime.
That we
Besides
have
Wall Street
problems.
Willie.
The argument the entire time has been it's not a big deal. It's not as
Yep,
bad as white
absolutely.
people. That's the argument.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
No, it's just not as widespread as you guys
That
make
was
it out
all
to
we
seem.
heard.
Again, we couldn't
Okay, well,
get to the
I
original
think
conversation
What
of
that's
how
fine.
do we decrease
I
this crime.
said was,
I think what Bomb Cherry and
We
Sharon were saying
justified
was that it's just not as widespread. Like the way that you guys were talking, or the way that it was being interpreted, was that any black community you go to is just crazy high crime, or any city you go to, if you try to go and live around the community, it's just crazy high crime. You gotta be worried for your safety and all this stuff. What Bomb Cherry and Sharon, I think, were trying, and other people were trying to say was, no, there are neighborhoods like that, there are situations like that, but there's plenty of black communities where you don't have that issue.
And then one of them was a
Yeah,
contributor to
well,
the crime.
Yeah, well,
Okay, fair
why
enough.
focus
Whatever.
on those?
I might have missed that.
We're focused on
Like Southside Chicago is obviously bad, but
we're
you can live
focused on
outside of the
correcting
Southside
the
of Chicago and still
problematic
be around the
communities,
community.
right? We don't
but
have
you know
to
the thing
correct the
about the south
communities
side
where
of
we're doing
Chicago,
well,
because people
correct?
like to mention Chicago.
We don't have
You
to
know there are
fix the
many other
communities
little
that are
areas that
doing
are
well.
worse than
Is that correct?
Chicago, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's like Tulsa.
So, right, that's right. You could go to Louisiana and Baton Rouge. They stats is higher than Chicago, but people always like to go to Chicago. I already showed these stats and these numbers through the years because people like keep saying Chicago.
Well, specifically the South Side of Chicago,
Because
not
the
Chicago as a
children
whole.
of Chicago are not being taught. You are making yourself the face of something that's not even true. Because as I said, violent crimes are decreasing, but it's still a problem. So when John asked, how can we decrease these things? No one has an answer. And
Because
now we want to qualify who's doing the
That's fine.
most crime.
Hold on, Kev. Do you see how much percentage of crimes is by the white folks?
Let's see. Let's see.
It's
The
59.
FBI, U.S.
So we are nowhere near the
And how much of the
majority. How you
population
used to
are
think, people used to say we commit 77% of violent crimes.
I knew I wasn't that high.
I know, but that's the rhetoric, and people keep on pushing that, and it shows that we are not in the majority of committing violent crimes, and it is okay just for us to be honest about the information that we have. It is
So,
okay.
Sharon, one of the overarching issues for me is when we're having this conversation, we're being disingenuous about some of the nuances. The reason why, and I'm going to say this emphatically, why in black crimes the crime rates are so high is because we are ultra policed. If 75% of the police stops are in a black neighborhood, yeah, the
Good
crimes are going to be higher. So we're not having the logical conversations that we can all deal with. Why? Because we get caught up on, but white folk do it too.
Wait, that don't
So
make sense
what?
what you're saying.
So what?
Listen, first you said,
Most of the shit he said don't make
everybody
sense.
asked how could we lower
What's up, Ambassador?
crime. But that right after you said
What's
the
good,
crime
y'all?
has been lowering through the years, which means we as a people are lowering it. But I do agree when you said we're police more, so we end up with the crime stats more, right? They picking us up, they aggravating, they causing problems. So
So I'm
that's
saying, Bomb Cherry, let's focus on the overlap. Let's focus on where we agree. Let's not focus on the extremities of where we're diametrically opposed. Let's focus on the overlap. And if we can focus on the overlap for me is this. Crime is an issue in our communities, no matter what's going on anywhere else. I'm just concerned with making the best Black communities I can produce. And
Facts.
crime has to be addressed.
so what you gonna do about the police? Like, you're not making sense. Are you
Hey, yo,
saying
Kev, am I speaking,
you
Kev?
saying that it's up because we're over police?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so are you saying we're gonna go and defund the police? Say it for me. We're gonna defund them. We're
I
gonna
don't.
defund them.
No,
I know you're not gonna say it
that
because I
is
know
a horrible
Well,
idea.
no.
That is
yeah,
a
but
horrible idea
but
I'll
he
get
just
to it,
said
right?
that's why it's up in our community because of the policing.
Now, that was a good question,
Yeah,
right?
I
Hold
know.
on, wait.
So,
Hold on, wait. So crime is up because we are being over policed, like
Yes.
just because
In
they
our
are catching the
community.
bad guys.
No, because
Like
we
a lot
know
more
that
often. Is that what you're
we
saying?
become a bad guy just because they say our tail light is out. They come and approach, and then before you know it, you're now on that stat, right? Because they done arrested you. Now, by the way, the
Arrested you
stats
for what? Like you're not getting
wait,
arrested
can
just
I
because you
finish?
have a broken
So
tail
by
light.
the way,
Let her finish.
the government
Like you finished that plate.
the government stats is arrests. It is not those who've been found guilty. That means if you get arrested and they say you was being violent out there, then you're gonna be on that stat as one of them people who was violent. Even if you didn't kill anybody, let's just say you
I'm not understanding.
y'all started fighting. Well, you need to go read. If you go
What up,
read
Taylor Bell?
stats, then you will know that's what those stats mean.
So they
I
are putting
understand,
black
Bomb
people
Cherry.
Kevin, you
on
never
the
been stopped for no
violent
reason?
list just because they got arrested. That is pretty much
Wait, what?
like. So they are putting black people on this so-called black violent list or something like that just because they had got arrested.
No, what
Yes.
They can say you were
That is
resisting
hold on,
arrest.
that you
That's
just
fine.
said.
Hold on. Let's answer that first. Yes. When you get
Yes.
arrested for a violent crime, yes. That's what the stat is about. Yes.
Even if you didn't do it, even if you didn't found guilty, you didn't do it. You get on that stat because you got arrested for it.
and I believe gun charges are considered
Okay.
a part of violent crime.
And
and I just
resisting.
want,
What's up, Taylor Bell?
to deal with, and the only reason why I keep bringing it up and answer those questions because I just want to deal with the information and show that it's not as bad as we tend to think about it. We got to stop allowing people. This is why it's important to have alternative media that's willing to just deal with honest information instead of pushing and painting narratives. It's important, and and we have to start conjugating and building up alternative media, even though we've been talking pretty much positive about Black folks this whole show, and it is what it is. I can barely get a like or a share, but that shit has to change. I can't get a like and a share, right?
I'm
And I
about to
haven't
share it
said
right now,
that.
Sharon. I'm about to share it to somebody right now.
And we do need to change that rhetoric that we don't support one another because it's ingrained in us, and this is why we don't support each other. We have a lily white woman named Lily Gaddis. Literally, all she gotta do is say the N-word about a Black person, and every white person is behind her. Another one, Shiloh, she says the N-word by a little Black kid, and every white person's behind her. It's insane how we don't even realize that PWI really is pushing out the fact that we don't support each other. He don't realize by his own commentary that he had today.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying we don't
You're not doing
support
it on
each other.
purpose, but that's what happened.
I'm not saying we
I
shouldn't
don't think
support
most
each
white
other,
people are
right?
racist.
I am totally here for us all supporting Carmelo, and anyone who speaks against that young man and his situation is instantly on my cone list, right? I have a standard as a Black man, right? Sometimes even if I disagree, I'll keep the rhetoric to myself because I'm not going to fuel anyone else's argument, right? What I think is the fundamental thing that's not understood about my rhetoric, right, is this. My ideology is I prefer to be wrong, right? If I'm wrong, I can say I'm sorry and I can fix it. If I'm pointing to someone else and saying that everything that about my situation is because they're wrong, I'm waiting for them to fix it. I do believe our people have enough going right now that we can correct a lot of our own problems, but we are simply not willing to address them. We get caught up in simply comparing ourselves to white people. I don't
Facts.
care if our crime is worse or better than theirs. I'm only concerned with my community. I am comparing us to the best of us, not to the white man.
That's ridiculous.
We need to hold our own accountable.
Well, look,
These
y'all,
neighborhoods.
no, y'all not even taking care of y'all. Listen, I'm not gonna start that.
Who's not?
I'm not
These
talking about you
neighborhoods
as
with
an
all these
individual.
black
But if
folks
y'all want
who
to
are
talk about that,
terrorizing the fucking
then go
community,
look at them stats of what black men are doing and not doing. And
we
see
need to
right
get back to
now.
snitching. We need to get back to calling the damn
You
police
need to
on
get back
niggas.
to a
We need
salad
to get
and
back
a
to that
diet.
shit.
That's what you need to get back to. Okay.
Oh, I just ate a salad earlier. We good.
Yeah, you might need to take the meat off it, baby. And just
But anyways, we need to get back to snitching. We
and
need
the
to
only
get
reason
back
I'm
to
coming
calling
at
the
y'all know I'm
police.
being
And
childish.
you niggas are sitting here ignoring this shit like this is not things or whatever, like they need to actually happen. These are things that actually need to happen, but you niggas would much rather focus on some other bullshit. We need to get back to holding black folks accountable. Period.
Okay. How do you? All right. Give us your plan.
I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to
Okay,
do
so just give us something
Wait,
you
hold on,
thought about that was like by yourself. You were
wait.
just
I will say this though. I will say this though. To start, we need to start with these people who are in our communities gang banging, who are in our communities who are in our communities
selling drugs. Oh yeah,
Yes.
really know about that.
Absolutely. I said that is where we should start. Now, after that, if
And
anybody
the
else
gay
got
community is
any
a
other
problem for us
ideas,
too, right? Oh yeah.
I'm all ears.
Hey, y'all know about that.
But all this whole like stop snitching and all this other stupid bullshit, we need to stop it.
Hey, I
But
wonder
go ahead.
I wonder what
Tell
the
me
mob
about
did.
how I am wrong
Kev,
about that. I'm waiting.
hold on.
How am I wrong?
Hold on. Hey, Kev, what do the mob say about snitching?
I don't give a fuck what the mob has said about snitching.
No, you don't care.
I'm talking about this is what we need to do. I don't give a fuck what I don't care about what
anyone
else
they
said.
You care what the
Okay, do you think the police?
what we need to always do is submit? Why is that what we always do?
All right, so if you don't care what anybody else say, why are you not trying to find the good in these gangs and how we could push forward?
First of all, hold on. Wait. I don't know where y'all are from, where these so-called gangs are doing good. Yo, listen, look. I've seen nothing but
Talk
this
to
shit
us.
destroy. I've seen nothing but this destroy. And this right here is coming. Like, and I hate talking about my past. Like, but I used to do that type of dumb shit too. But this is
Do what type of dumb stuff?
Like the Willie dump stuff? Like the really dumb stuff?
Used to
gang
sell cakes
stuff,
on the side of the road.
just whatever stupid stuff.
All right,
Like, but I like talking about that.
Hold on, I got two new people that I
Throw
know.
up your gang sign.
Hold on 1 second.
Never.
Let me welcome to the show is Mex and Trey.
Oh yeah, that's my homie, man. Like
it's
I
Mex?
just shared the link to him. I just shared the link to him.
It's Mex and what about Trey?
No, I don't know Trey.
They sound like gang members themselves.
What's up?
Oh my bad though. I see it.
That's what you think of black
I ain't gonna let that. I usually keep it bottled up, man. That's my bad.
Hold on. What's up, Trey? Good day, sir. I think I spoke to you before.
What's up, Sharon? How you doing? Hell yeah, you came on the drip show.
Yeah, I spoke to you before, right, Trey?
Hell
Yeah, that's
yeah.
great.
Okay,
Trey good.
Making sure.
I'm in good.
All right.
Mexico, what up, boy?
What's good, man? What's good?
Yeah.
Oh, this
My dog done pulled up over here.
Bunch of nonsense.
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Sharon has said that he don't get no shares. I shared. Somebody pulled up.
I know.
I share and
so that's how important it is that we support each other, right? Something is that simple, right? That's how important it is. And people keep trying to act like it doesn't mean anything. The shares and the likes, it means a lot. And we want to really have these conversations. We should not be afraid to be sharing with our people. Like, we here having a combo anyway. People are here in the comment section afraid to share. People that's in the clouds afraid to share. That don't make no sense. But welcome into the show. Seems like Trey want to talk. Go ahead, Trey. Then we got It's Mex right next, and then we're gonna hop right back into what we were talking. Go ahead.
I definitely have a question. Because I was about to say I was hearing my man Kev speak for real, and I don't want to speak out of turn without knowing the question. So what was the question before I speak out of turn?
So the question was how do we fix the black community, or how do we get to doing things better?
Okay.
And
All right.
yeah.
All right, boom. So that's the gist of it, right? No, because I heard you say something about, you know what I'm saying, stop selling the drugs and all that kind of stuff, right? So me personally, right? I'm not going to sit there and be like, yeah, I advocate for the drug dealers and the robbers and all that, right? But let's be real, bro. I was about to say there ain't no perfect world, bro. And some people, that's all they know. They was born and raised that way. You feel what I'm saying? Like literally, some people, that's all they know. The same people that was bringing the gun to school was the same nigga that was outside on the block at 3 years old with his father, with his uncles, chilling. You feel what I'm saying?
He
That's
doesn't know
all they
those
know,
blacks.
right?
He
Boom,
doesn't
right?
know those blacks,
So
bro.
hold on, wait, time out, right? All of them ain't
I
bad
do.
people. All of them are not
Nah,
bad
not you,
people.
Kev.
Some of
Oh,
them,
okay.
some of them are very actually structured and very smart. You feel what I'm saying? But that's all they know. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Like mentally, they just can't separate themselves from the streets. You feel what I'm saying? But they
Smart.
very
That's
intellectually
all they
smart.
know.
You feel what I'm saying? Boom. Then you got people who actually
Smart,
families,
dumb
you feel what I'm
nigga.
saying, really into it like that, right? So it's something that they just can't get out of, right? So you feel what I'm saying? You can't just sit there and be like, yeah, boom, boom, boom. As a black community, we should just lock up all the drug dealers and all. No, hell no. You gonna need some of them niggas back. You gonna need some of them niggas when times get tough. You feel what I'm saying? With certain shit that you can't handle, with certain shit that you can't handle, they know about. You feel what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying, bro. Every walk in life, bro. It don't matter. It don't matter if you a doctor, a lawyer, a nurse, or anything. Everything is needed, whether you agree or disagree, whether you agree that it's bad or it's good. You feel what I'm saying? Everything is needed. You feel what I'm saying? So you can't say you gotta lock up everybody. You might not agree what they doing. Yeah, you can sit there and be like, boom, boom, boom. We should lock up all the killers and you know what I mean, shit like that make more sense. But to sit there and be like the drug dealers and stuff like that, bro, people gonna do drugs. They gonna get their hands on drugs whether you like it or not. That's people addiction. You can't control what people are addicted to, and that's how some people feed their family.
All right,
And that's just what it is. You feel what I'm saying?
They gonna get
So
about
you feel what I'm saying? I
somebody
ain't got really nothing to say about that. All I'm saying is when you really having the conversation, be real with yourself and be real with the whole conversation for real, for real. I don't got nothing against you or nothing like that. Just that's all.
Kev, what
I
you
got
say
you.
to that, Kev?
No, I wanted for Mex to get in. I'll comment a little later. My voice is heard up here enough.
Okay, go ahead, Max.
I mean, yo, I'm a little biased toward drug dealers myself for reasons I will not speak on. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't believe in pushing it on children and nothing like that. And I do agree to a certain point. Like when you grow up in a certain environment, you kind of don't know better at a certain age. But everybody gets to that age where you know better. So if you're not trying to change after you get to that point in your life where you're like, yeah, all this shit I'm doing kind of some bullshit, then you're part of the problem. And anyone that gives excuses to that is part of the problem. Like,
So change is what's important. And let me ask,
change,
you
and
think
also the parents, right? The
Imagine
community
if
itself.
Willie just let other people talk.
you
Let's
do
imagine
believe
that, because we
that
can't see it in reality.
Yo, Max, you do believe that someone who was involved in that life, that
He
realized
wasn't
he
finished though.
should be doing different things and changed his life and
You under,
became extremely successful.
do
That
you
would be a
understand that?
great example to
You
those
still
kids.
understand he wasn't finished though, right?
We
Huh?
with you, Wall
But you
Street,
Still
left.
but
understand
he
that
wasn't
he
done
wasn't
though. He
finished.
wasn't done.
I think for that one particular thing, like I said, when it comes to dealing that shit, because people are out there looking for it. So if you can just make some money off a flip, then like why not? And that goes for really anything, not just
Man,
drugs.
download
Like,
DoorDash or something, man.
you know what I'm saying? But when it comes to being gang members, gangsters, and just cause violence and havoc for okay. All right. When it comes to causing violence and havoc for no fucking reason other than I don't even know at this point in time. I think that we have enough evidence for the past 40, 50 years that prove that there's absolutely nothing positive coming from any type of gangs in any kind of neighborhood or
Oh
community.
no, I ain't never say nothing about the gangs. I wasn't never pushing
Yeah,
nothing about
so
the gangs. All I was saying is about
no,
how
that's
people
what
feed
they
their
was talking about when
family.
I came up
That's
here.
it.
That's what I was talking about when they came up. They was coming up here, but and I think part of this whole, our people, our community shit is you need to stop looking at it like that. As soon as you start doing that, you start alienating people outside of that. Like, oh, you ain't my skin color, then I don't really give a fuck about you or what happens in your life. You people, nah, it's people, your neighbors. You should care about your neighbors and your neighborhood first and foremost, your house first and foremost. You know what I'm saying? And for anyone that grew up in a mixed household, how does that sound to you? You know what I mean?
It hurts my feelings.
So, other things. The main problem is the people that teach these young men how to drug deal is the grown people, right? So this is the grown men teaching young kids how to drug deal. This is not.
It's not the women.
But you gotta think about it though.
Even
You
like
gotta
it used to be,
think about
right?
it though.
Because it used to be some rules and regulations.
Exactly.
In the
Exactly.
community.
It was a lot. It
Right.
was actually a lot.
Right.
A lot. Like I'm talking about something. It was a lot of rules.
I mean, a lot of times it's your peers. It's not even the adults.
You wasn't doing.
That's fine. That's fine. What happened back in the days, but we still talking about now. It's grown men teaching young kids how to sell drugs. So this whole idea that you gotta grow up to know better, they don't grow up to know better. That's
Well,
the issue.
I kind of disagree because the drug game is dead. Go find me a crackhead now, right? These kids ain't out here selling crack. You're not gonna find a block that's
They
making
selling meth.
It's not about the drugs, bro. Hear me out. It's deeper than the drugs. It's way deeper than the drugs. See, that's what y'all not understanding, bro. Y'all sitting there thinking that it's about the drugs. It's way deeper than the drugs, bro.
Of course I get that, bro.
No, nowadays it's this nigga done killed my cousin.
Backdooring, robbery.
No, fuck all that. Ain't no about no backdoor, no robbing, no none of that. Niggas is getting killed in drive-bys. Niggas is getting killed in big ass crowd shootouts and stuff like that.
I get it.
I'm talking about something to where's the point to where's though people mind so fucked up out here, bro. They willing to get themselves locked up just to kill a nigga that killed that person. You feel what I'm saying? So this the thing. This is the whole reason. This is the whole thing, right? Y'all got the game really, you feel what I'm saying, fucked up in the head more so than anything, right? It's more so y'all talking about drug dealers, bro. Drug dealers are money makers. Okay, understand that first and foremost. They are businessmen. Most, you know what I'm saying? Most, if you are good at doing what you're doing, if you feel what I'm saying, you are a businessman. You feel what I'm saying? That's what people not understand. No, time out.
We gotta.
I'm still not done. I'm not done. You feel me? Drug dealers are usually businessmen. What you are talking about the robbers, the killers, the shit that help out the businessman or used to help out the businessman. Now the robbers and the killers, they just going ragged. I understand what y'all talking about that.
They just don't sell drugs. They do the robbing and killing too.
Hey, Trey, where you from, man?
This shit crazy.
Baltimore.
He sound like Tank Davis.
Man, you all right north of Baltimore all day. That's all I'm saying, bro.
You ain't from
Because when you say you, it's like you. It's like it's crazy.
Come on, Trey. Come on now. You know that's not true.
Hey, but like I always say, man, it's always culture over race.
Why is
culture
it
is more important.
Somebody just
Trey, O'Donnell Heights in the building, family.
Anyway, if you were, let's say the drug dealer is the businessman, wouldn't the robber also be a businessman? His business is hitting you over your head and taking
the robber going to rob you.
Yeah,
that's what the robber going to do.
Then he gonna sell it.
No. Listen, I'm talking about nowadays, right? Nowadays, it ain't no real robbers out here nowadays. The robbers is robbing you. The robbers is robbing Sharon. The robbers is robbing Kev. They not
ain't no drug dealers
they
to
don't have
rob.
enough heart, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, no. What I'm saying, I'm not talking about y'all personally. I'm just talking about, you feel what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm talking about.
I know what you mean. I know.
You feel what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, it used to be structured to where as though, boom. You feel what I'm saying? The robbers was actually robbing the other drug dealers because that was their job. They used to send the robbers with the killers, just in case the killers need to kill, the other killer or something like that. You feel what I'm saying? It used to be real structure in the streets. You feel what I'm saying? It ain't none no more. You feel what I'm saying? So now you got the killers killing over emotion. You feel what I'm saying? This is how it is. You call me a B, I'm gonna kill you.
But Trey, you know I know where you from, family, right? Either way, the killing was problematic. Like, there were a lot of deaths on North Ave from drug sales, strictly. So let's not give that a pass, right?
Yeah, we seen The Wire.
Like, I did all my real dirt. I did in Baltimore, right? You know what I mean? Shout out to Dundalk. So you know who I was serving, Trey. I was in Dundalk. You heard?
Come on,
I don't sell my people nothing,
bro. I just moved from Dundalk.
I don't sell my people nothing. You get what I'm saying?
So what about did you take care of your other soldiers then? Did you get them out the game?
Bro, it ain't the same, bro. It ain't like back in the day, bro. Ain't nobody got no soldiers.
Nah, but
That's
Trey,
what I'm saying, bro. It ain't no soldiers, bro.
he's got
Everybody
a
out
white
there for
mother or
self.
father. He's
Right.
not from where we
This
from.
is individual
He don't
mayhem
understand.
now.
He doesn't
No,
understand.
he was. I'm talking back then when he was doing it. It was like that. So I'm saying, did he get his friends out the game, or did he just leave himself?
Some of my friends got out the game with me. Yes.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Did you bring some with you? That's what I'm saying. Or did you just leave by yourself in the cover of darkness?
I didn't have to bring them with me. They wanted better, right? So let's get to the reality of things, right? Even when we're talking about crime, we're talking about poverty. Even the FBI typically attaches their stats to poverty. That's the real catalyst. It's not black, white, none of that shit. It's poor people doing what they got to do to survive, right? We have to provide them with other options. Who's better to facilitate that conversation with them than someone that's been there? See, I could have a different conversation with them, bring them the success that I have in my current form and say, but I was right there on Biddle with you, Trey. I was right there on Biddle, Trey. I ain't lying. Stop playing with me. Swear to God on my mama, right? Yo, so this is my point. We have to, one of the biggest problems in our community is the lack of organization. We talk about the church. We demonize religion, right? But we have no vetting process for those that want to take the podium and put a message out there. So now these people have no real support. Like we have AR. He's got his white mama, right? But he don't know the community.
Wow.
You get what I'm saying? So when he says things, right, that he's a better man than me, just because he didn't do what many of the kids on North Avenue felt like they had no other choice but to do, I take the message back to those kids, yo, you can do exactly what I did because I'm not better than you. This is the message we need to take to our babies, right? Not, oh, I'm better than you because I didn't sell drugs. No, I understand what you're going through, little homie, but it's better ways to do it. And I want to show you how to get there. You have no excuse not to succeed because you are me. I'm no better than you. And look, I did it. Right. I'm better than you because I've never
Wouldn't
sold
that
drugs.
mean
I
you are?
never sold the
Wouldn't that
crack.
mean you are better
You
than
never
them?
went
Then?
outside on North Ave either. I know you never did nothing because you wasn't with us.
Welcome to the show.
But you brag about.
Good day, Supreme Goddess PhD. But how you doing?
Good. Hey y'all. How y'all doing?
Hey, PH.
Hello.
Hey, Bomb.
How you doing?
Did you
So
hear
what
Wall
y'all
Street
doing
Willie
other than
apologize
cooning?
to you?
Huh?
Did you
Who
hear
apologized?
PWI Willie? He apologized to you.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
No, he literally said, "I'm sorry." I got him to I got him to say
Yeah,
it. Now
but
he's kind of
I
backtracking
apologize
again.
to the community. I was better than responding to that. I shouldn't have responded to it.
Okay,
Because a lot of
he
things were
acted
thrown.
different. I
A
guess
lot
people
of
just
things
act
were
different.
thrown at
People act
me.
different in your presence, Diva.
So you want
I
to
don't know. I
jump.
don't know what
So
happens,
here
but
goes the white
a
man.
little bit
I
ago
want
he
to
was
have a black
apologizing,
conversation.
and now it seems
Can I
like he
have a
don't want to.
conversation with that black
I think it's
woman,
an
white
ego
man?
thing. I think it's what it is.
Hey, white man. Hey, Mahomes. Can I have a conversation with that black woman?
Oh, you don't need to have a
Oh
conversation with me.
All
Lord.
right, so I'm cool with that. We can move on.
Then he start calling black people monkeys and stuff.
He was definitely doing that.
Hey, I was about to
Not even just
say
by black
my
kids.
apologies, right? But I didn't hear the last, you feel what I'm saying, 3-4 minutes of the conversation. It's going in and out.
I mean, to the contrary, I would say that you are a better person than the people that are doing bullshit, and that's what we need to relay. Is this is not the way to go. If you tell someone there's a better way of life, then you're telling them you are not there yet, which means you are not better. Like, get better.
Right.
Like, you should be an example for younger kids, but at the same time, like, I think like a lot of people don't do it off of survival. Some people just do it because it makes sense. Like when I was younger, we started selling weed because it just meant we got to smoke for free. It had nothing to do with money. Just be like, let me get a bigger amount so my weed free and I'll make my money back. Then it started going up and up. And then you start getting more shit for cheaper. And then you start dabbling in other shit that made money that you didn't use. So, it wasn't that no one taught you how to do it or there's an old OG like here. I mean, that happens too. They send runners out, but.
And so now here's the nuance with
Hold
that,
on,
right?
let me, because I barely get any support. So let me shout out to the people that supported me today. It says from Byron Turner for support for the struggle. Thank you so much. Also, it got a cup of coffee. Thanks always. Thank you so much, beautiful. I really appreciate that. Shout out to everybody that hit that like, that share, everybody that always hold me down, that support me on a day-to-day basis. I appreciate y'all so much because I get more hate than love. So thank every last one of y'all. The people that ain't afraid to hit the panel, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Everybody that's not afraid to hit the like, share, and comment. I appreciate anybody that's in $1 or more. Man, love y'all. Every last one of y'all. All the support is needed. It's an active collective for us to keep this thing moving. So I really appreciate every last one of y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say if I can go, you feel what I'm saying, that'd be perfect. I was about to say, I ain't really hear what whoever was responding to me actually said, but I did hear one part. They was talking about I can get my life better or whatever for real. What I'm saying, it really don't pertain to me. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not in the streets or nothing like that. You feel what I'm saying? I actually drive trucks, so you feel what I'm saying? All I'm saying is I understand the other side of it.
Right.
So why hold on to?
Because I understand the other side of it. Because it's not just you feel what I'm saying. I actually got people that's you feel what I'm saying that's in it. You feel what I'm saying that's real close to me for real. That you feel what I'm saying I'm actually related to, like my cousins and them. You feel what I'm saying? But it's like they're a lot smarter. They're a lot smarter, but they can't. I don't know. They just can't mentally get out. You feel what I'm saying? It's not something. It's not something that you feel. It's like a drug. You feel what I'm saying? Like it's more so like, bro, the streets is like a drug, bro. It's not. It's about the excitement. It's about the you feel what I'm saying? It's the dopamine that hit the brain, bro. It's about the adrenaline and shit like that, bro. That's what people not understand. It's more than just being in the streets, bro. It's way more than that, bro. That's what people not understanding, bro. It's addictive. I can tell you that from experience. It's addictive. You feel me?
So now how do we change the mindset to change what we actually enjoy to give us dopamine?
I mean, shit, that's hard, bro. It's different for every individual.
You find something else that give you
that's fine that it's hard because we don't care that it's difficult or not, right?
I was about to say for me, it was a tragic situation. You feel what I'm saying? Like I really had to watch my brother die. Like you feel what I'm saying? Like I had to watch him because I couldn't protect him or myself at the time.
So you're saying the thing that got you away from the street was seeing death?
Exactly. It traumatized the shit out. So how do I was about to say, but that's not everybody's story.
Fine.
Everybody don't respond the same. It's different.
All right. So now
you feel what I'm saying? It's different for other people. For other people, they see their brother die, they finna crash all the way out. You feel what I'm saying? Because you feel what I'm saying? I was there. I'm trying to tell you, I was there. You feel me? They finna crash all the way out. But it's like, boom, after you do that, how do you get your life back? Because now your life is gone. You feel what I'm saying? Your head gone. So it's like it's way harder to talk to somebody like that than it is to talk to somebody like me because you feel what I'm saying? I got my head on straight. But it's like, boom, how do you talk to somebody who just lost their brother 3 months ago and they know where that nigga at? And you sitting there trying to talk to them. You feel what I'm saying? Sharon, I'm talking about you. You, Sharon, as a logical person. How do you go up and tell them not to go ahead and kill this motherfucker? When they know they got the power, they got the power, they got the resources, you feel what I'm saying? And they got everything they need. They go, you feel what I'm saying? Go handle that business. You feel what I'm saying? That's personal. That's emotions. You feel what I'm saying? It's hard to tell somebody to do when they are emotionally fucked up. You feel me? And once you cross a certain line, it ain't no coming back.
Okay.
Well,
people don't understand that.
Did you get my Skype?
Okay.
The one thing that I'm thinking is, so we see, similar situations happen in society and black men don't respond at all, right? In fact, they'll get up there and hug and forgive the person. Now, that seems to only happen when that person is white. And so I guess the answer to your question is to somehow get them to think that the person that killed their brother is a white person. Then they'll sit their asses down and shut the fuck up like they always do.
You're silly. You're silly.
I'm telling the truth.
Hold on. So also we have somebody like Wallow, right? He dealt with he know exactly who killed his brother. That person is alive to today, and he talks to young black men and tell them how not to go ahead and want to get that revenge all the time. So it is possible, but before we even get that far, that our brothers and sisters are in the gang where they can even get themselves in that dangerous situation where they dopamine is all about fighting and action. We need to talk to them before that happens so they won't be involved in gang violence in the first place. Trey.
All right, cool. Oh. I think you need to demonize and ridicule the culture or pick a different culture. It all comes down to culture, bro. Like, that's all it is. No matter what color you are, you grow up listening to country music on a farm and shit. You ain't gonna be out here fucking killing people in the alley.
Won't have much else besides.
Wait, what?
Maybe
If
some
you grew up
rap.
on country music in a farm, you ain't gonna be what now?
You have a lower chance of getting involved in this type of shit.
What? But you might be involved in some other shit, right? So it's a lot of them that's in the Klan
Yeah,
and
but
who in them backwoods places killing up black folk, right? And so like the
Man,
mindset that y'all be having be
nah,
crazy.
inner city
Yes,
leads
niggas.
stats.
Yes, niggas.
One at a time. Inner city leads the stats by a large number. Yes, of course, there's no definites. Yes, there are
They
people
don't
that live in the
even
country that kill each other.
classify a lot of
But
those as murders. So of course it is, right? So a lot of that stuff end up being unsolved, right?
Right.
Just
no,
like those two twins who they found somewhere near
That was
Stone Mountain
standard. That we
dead.
were always supposed
They
to be doing
said that
that.
it was a murder suicide, and now they saying
people
like, oh, well, that couldn't have been what it was, right?
love using
So
outliers to like
it's not an
discourage millions
outlier
of
when you
statistics.
just because you
Years
don't
of
know
statistics.
about it. What millions of statistics? What millions of statistics?
You know how long they've been keeping statistics on
Okay,
murders and
but
where
what
they happen and
millions
how they
of
happen?
statistics? Okay,
So
and
you're
they
gonna be like,
never
well, I know
count
this
those.
one thing I
They
saw on
don't
TikTok and
know
this, of
if they
course.
consistently don't count those type of crimes or don't even classify them as crimes. They found a black man hanging with his hands tied behind his back and called it a suicide. Now, how you hang yourself with your hands tied behind your back, I don't know, but that's not uncommon. And so the
So
point is,
it's
what
more
is
common that people
deemed
shoot and kill people in the inner
the
cities, though.
point is what is deemed a crime is still subjective, right? And so those statistics are subjective.
Okay, whatever you say.
Yeah, I know.
I
It
mean,
usually is whatever I say.
bro.
Yeah, it is. You live. It's your world, girl. Whatever you think in
I'm
your head.
usually rap. What you said? Did you call me a girl?
Whatever you in your head. Whatever
Don't
you
call
see in
me a
your head.
girl. Call that bald head bitch that birthed
Hey,
you a
calm
girl.
down.
Oh, so now you a
That's who
bitch.
you call
Okay,
a
my bad.
girl.
My
No,
bad.
I said it's
I didn't
that
mean to.
bald head bitch that
I,
birthed you,
I got
right?
it wrong. You a bitch. You're
Right.
right.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Me and
Miss
your
Bitch.
mama. I'm in
Yeah,
good
she
company because I'm
disrespectful as
standing
fuck,
right
man.
next to that fat
Yeah, she
bald head bitch
disrespectful as
that
fuck.
had you.
Hey, you know what the
That
fuck?
fat
Hey,
bald head
I don't
bitch that
tolerate
had
no
you.
bitches,
I'm
never.
sitting right
You
next to
already know
her
how I feel
ass.
about it.
Matter
Fuck
of fact,
that
I'm
shit.
at a hospital
Why do y'all
trying to
have an
clean up in one of them
incapability
Maybe
beds.
I'm not the
Fuck
problem.
all
of
that.
not escalating?
Fuck all
Like
that
just
shit.
because someone says something to you doesn't mean you have to escalate. Like what? This is
Yeah.
Yeah,
this is
why
my
don't you
problem
tell
with
her
y'all.
that?
It's
They
not
get in their
escalated.
feelings.
Because
Hey, white
because
boy,
I'm
why
talking
don't
to
you tell
men.
her that?
I'm talking to people that are supposed to be men. I want
I'm
to talk to
talking to
Hey,
you,
men.
white
hey,
I
boy.
don't care who you're
hey,
talking to. I'm talking to men.
I
But
would
you
have
can't tell the
apologized for
lady though,
calling her a
whatever,
girl,
that
but
she
you know,
probably
take it
should
to
not.
Bitch,
another
you don't
level. Go
need to
ahead.
Okay, but
apologize
you
to
can
no bitch.
still apologize. Like you don't have to
Nah,
escalate. I
I'm
don't
not apologizing.
understand
I don't
that.
apologize to bitches. I don't
Yeah.
apologize to bitches.
Okay, hoe
I
ass
just
nigga.
don't get it. I don't
Men
get
or
it.
women, you a bitch, you a bitch.
Hey, look,
Mm-hmm.
but you know the thing though, just like anytime that a guy says something back, all of a sudden niggas always jumping up and shit. Why you gotta be acting like
Yeah,
that?
take your cape
Why the
off,
fuck
bro.
didn't you motherfucking tell
It's
her
not
that shit?
caping because I don't
I
agree
don't
with what she's
understand.
doing. But the point
Never
is that
check
you are a
them.
Captain,
man.
save her
You are
ass,
a
nigga.
man.
Never checks them.
Yeah,
Go
but at
take
the
a
same
It's
time,
Milo, man.
just like you
Go
guys when
take
we're
a
talking about
Milo.
the black
Da-da-da.
community. It's not about talking about what the white community is doing or the Hispanic community is doing. It's talking about what the black community is doing and how we can do better, regardless of what everybody else is doing. This is the same exact concept.
No, it's
Men
not.
are
wanna
reacting a
be
certain way.
saved.
I don't
No,
care
it's
what
not.
PhD is doing. I don't care what the other women might be doing or saying to you. It's
Don't
you being
say
a
it,
man.
bro.
That is what I'm addressing.
I
can't tell a woman how to be a woman. I'm not a woman.
Yeah, I'm a man that checks bitches as they should. That's why bitches get out of line because they ain't no dudes to check them.
Hold on. I got a question. Hold on, I got a question for Wall Street Willie. Willie, do you think that this is part of the conflict resolution you was talking about earlier? Just because somebody says something to you, shouldn't you be telling them right now, Wall Street Willie, for all the brothers that back down and say, hey, that doesn't make you less of a man if you just back down? Go ahead, Wall Street Willie, because you said it earlier, so I want to see you show and prove.
I think in the context and speaking to the right person, yes. I don't think Sis is the right person.
Oh, brother.
So
there's always some.
Some of them you gotta call out.
Now I
Some
gotta
excuse.
be a
Some of them
certain
you gotta
person.
call out.
Yeah, some excuse.
If she was white, it would be okay.
No, yeah.
Who's saying that?
He get on his
Who's saying
hands and
that?
knees and
Who's saying
apologize
that?
to
A
that
disrespectful female
snow
is
bunny.
a disrespectful female.
So, Wall Street, I mean, it's Mex. Do you think that it escalated because she's a woman, or is it another reason why it had to escalate so high?
Well,
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Damn! It says, I'm a bitch with money. Bye, nigga.
I'm a bitch with money. I'm a bitch with money.
So it's $20 to bring back its Mex. But Wall Street Willie, you don't think that was literally a perfect example of how it happened on the same stream where you said like, hey, we could back down and let things happen versus why, Diva had to stab a motherfucker just now.
To be abundantly clear, as
It's only
someone
when it's a white man.
that is completely anti-manosphere, right? That
Can't
doesn't mean we shouldn't call out certain things. You've seen me go through it with her. You've seen someone else go through it with her. Yet everyone else is the problem for AR. At no point does he speak to her and say, sister, you could do better.
Well, you
That's
can
what
control
makes him
yourself,
a
Willie.
simp.
All right,
But that's
that's
the
fine.
white man's side. I
All right,
don't blame his
hold on.
mother's side. That's
Hold
the
on, but
white
you're not.
father's side.
But Willie, you're not answering my question. Regardless if Diva is the antagonist, and she always provoking y'all, it don't matter because according to you, to keep that young man from coming to stay home, is that no matter what those two white boys did, he should have walked away. So why is that changing now when it's a woman, a black woman at that?
Because I ain't got to stab her. All I got to do is call her a bitch and move on.
Oh, man.
You understand.
He can't comprehend it.
Oranges.
He can't
I'm
comprehend it.
saying you understand the parallel to it, though, right?
He only got smoke for black people, especially black
Apricots
women.
are oranges.
But he don't got smoke for that white man. That's what
Right,
it is.
and the worst part about it that this is even a lesser offense than what
I got smoke for the white man on the pen.
Are you like obsessed with them?
Hold on, what
something,
I'm saying is that that situation, he got hands put on him at least twice. How the hands was put on him, we will find out later. But the person touched him twice, and you saying that young man should have walked away from somebody physically touching him, but you saying they shouldn't walk away from disrespecting a person verbally.
A black woman snatching their card, snatching their whole card.
I think it's an ego thing. That's what I think it is.
I'll answer when you're ready.
Why?
We waiting.
He think he got crowd control. That's the thing. He thought this was a rap battle.
Nah, I mean it's crowd control when you're dealing with men. But when we're dealing with you,
well, what are we dealing with when we deal with you? Because I don't feel like we're dealing with a man.
When we're dealing with you in the LBGT community,
is a coward still a man? Is a coward still a man?
I might need some water.
Is a coward still a man by your definition of man? It's real simple. You don't want to answer. Okay. Here's the thing. PhD, but relatively speaking, is just not. She's not representation of me. If someone saw PhD, but and they were and she talked to them a certain way, they're not going to be like, "Oh, I see AR in that," because she's not a man. I'm not a woman. So she more aligns with what they might. So if another woman wants to come on and be like, "Hey, I don't like the way you speak to so and so," like that's cool, but that's not. I don't really find that to be my lane to correct her in the way she speaks. However, if a man is talking back to me, you're a representation of me. People can be like, "Oh, black men do this. Mixed men do that. Whatever you want, white men, since you want to call me white, whatever, do that." You're still a man, so you're still a representation. You're still a representative. You're proving my point, and you can't even comprehend. Every single time you talk, you prove my point. Every single time you talk, you prove my point. So it's best to just stay quiet so you can stop proving me right. Then people can think maybe I'm wrong. But you help me every single time you speak.
That's always been the argument of the white man like yourself.
Okay. You're damn right it has. Hey, Silent, what is it? Hold on, let me check the date real quick.
That means nothing to me, white boy.
It's Thursday. Hey, it's Thursday, Tuesday and Thursday this week.
It means nothing
I'm
to
white.
me, white boy.
So, hey, it is what it is.
Your opinion doesn't matter to me, white boy. You know why?
It's funny it doesn't matter, but you still keep on responding. You still respond.
You've never been to Brooklyn.
And
You've never been
Brooklyn. I was just in Brooklyn.
That's why you pride yourself on not.
I was just in
white.
Brooklyn. It was kind of nice. It was all right. It's kind of gentrified though.
I know that's where you were, right?
But didn't you
never
leave?
been to old
Did you
Brooklyn?
run away?
He did run away, but he don't want to talk about that.
Can you leave? Yeah, he said he was tired. He was scared. That's what it is. Tired and
Well,
scared.
they sent you home in your socks.
He proving my point. Just proving my point every time he speaks.
Yeah.
It's like, and this goes back to the first time, because the first interaction I ever had with this dude was 3 days ago, and I said what I said then, and he's proving me right now. He can't admit he's wrong. He came out here earlier. He apologized. He was like, "Yeah, I'm sorry to PhD. But I shouldn't have acted how I acted." PhD would get signed, and now all of a sudden it's, "Oh, well, I'm not really apologizing. I'm just doing all these other things that So this is the thing.
Okay, can I say something?
Are you gonna pay me? Are you gonna pay me?
Can I say something? Can I say something? So I just want to know how many men up here did not know what the FBI stats are. Like, I want to get back on that a little bit, because y'all like looking at the stats and saying that this is happening, that is happening. Didn't know that those are just arrests only?
Nah, I got you, Queen. So we definitely know that there's different nuances when it comes to those stats. I think the issue for a lot of the brothers like Kevin, myself, is regardless of any of that, it's problematic. It is something that we need to address instead of qualifying it and almost making the argument that it's not as bad as it is. These things need
wait
to
a minute.
be.
But this is my point. My point is, right? If we are out here, and when I say we, I'm talking about you and the other guy. If y'all up here making it seem like no, black people are committing the most violent crimes, and then you go and see that it's not true, you don't think that's an issue? Like, you're actually spreading something that's not true. You can't just say, well, because see, even if I say, well, nah, I'm trying to say that it's not happening that much, you'll be like, well, one is too many, right? So one murder is too many. I think we all will agree to that. But
Correct.
Y'all are essentially saying and spreading, I don't know why you believe it, but that you're committing more crimes than anybody. Like,
well, because he's a statistic himself. He was a dealer, so he's a statistic himself. That's why he agrees with it. He's like, damn, you heard what he said. He said it's a prototype black youth thing. Prototype black man. That's what he said earlier.
Here we go.
He said he called black men, he called black kids monkeys. He said that they were prototypes, and he himself is a criminal. He's undesirable.
Right, and I noticed that most of the criminals, the past criminals, they are the ones who believe this the most, because I guess that was
they got their asses bent over.
Because they feel like it legitimizes. They feel like
it's criminal. So can I answer your question?
I'm not with they got Diddy.
Just you shaved all the hair off, don't mean you ain't a monkey still.
Just let me know when I can answer.
If they feel like they legitimize themselves when they oh, well, everybody else does it, so it's okay I did it too. In their head, everybody else does it, so it's okay they did it
and
too.
And he brags about it too. He was popular. He was happy about it.
Yeah. To me, it's pathetic.
About it.
Nah, everybody recuperate different. Some people get over that hood situation by saying, "Hey, I'm gonna identify with the white people more because it gets me away from that life." Some of us, me personally, because I come from that shit. It ain't weird. You done said it. You went to college and did all these things around these white people. You said you was Jack and Jill and shit yourself. Mm-hmm. You were doing
Jack and Jill. You got Diddy already, bro. You talking to the
and why you brag about playing in the snow?
You talking to the person who got the diddler done to them. You know what I'm saying?
That hood shit is corny. I don't give a fuck.
That shit weird. But that shit is weird.
Yo,
I never talk about my past online, ever.
Handling business in the back chat too.
I want to respond to Bomb Cherry though about the stats. I wanted to respond to Cherry about the stats.
Go
So with
ahead.
regard to the stats, right? I think it's a fair assertion that we shouldn't label ourselves as
When the last time you been
worst of
around
the
your
worst.
people? Because you
Oh,
read them
Let
stats
me
every
finish, Trey.
goddamn day.
Trey, hold on, Trey. Go ahead, Wall Street.
There you go with your cake, Kev. Goddamn, y'all was just talking about him getting PhD.
Just wanted him to finish.
Y'all be taking
Just
for
wanted
each
for him to
other.
finish.
Lovers
That's
of man.
all. What's up? I just wanted for him to finish. And I would do the same thing to and I would do the same thing to Wall Street. Shit.
You didn't defend me. What's up with that?
If Trey was talking, let the nigga finish.
Kev ain't never defend me and said, "Hey, let Sharon talk."
Yeah, what's up with this?
You talking,
Hi,
nigga?
Kev.
Because he wants some order. We tired of you
Oh, she
acting
ain't
like you on
why
your
he stopped
period.
smiling?
We tired of you acting like you need a idol.
He wanna
leave channel.
Like that shit.
Read in the chat.
He's like, say it
Get
again.
that man a idol. Word.
Yo, D-Man, he said.
I turned that smile upside down real quick.
Go ahead, Wall
If I
Street,
was
go ahead.
gone, shit, I ain't know.
Go
Shit.
ahead.
You know what I'm saying? If she, you know what I'm saying? If she gonna drop another 20 or not, I was like, shit, it's over with. It's over with.
Go ahead, Wall Street. Go ahead, answer Bond's question. Go ahead.
Oh, he crying again.
Today. No, me stop. Oh,
that McDonald's Wi-Fi going on.
Wall Street Willie, you there? PWI. Oh, I said his name wrong.
You know what?
PWI Willie, you there?
You see how ever since y'all started calling him PWI Willie, he been hanging on. I'm white now. He been trying to brush it off to someone else. Been trying to get the focus on someone else, man. Ever since y'all said that, now I'm just a white dude out here.
Yeah, because he was one time bragging about playing in the snow.
He didn't like that I brought that up.
What's wrong with that though? I don't know.
What's wrong with breathing
There's
positive in
not,
our community?
Playing in the snow.
So Kev,
The
it's
host-
something wrong with
you know what I
playing in
mean?
the. It's something wrong with playing in the snow when you calling black kids monkeys.
Yeah.
I was about to
Okay,
say,
fair
and then
enough,
the thing
fair
is,
enough.
right? I was about to say, Kev, look, the thing is, right? You saying what you stand from a passionate standpoint. If I, you feel what I'm saying, correct me if or not, right?
No, you're right. You're right.
So
like I don't come on like and just be like, man, you know what I'm saying, whatever, black people ain't shit. Or
no, but I'm saying though, right?
Like that.
But if you
I just
actually
like,
go
listen,
to the hood,
we need to do better.
that's
that's it.
that's what I'm saying, bro. If you actually go to the hood, right, and you start actually talking to this man, right, and you realize that this man just not gonna understand, and the only way he gonna understand is you got the personal time to go back and really start teaching him from the first grade all over again. But you know his heart good. You know where his heart at. His heart good. But the nigga just don't know nothing.
How you know it's heart good? What make his heart good? Because he's out there
Because
selling
you
coke.
around the nigga every day. If you hungry and he hungry, you feel what I'm saying? You got a chicken box on, you got his 2 wings and some fries. He give you a wing. And you feel what I'm saying? Like, yo, you around these people. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Like, y'all be acting like y'all never around. Y'all acting like y'all never around disfortunate thinkers, bro. Stop acting like that. Like,
West Side.
I mean, I don't live
Cherry
in
Hill, ain't you, Trey? You in Cherry
What'd
Hill?
you say?
I said, where you at? East side or west
Cherry
side?
Hill. Bitch, I'm Park. How the fuck is you talking about?
Anyway, this is the thing, right?
You good on North Avenue.
I'm never around drug dealers. My brother used to be a drug dealer, and my
The
parents.
Avenue ain't Park Heights, dumbass.
No, I said you good on North Avenue. That's where I used to be at. I was joking with you, bro. Relax.
Oh, my bad.
I'm on your
You playing
side.
about that hood shit, nigga?
This how it
They about the
happened.
damn
This
tongue.
is
Y'all
how
might
it
well
works.
take it.
Baltimore thing.
Y'all
Y'all
might
going
well
through
take
that
it.
man hood.
Hey, hold on, look.
Yeah,
Hey,
you
so
ever seen Tank Davis?
I ain't too far removed. You better don't play. Play don't play. Trey don't play.
Not play, don't play.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Tank Davis, Trey?
No, I don't think Trey is far removed at
No.
all. Trey says he's
I was about to say,
Yeah.
Tank Tank, I was about to say, you gotta think about it. Tank is damn near 30 something, bro. I was about to say, you're like what, like 32 or something like that. We wasn't in the same grade or none of that, bro. We ain't really hang out nothing, bro. That nigga older than me, bro. It wasn't like,
meet
you
me
feel
in
what
Norma
I'm saying?
Jeans,
We
man.
probably
We gonna
walked the
have a
same
drink and
street.
talk about it.
We probably walked the same streets and just ain't never say nothing to each other. You feel what I'm saying?
Nice
Shit
niggas
like
a
that.
date.
All right, hold on. So now that
I ain't never really
PWI Willie is back, I know you wanted to answer Bond's question. This is probably the best time to do it. About the stats and how we are reading it wrong, why we just cannot use the stats correctly.
I got you. So that's not my premise that we're not using the stats correctly. And I do understand the need for the pushback when someone tries to present misinformation, making us the worst criminals, right? I get that. But what I want to keep in perspective is we started here, which we never really addressed, by John asking a great question. We talked about people moving out of the Black community instead of doing great, staying in the Black community and helping to rebuild it. John asked the question, so can we reduce the crime in these neighborhoods to make some of our elite want to stay? And my answer only becomes no when I realize we can't even address the problem. We can't even just focus on correcting the problem, right? Where I get where I'm at, I gotta watch videos like the dude in Houston where they were trying to kill him. They did kill him, killed his daughter too, shot through the car window. These are real things when you talk about the nice anecdotal guy on the block. We're seeing video day after day of something different. Now, I'm not saying that should define us, but I'm not weak enough to not be willing to address it.
Then
And
you
we have
say
to address it head
crime
on.
got something to do with poverty more than anything. It ain't a black-white thing.
Absolutely, I think it has to do
All
with
right, so
poverty.
let me say this real quick. If the elites who have the money are saying we're not going to go to those poor areas, how will those people ever like even move any levels above where they are? Okay, so that's the problem that you're having at hand right here.
No,
the fact that
that's
you're
you
saying
wanting to play the blame
listen, the
game.
fact that you're
You
saying
want
to
to
lower
blame
the
the elites
crime
because they
rate.
want their kids to
No,
live.
listen, you're saying to lower the crime rate, you have to bring them there by lowering the crime rate, right?
Right.
Well, as long as they're poor people, they're going to continue to do crime because that's how they get paid,
That's
right?
unacceptable.
Okay, so when the people with the money come and
our
stay
people
with
can be
them,
better.
it
I don't.
elevates them being able the
I
things that they
believe
can
I
do
can
because
hold
now they're
my
putting
people
money
to
back into
quiet.
that
I was
area.
about to say, so the thing is, you're not understanding. We don't give a fuck if it's acceptable or not.
Wait a minute.
What's
My
acceptable? Hold on, wait,
question?
time out.
My
What's
question is, why
acceptable?
do they have to
No.
move to a
What's
crime-infested
acceptable don't
neighborhood?
feed your
There
fucking
are
family.
plenty of
We
middle
don't care
class
about what's
and upper
acceptable.
middle
Trey,
class
Trey.
and even
Trey, what
affluent
if I could
black
show you how
neighborhoods.
doing what's acceptable can feed your family?
Right. So why
Trey,
are we like
would you
sticking
trust
affluent
me?
people in the
Bro,
hood
that's
and
what I'm saying.
expecting that
Bro,
to
what
actually
I'm saying
happen?
is I understand where y'all coming from, right? I
Oh, okay. Let me
understand
clear
where
this
y'all speaking
motherfucking panel. Hold
logically. I'm
on.
not in
That's
the
what they've
streets. I
been
can't
doing the
really tell
whole
y'all that.
time.
But what I'm saying is I understand their
They
mindset. Niggas don't
content.
They
give a
hear
fuck
a
about that.
woman's
Who the
voice,
fuck
they
gonna
get
go drive
louder
no
and
truck? Who
louder.
the fuck gonna go motherfucking
They
put no fucking plumbing under the goddamn ground? Who the fuck hopping on the back of that goddamn trash truck? Nigga, I'm making $1,500 a week selling drugs, nigga. I'm making more than you.
And
What the fuck you gonna tell me, nigga?
you
Fuck is you
make
talking
it
about?
less. So
Niggas
you
don't listen.
lying ass
Niggas don't
He
nigga.
listen
brings up a
until
valid
something
point still.
they
catastrophic usually
sores like
happen, bro.
Let's be
That's
delicate
all
with
I'm
this
saying, bro.
conversation.
At the
Nah,
end of the day,
I
you got
get
to
it.
be there, bro.
Trey,
Y'all sitting there trying to count these niggas out, and these niggas really
I
smart as
get it,
y'all,
bro.
bro. These niggas be the same niggas that come home from jail and become millionaires because y'all
Trey,
dumb ass niggas
listen,
y'all
man.
can listen to them.
What
Fuck is you talking
Listen.
about?
Trey, chill.
These the same niggas that speak
Let's
to
do this,
come on, bro.
Trey.
These the same
Listen,
niggas
hold
who getting out of
on.
jail, running their own businesses, becoming plumbers, and man, come on, bro.
Trey, can I
Fuck
talk to
around,
you
bro.
for a
And y'all
second?
niggas calling these, man, stop it, bro.
Trey,
Y'all
can
niggas
I talk to you
these
for a
niggas a
second?
chance. That's
Real
the
quick,
problem.
give
Where
us
all
60
these
seconds,
millionaires?
Sharon. Give us 60 seconds,
so
right?
Where's all these
emotional.
So,
millionaires?
Trey, I
Where's
Willie,
want
all
why
these
you,
millionaires?
you sound so
I have
you
a question.
sound so
I
calm when
have a
talking.
Trey,
question.
what I want you
All
to
the
do.
black men that get out of jail
And
are
then
are they
that's the same
millionaires?
man he was
All right,
calling monkey. Ain't that some
Weird,
monkey?
man.
Hold on, Willie. Hold on.
That's what he was saying earlier.
Trey, that was all right. So Trey, you saying that the reason why they don't want to be plumbers is because drug dealers is making $1,500 a week.
Don't do it, Sharon.
Bro, slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Don't do it, and see, don't even attack it from that way, because then he's gonna get defensive, right? I understand what Trey is saying. So listen,
hold on. So hold on.
Trey, hold on.
Hold on. So let me make sure I understand. So, all right.
Don't make that argument just yet, please.
I understand you from the same city and everything. So, all right. You know what? Let me not try to frame the question.
No, most drug dealers are not doing well.
Wall Street really explain and express what you believe Trey was trying to explain. Got it.
I understand he's just
slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Damn.
Learn how to shut the fuck up sometimes.
It says by Trey and PWI. Damn.
Yeah, because he was just calling that same type of guy monkeys. He just stay away from the monkeys. Now you trying to talk to him?
You understand it?
Ain't that what he said? He said he wouldn't let his kids be around someone that participated in those activities. He was saying that those are monkeys, and his kids would be around. He want to flip the script. Not only is he flipping the script, but the way I rock with Trey. You know, he's yelling and where I came back and he was yelling. I don't know what happened, but he's given his opinion and where he grew up from and his perspective, and I rock with it. The way he's talking though, if one of the women that get on here talk like that, dude would not be talking to him like, oh well, relax, let's just talk about it. We see how he flips out when he gets talked to a certain way, but now all of a sudden he want to act different, and to me that's weird. You know, it was I escalated because the way they was talking to me, so I escalated it. Well, you're being talked to that way again, and you're not escalating, and it's a man doing it. So that's the only difference I'm seeing is one was a woman, one was a man, and your reaction was different.
That's a great point. And
then,
yeah.
Well, they say they want to do better in our community, but soon as a man come up here and start saying, nah, that's the way of life, and they don't know no better, and da-da-da, they coddle them, and they say, yeah, I understand. So which one is it?
But Bomb, did you hear him ask him out on a date? Talking about me at this place, let's have a coffee, let's have a drink together.
You want to meet up?
That's what I said. Love as a man.
I hope Trey come back and everything is a little bit chiller because it's adding perspective, especially because he seemed younger. I think he's younger, so
that's even worse. He an old nigga want a young boy. He want to be out.
Sharon, you had a great show, man. Hopefully everybody has a good day. I'll holler at y'all later.
Look, get out of Dodge.
About, you know what?
He saw people getting kicked off. He was like, "Yeah, hey, y'all have a good day, though. Hey, I'll rock with you."
Go get them 10,000 steps in real quick.
Remove the chicken from the salad, okay?
Oh shit! Remove the chicken from the salad.
Oh, but I was curious. I'm sorry. Just curious why the conversation was being framed as like affluent blacks moving into like poor neighborhoods rather than the many middle class and or affluent black neighborhoods that exist.
I think that's what Sean and Bomb Cherry was saying earlier.
Yeah, John Galt came up here talking about, I'm a landlord. Now, for those of us who know he is a landlord, he rent out these bum ass, he in the ghetto, and he rent out rooms. He's not renting out no homes, okay? Rooms. Yeah, and he want to know why the black people got to leave. And I explained, we're going to want better homes, better neighborhoods, bigger homes, right? And there's already black neighborhoods, affluent black neighborhoods. So, but they act like they don't.
And we brought them up too.
Yeah, we brought them up.
That's all. Like, we're not saying that we don't have to. We got work to put in. I think maybe that's the part that's being lost, right? We're not saying that we don't got to put in some work and we got to keep on striving. However, what we are saying that we cannot keep on saying the same thing that the white folks are saying against our own people when it's not true at that. Like, it's one thing if it's true. Hey, our reading rates, all right, we don't have to buck up and say, hey, This is our reader rates, and we need to do something about it. All right, boom. That's a true statement. Fine, let's deal with it. But when they saying things to go against us, to harm us, and then we are our own people, we saying the same thing that's going to harm ourselves, it doesn't make sense. We got to be honest with the information that we see. And that's the problem that I really have. And this is why, you know what? I didn't get a chance to ask Diva. Diva, do you have black fatigue by definition? Damn. Maybe she's on the phone.
I have black fatigue, okay? I'm tired. All kinds of bullshit going on. I'm tired of hearing people talk negatively about the black community. And I'm also tired of the negativity that's happening in the black community, you know? And I'm tired of use reverse psychology on us by talking about reverse racism, you know? Blaming us. The DEI shit is now blamed on us. Everything's blamed on us.
Yeah, it's why. And now they got a new they got a new statute too that they probably gonna try to talk about again. And for anybody, for Trey or PWI Willie, it's $20 to bring yourself back. And I don't understand why we allow the black men and women that have fake love for the community by saying, hey, all I'm doing is trying to change the community by telling the truth when they literally lying. I don't understand why that's the person that they prop up and push up the most. That is weird to me. I don't understand that for the life of me. Diva, your microphone is good?
Yep.
Okay. I got a question for you because Bond says she has it. I want to know, do you, Miss PhD, do you have black fatigue by definition?
No, not really. Just because I stay away from those people as much as possible. So, you know what? They do get on my nerves though. So yes.
You read the book on PhD?
No, I haven't.
I was thinking about, because I just heard about black fatigue, just like I think it was this weekend. So, I don't know much about it.
Yeah, the book is 5 years old.
Me too.
And it's an interesting thing, but legitimate. I didn't get to read it yet, but I read the points of it, and I was like, God damn, I think I do have it. I think I do. Like, I'm tired of the misinformation every time, and I gotta talk about it. And if you're like, no, but Sharon, but what about that one? And this girl, she drove through a Dollar Tree. Like, bro, you think most black women is fighting in the street driving people through Dollar Trees?
Right.
That ain't normal.
Yeah, when it comes to us women, they bring everything up. And then when want to talk about black as a whole, these men will do the same thing. But when I mention, well, black man, what about on your end? Or when another man say, hey, I'm only speaking to you because you're a man, why are you reacting to the woman that way? They don't want to they have no responsibility for nothing.
They're cowards.
Yes.
That's why they deflect.
They said, you women are raising our boys. That's what one of them told me earlier.
You talk about black woman accomplishments. Oh, well, what about her husband? Who would want to be married to Harriet Tubman and be forgotten to history?
I know that's right. God damn.
What kind of dumb shit is that? Your ego is so fragile that you wouldn't want your partner to excel beyond you because you might be forgotten to history. You would rather both of y'all be forgotten to history than just one of y'all.
Yes, they don't want no woman better not stand ahead of them, not even a little bit. He can't even acknowledge that she got his back so they can move in the world together and do great things. Nah, these men say masculinity is all men. And some of them, I'm not going to mention their names, they always put the woman second. Oh, she She supposed to take care of the man. The man take care of the kingdom, and the woman take care of the man. That's taking care of the kingdom.
You don't even realize that based off his own admission, he's less successful than his partner, which means that if there was someone going to be forgotten to history, it'd be him, not his partner right now. So he is Harriet Tubman's husband.
What are you talking about?
Huh?
Who?
Willie. You don't remember him saying that goofy shit?
Nah.
I know you probably forgot because he be saying a lot of goofy shit.
Nah, he didn't say that though. He said he made between him and his wife is 250, but he said he made 100 something plus. He said he made more too. He said his wife makes 100,000 though, like 6 figures too.
So he said before all that, he said who would want to marry Harriet Tubman and be forgotten to history, as if he's somebody in history. He said that him and his wife.
I'm not arguing with that.
Yeah, I'm getting to that part. So he said him and his partner. He said he makes 100K plus, and him and his partner household bring in 250K. He said $250,000 a year. So I know I'm in that tax bracket. I know how I talk. If I'm making 103K, I'll say I'm making 100K plus. If I'm making 110K, I'm gonna say I'm making 110. So there's like, usually, you know, humans are they do these like common denominator of like 5. So like 105K, 110K, 115, 120. They'll like do it stuff like that. So if you're making between 100 and 105, I expect you to say I make 100K plus. If you're making 130, I expect you to say 130. So you say you was making 100K plus, your household is 250 plus. To me, that means your wife is making more than you.
That's true.
Because that's 100 plus 150 equals $250,000. And if you was making 150, you would say you was making 150. You wouldn't say 100K plus. Why are you getting shy now? Why are you getting bashful?
If you're making all that money, why ain't paid to come back up?
100K, period.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't even think his salary might not be 100. He might be 100K plus with total comp.
So he earned 98 and some change.
And get some 401 and get a 401K matching, and so he's making 100K plus. That's what it sounds like to me. So I might be wrong. I don't know. I might be wrong. He said they make $250,000 together. So that means his wife is making 150 to me.
Well, why he couldn't pay to come back up?
He asked how much, and then he didn't even pay. I don't even know why he asked. I don't ask when I get kicked off because I know I'm not cash apping. Now, when you get monetized, it might be a different story. But like, what does it matter if you're not going to pay? Why'd you even ask? You done got our hopes up. But yeah, no, I'm just saying though, like, that's what he said. So KT, yeah, he said he was making 100 and all that stuff. But to me, it sounds like your wife is more successful than you, and you don't even realize that in the relationship you in, you are Harriet Tubman's husband.
Nah, I feel you. I ain't disagreeing. I ain't even arguing with you. I was just pointing out. I remember when you said this to him yesterday too, and then I was just pointing out he did say that. I'm not saying I agree with him, but he did say that he made the most. But I can understand about it.
So my question to you:
if he didn't
how
want
does
people
it feel
in his
to be
business, he
Harriet
said,
Tubman?
me and my wife make 250. So clearly, him not wanting people in there.
Yeah. I ain't asked him anything about his income. He thought that was a bragging point or something, as if he's the only. First of all, everybody says they make 100K on the internet. 2, as if he might not be talking to someone that makes that same amount or has been making that same amount. It's like, what was your point of that? Nobody believes you anyway.
So my question, KT, how does it feel to be Harriet Tubman's husband? Because your wife working, you
wouldn't know.
Your wife working, you don't.
Yeah, I told you she's a waitress. I don't know what the fuck you think. Like, she's not getting paid a lot.
Do you share the same sentiment that you wouldn't marry Harriet Tubman or someone like Harriet Tubman that will be remembered throughout history? Okay.
No disrespect to my wife, but I'm just saying, like, if I had a $100,000 woman that I was interested in, and we just whatever.
Okay, I ain't saying nothing about leaving your wife. Oh, let me stop you. Stop you there before.
I do have a wife, so I don't want people saying like, "Oh, look at this nigga talking like that," and he got a wife.
Let's say your wife ended up going to like go to school, got her PhD or something. Ended up she went to law school and she decided.
No, yeah. Even now, I've told her to go. I've actually she likes cooking and stuff, so I've actually told her more or less, let's get her a building.
And you would support her, wouldn't you? You would support her every way you can.
Yeah, for sure.
And even if that meant that she's gonna be a name, a household name chef.
$50 million and I make 50 cents a year.
Can I get some clarity? Is he her first husband, the one who was too chicken to run with her and get the freedom? Is he her second husband, Harriet Tubman husband?
Yeah, the second one actually put in work. The first one, he was a bitch nigga. The actual Tubman, wasn't it John Tubman? And the second one was John Nelson, if I'm not mistaken. But John Nelson was and I don't need it with that talk. That's what I'm saying. The one who deserved credit got credit. Because it is like you can look up John Nelson. It talks about how he made their house in Albany. He helped her on the railroad. And the first one, it explains like, yeah, she literally broke out of slavery to be with this nigga for real. And he was basically like, bro, I got a bitch here. Like, I ain't going nowhere. And you gonna get caught, bitch. Like, don't run, because, you know what I'm saying? Master said, you know what I'm saying?
Well, that's not. So when she was running and she told him they were supposed to go together, but he chickened out. Then a year later, she goes back to get him out of freedom. I don't know if it was a year or a couple of years, but she goes to get him because she's like, oh, I miss my husband. And then, yeah, he already had to remarry and shit.
Yep.
Okay. But, yeah, I don't know. You know, the woman was more brave, baby. She was more brave, taking a whole shitload of people with her. And his ass like, we gonna get caught.
No, yeah, he's a bitch nigga. He done found some old side piece chick and wifed her up and said, I'm comfortable here. And like, yeah, I don't agree with none of that. That nigga don't deserve no credit. And like I said, the one who do deserve credit, he got some credit. But let's be frank, like, I ain't mad with no dude getting any, like, everybody get whatever shine you deserve. That's it, period. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. What John Nelson did wasn't as important as what Harriet did. So he could never outshine her.
I think we all recognize that there's times that people get shined that maybe they don't deserve. But for some reason, if a woman or a black woman gets the shine, whether she deserved it or not, is always put into question. But when a man gets the shine, it's never put into question. It's just assumed that he deserved all the shine he got.
I got a question. Do anybody actually really care about
Diddy? Back again.
Oh, Diddy trial?
Not really.
I kind of a little bit, just because I heard like some people were blaming Cassie, and I don't know what they're blaming her about. So like, I'm not going to pay attention to the trial if it's not brought up on here. Most likely, I might see snippets on Instagram or something.
Four line, brethren. A lot was said. Anybody want to ask any questions?
Yeah, they blaming Cassie because you know, because they stupid. They just need to they need to listen to what's going on, right? Because that woman was scared, and we all should understand how scared she was, because we saw a video of him treating her like worse than you would treat.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
Plus, Robin makes a good point about it's a hot topic right now, and people are covering it. So if people
I don't even know why
would, come check it out, then.
All right, I'm gonna be devil's advocate.
The fireman squad.
So my whole problem is I don't know how to.
I don't even know why it's a topic.
I wouldn't know
anyone who's not on code with that he deserves the chair. Then I don't have much business to do with you, because I don't want that anything about what he's accused of, what he's documented for. None of it. I want none of it in my community. So I don't even understand what's the topic about.
And he the reason Pac and Biggie are gone. So.
Right.
So which community? The community you left or the community you in now?
Yo, Silent. Hey, Silence on a roll today, man. I ain't never heard Silence talk this much.
Both of
But no.
Next question.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about the Diddy trial. I wouldn't know how to cover it, because like, what are we gonna talk about? We know he's a degenerate. He's an idiot.
Yeah, you could maybe tie it into the quote unquote manosphere or whoever those red pill dudes.
You're gonna end up talking about the things AR does on the weekends. Nobody wants to hear about Diddy's nipples or any of it. It's not even a conversation.
Trey already hit you with the Diddy joke, so it just fell flat when you did it. It just sounded like you bit him.
And so far the trial's not really that interesting to me yet, because they didn't start talking about the racketeering, all the trafficking. All they talking about is domestic violence. I'm like, hey, right now they dropping the ball, in my opinion.
I was about to say, man, that's why. Listen,
he was gonna be devil's advocate, so maybe he can give you an angle to talk about.
Yeah, I'll allow myself. The thing, and the reason I'm gonna say, I don't care.
This will be a good springboard. Like, if we wanted to say
a lot of
What
the
the fuck?
messages and things we have to look at are
What
problematic.
happened
But
here, nigga? Hold
this will be
up.
a good start.
You was already in the middle of a conversation or something. Stop, chill. Now listen, I don't care because I don't care though because listen, how are we supposed to feel bad for people? And I'm not saying it's no victims, but a lot of this, even what I've seen, she was in there telling him how she was letting him pee on her. Like she even said she likes that type of stuff. I don't know what I was watching here, right? I'm not trying to say she's not a victim. I'm saying some of this shit, this sounds like, no offense, how would they say, like rich people problems? Because I mean, this is a bunch of people who wanted to be of status. And in order to get that position, they said, okay, Diddy, I will let you do shit I know is crazy. And 20 years later, they say, I'm a victim. I didn't know what to do here. I didn't stop. It was sick. Yes, I brought in 49 bitches. He's a sick bastard, though. Me, I'm a victim.
Well, yeah.
So,
but you don't understand how she would be the victim, right? So also, they're making the case while sharing that he victimized her, because remember, human trafficking is right prostitution, the pimp. By him, when those two people got on the stage and admitted, yeah, I was paid to go and have sex at this party.
Mm-hmm.
That was him doing his crime right there, right? A woman admitted that, and a man admitted they were paid to be at these parties for sex. That's human trafficking in itself. That's the crime. Now, as far as like myself, like y'all know, I hosted parties, but I didn't pay anybody to come to the parties to have sex with nobody. In fact, people paid me to come and attend the parties, right? So there would be nobody who would be able to come and say, yeah, I paid to go to a party, and then she had me do this, that, and the third. Nah, like, what are you talking about? You paid me to come to the party, and then you did whatever you wanted to do. But if I pay you, Sharon, to come and shake, them dances the men on Instagram are doing. No, not with your shoulders, baby, with your hips, and it's slinging everywhere in them thing. And I pay you to do that. You needed the money. You might not really want to do that, but you need the money, so you come and do it.
God damn.
And you don't think if people need money, they will do a lot of things to get the money. Prostitution is illegal though.
Damn.
That means I committed a crime, you committed a crime. I committed a crime by hiring you. You committed the crime when you came and slung your penis everywhere. But they after me, so you get a slap on the wrist. Boom.
Yeah. And listen, I'm not saying like I don't want, because people in the chat, I see them talking about it, I'm always trying to, I'm not, it's men he did this with too. I'm saying all them motherfuckers, because my thing is, even if you look at Sammy the Bull in the mob, right? Do we now say Sammy the Bull is a good person because he snitched on them and that he's the victim? No, like y'all participated in these acts for a really long time.
How much?
I'm just saying, every position isn't a
How
good
much?
position.
I'm asking Sharon how much. I'm asking how much you gonna charge me.
Man, you know it's a 20, man. Get me up out of here. I apologize.
I'm just saying, no Diddy. Every position isn't a good position to take. So you're better off leaving this one alone rather than calling someone who is documented. Clearly, we watch a video of this girl be beaten and we don't want to view her as a victim. It's better off to just kind of leave that one alone. But every man can do what they want.
It's not. That's what I'm saying. Don't make this into who I'm making somebody, whether or not they're a victim, the crime happened. I'm saying these people don't give a fuck about. These are people we've all seen. None of these people we talking about have done shit for our community, and we constantly talking about black people. And now all of a sudden we supposed to kind of be up in arms here. As you were saying about Shador, make more sense to me, because when you go to any city with Shador he goes to the hoods. And he goes put that on the news and does things with people in that area. So yeah, a person like Shador makes sense. But we talking about Diddy. We talking about Cass.
You ain't gotta be in.
We talking about producer niggas.
You ain't gotta be up and on.
I'd rather talk about
Same time, you don't say, well, he
than
shouldn't
Diddy
be.
and his nipples any day of the week. So I agree with you there.
What?
Shador is always going to be the better conversation. I agree.
What'd he say?
I said I would rather talk about Shador than Diddy and his nipples. That's what because all
Oh,
you're gonna
okay.
get from this trial is just some of the most
He must be
grotesque
from
things.
Brooklyn.
It's some of the most grotesque things you ever gonna hear, right? Shameful, disgusting things by day 2, right? I don't want to hear no more about a girl almost drowning from pee. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to talk about it. That's just my stance. It don't make sense?
Yeah, no, like
Oh.
That's why I
I
quit
thought
watching.
somebody didn't understand the joke I made when I said Diddy's nipples. Yeah, I really don't want to hear about none of the nasty stuff Diddy does with his nipples. And when you
Why
feed
do you
into
keep
this
on? Why do
case,
you have this?
you
Why
keep
do
going
about
to
them nipples.
because listen,
Y'all let him
when you
My
feed
bad.
into
Yeah, he
this
getting
case,
off. Yeah, he over
when
there.
you feed into this
Nipples.
case, don't lie to
Nipples.
yourself. You going into that knowing what you gonna get. You know what you gonna hear about, and you want to hear about all that weird, freaky Jason baby oil. I don't
You
want to
right
hear
over
about
there?
it. I don't want to hear about it.
You right
He's
over
saying
there?
something.
Your heartbeat racing? What's
I don't want to hear
happening?
about it.
How many times you gonna say it?
I was running from upstairs. My bad. I had to go get my
Oh yeah,
computer.
you was walking upstairs.
Nah, yeah, I had to run upstairs and get my computer.
You
Hey,
sound
yo,
out of
pause.
breath.
Hey, yo, chill out. Pause. All right, everybody relax.
That's what. Oh man, yeah. So that's just me. I ain't never really covered no court. I'm not really that invested in the whole Diddy thing. Hey, we knew for years that was something off about bruh. And it seems like well, they HT said it in chat that they just building up his character right now. But I just want to see how they're gonna get him to stick on this goddamn racketeering. So at this point, when they just talking about the domestic abuse part, and I don't really understand it yet. So I'm like,
Bro,
I don't know how much time he gonna get for domestic violence for real.
I think they're trying to do a thing of if they could get him guilty of that, they can get him guilty of everything else.
I think that
no, that's not gonna happen because then he gonna have time served.
Well, it's a RICO though, so
Right, and that's
a
so like
RICO is
I'm not, when they
multiple
start maybe when they start talking about the RICO case part of it, maybe I get interested in it. Because that's why I want to see them tied into. I want to see how they turn into this crime ring that they was trying to.
Can somebody explain what racketeering is to me? Because I don't even.
Ah man, racketeering.
The mob, basically making a mob-like entity.
Everything is like the mob.
To be honest, damn near everything falls under racketeering. To be honest with you.
Oh, okay.
Damn near. Like you could put anything. Like this channel could be under racketeering since we know Wall Street really how much bricks he used to move. So now this whole
it's essentially a criminal enterprise.
Yeah,
So
organized
it's like
crime.
Organized, right?
Organized
That's pretty
crime,
much.
in which the perpetrator set up a coercive, fraudulent, extortionary, or otherwise illegal coordinated scheme or operation, aka racket, to repeatedly or consistently collect a profit.
So essentially, it means organized, and the goal of it is to convict people that they wouldn't be able to convict, because you're never gonna catch Frank Lucas actually selling the drugs. But if you can make the case around the people around him, then you can charge him. Then you can charge Al Capone and everybody else.
The extra bullshit that they put around because the people.
That's how they try to get Young Thug, but it was a state one.
Yeah, that's trying to get Young Thug. I think Big U too now. That's what he's kind of
Yeah.
as well.
Actually, Dirk, I think is hit with a RICO.
Dirk got hit with a RICO. He got hit with a RICO.
It's a very.
Tyson said they trying to do my man Dirk dirty, man. See my man get on some positive. That's what I be trying to tell y'all, man. My man, my man get on some positive. That's trying to lock my man's up, man. Fuck y'all, man. Talk about all drug dealers ain't bad, man. My man talking to drug dealers to a man.
Trey, you know Dirk started talking positive when he heard the feds was on him.
Man, so what, man? That don't mean nothing, man. So what, man? So what, man?
They drink out of river water, so
You hit 7. I just wanted before you be like, y'all ain't tell me.
I damn sure didn't. Thank you, because I wasn't paying attention. Shit, goddamn. But yeah, so like until they start talking about the racketeering part, I really don't care about because we already know what he did to Cassie. That's just disgusting.
But the issue is that the men that we kind of talk about frequently up here are the ones that are also saying like, no shot to KT because I'm not saying he's saying this necessarily, but are saying like, how is she a victim or whatever. So it kind of falls under that same topic that you talk about. So this is an example of what we talk about on here, I guess, framed in that way.
And then this is when dudes become disingenuous because they be ready to kill someone over less. If it was their sister, if it was their mother. So when they're making these arguments, I'm looking at it from that perspective. You would probably be the same one if Diddy did half, less than half. It was P involved, right? You'd be ready to hurt someone if that was your daughter.
Right.
So now she's not a victim, even if over a 10-year relationship, 2 years she was willing, 3 years she was willing, let's say 7 years she was willing. If he made her life a living hell for those other 3 years, yeah, she was a victim. So.
And so what's up with this DVD and what the Holly? What the helly?
DDG. And Holly Berry
What the
Bailey.
hell y'all?
Oh, Holly Berry.
Haley Bailey, bro.
Oh, my bad. Hey, that's Trey's crush right there. You see how he corrected me? He said, "Let me get off mute. You get my girl's name right." I got you. My bad, Trey.
Man, Haley Bailey
got a warrant out right now.
Hell yeah.
DDG got a warrant right now, right?
I don't know. What happened?
She went to those
she
people
took out some shit for him.
Yeah.
She did what?
She took out she asked him for custody and took out, I think it was child support warrant, like back pay custody or
Baby
something.
mama and the shit out my man right now.
protection.
Well, you
know the
I
package.
know. Well, she is the Aries, and so.
Hey,
yeah, bro, you feel what I'm saying? They got fire, bro. You feel what I'm saying, bro? I'm making right, bro. I'm
you
just
trying to
bro,
defend it, yo, Trey, stop, nigga.
Listen. When it comes to Haley Bailey, don't play with her. What you talking about?
Trey, like, I wish that was me.
Hold on, Chris Brown got locked up too?
For some bottle attack or something somewhere in London, actually.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
What,
they need to
happened with the bottle?
institutionalize him.
I have no clue. I just saw the
What he did with
headline.
the bottle?
He hit someone in the head or threw it at someone or
I'm
something?
about to say he threw it at somebody and it smoked that shit. and
that's
yeah.
You.
No, yeah.
Man, he's in another country, right, doing dumb shit, and he's gonna be sued. He's gonna lose money and everything.
So
yeah, that's why it's hilarious, nigga. You're the same guy who survived, like, not saying survived in a good way either, but nigga, you came back from beating up on a girl in public. I don't give a fuck what happened in that whip, but once you came back from that, that's why I'm laughing. Hell yeah, now nigga, you knew better.
I mean, but but that situation too, because we all know Rihanna headbutt him.
I mean, either or neither. No, I'm just saying. Regardless, man, you done survived some situations, motherfucker. What you still doing that bullshit for? Yeah, I'ma laugh at your dumb ass. Now, somebody who don't know no better, like you, this may be your first, maybe even second experience. But motherfucker, you done got in fights in clubs with other rappers and all types of shit. Nigga, no.
Beefs? Wasn't he just beefing with who's still alive from who are the Migos that are the two that are still alive?
Oh,
Quavo and Quavo, yeah.
So I just got a question. So do we think DVD actually put hands on what's her name? Holly Bailey?
If he did, I'm gonna kill him dead. I'm gonna kill him dead.
Hey, yo, chill, man. No, man, he definitely, I don't think he put his hands on her, though, man.
Well,
he stopped calling him DVD, too, man. It's DDG.
Oh, my God. I thought his name was DVD. But,
wait, so how would she have chipped her tooth?
So yeah, so how did her tooth get chipped and how did she have those bruises on her arm?
Right.
Man, don't get me started. I ain't gonna sit there and say what about what. I don't know, but I don't think so. Like, so I ain't saying it isn't a possibility, but from what we've seen so far with them as a couple, it's always been love. Even after they broke up, he's constantly had Halo the kid, and I know she's not gonna just sit there and not be around, just really be having them without her. So I mean, I ain't saying it wasn't a situation to go about, but nah, I don't know.
They're both really young, and it just goes to the importance of understanding where you are and what you can and can't do. What may not have been as big of an issue for a regular kid their age in a relationship like some people go through, it's a big deal for him. It's going to be all over the news. You might end up in court. So
I
I
was
understand
about
where
to
you
say
at.
it's a high profile case, bro.
Hold on, can I say something? So Hallie is 25 and DDG is 27. They ain't that young.
They is young. Be the same age for real. What
Yeah,
you
they
talking
kids to
about?
me.
They
I'm
young
saying
dumbass
that's
decisions
around
every
that
day.
age for a lot of us when we make those type of mistakes.
Every day. Come on, bro. Every day.
Hold
This
I
the age
wanna
when you figuring
hold
out
on.
yourself.
Okay, hold on. So KT to go. What age was you when you put your hands on your girlfriend?
Yo,
nigga, what the fuck are you doing here? Fuck is you doing? I don't know what you're talking about, sir. No DVs on my shit. I got a lot of shooting within city limits though. I got them.
that's worse than just saying the other thing.
Oh no. I'm not gonna put my hands on no women. I
Okay.
shoot a nigga though.
All right. Okay. He said, I don't gotta scream Black Lives Matter because I take one.
Oh, all right.
I talk about rap shit.
I said, yo.
Hey, do you think do you think Hollow? Do y'all think Hollow beat Lux in their battle?
Let me ask Wall Street Willie. What age was you when you put hands on your girlfriend?
I was 23 the first time I called the police on a chick, but nah, I ain't never put my hands on a woman. Nah.
Trey, what
but
age
I'll
was
call them people on her in a minute. Yo, listen, sis, you're going to jail. I'm not fighting you.
Okay. Trey, what age was you when you put physical hands on a woman?
Shit, 5 years old. Fuck is you talking about? Shit, I had older sisters, older cousins, all that shit. I was fighting the motherfuckers all the way up until I was 17 years old. Fuck is wrong with you? I ain't fucked up about it at all. They was fucking me up. I ain't stopping until I was 17. Anybody got a problem with it, come see me. Fuck is you talking about?
Yo, Trey definitely be on York Road. I already know.
Hold on. I'm not talking about fam. I'm talking about girlfriends.
You talking about girlfriends?
Yeah.
Shit, I mean, shit. I mean, which one you want me to call? Which one you want me to call? I ain't got about for myself.
Call Holly.
All right, which one you want me to call?
So this idea that this is typical in a age group that a man put hands on a young lady is false. So we can't say that it's just a young couple situation. This is not normal for you to put hands on somebody because you're dating.
Well, people weren't arguing that it's normal, but it is something that we know does happen with young couples. The unfortunate part of where they are is you're on a pedestal where, yo, little bro, you got to control your hands yourself. You can't make a mistake. That's what we have to teach these young dudes sometimes. You can't make a mistake, right?
Yeah.
Just
Well, you
grabbing
can make a
arm,
mistake. That's different than a mistake.
That's not a mistake.
That's not a mistake, though. That's not a mistake, really.
I don't know what he actually did to her, but to the other brother's point and to who she seems to be, right? We're talking about the Black Little Mermaid. She does have what I would believe is a somewhat protective bubble around her. So in my mind, she wasn't just getting whipped out. I may not know. I'm not with any violence against women. I'm calling the police. Sis, you're going to jail. I don't know what to tell you because I'm not.
Man.
Right? I'm not.
Listen, right? My whole thing is, right, you can say whatever you want to say, right? I'm sorry to tell you, right? Yeah, you want whatever you want, but it's only one rule with me, for real.
Now you in a different situation, though, bro.
Time out.
You live in Baltimore. Sometimes you just gotta fight for your life. I get it.
No, time out. You as a female, if you cross that line first, I can't sit there and judge him for doing whatever the fuck he do. It is what it is. Whether you agree with it or not, you cross that, you open Pandora's box. I can't judge him for motherfucking doing it back. You feel what I'm saying? It is what it is, bro. A fight is a fight, bro. Once you
hold
open
up, Trey.
door, you open that door.
Chill, y'all. Chill. I got it. Hold up, Trey.
You ain't gonna fight that white man.
Trey, we were talking about this earlier, right?
You got the game fucked up.
Chill, Trey. We were
really
talking about this earlier,
What you
right?
talking about?
You
And
ain't got
let's
no
say,
get in your
hold on.
motherfucking nigga, and you
Let's
ain't
say,
that far. Talk,
yo, let's say
nigga.
a female did put their hands on the dude, right? But
You
now he
just
puts his
20
hands
minutes
on
away
her.
from me.
He has to go to court for the next year and a half. Was it worth it? Right? If we can, I'm saying, let's say in your mind, because I understand what you're saying. She wilded out on him. Maybe she deserves it. I understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying for that
No,
brother
I'm
is,
saying if she actually put her hands
I
on him,
understand what
right?
you're
Boom.
saying.
That's the only way I can't judge him.
That's what
Other
I'm
than that,
speaking
you's a
to.
bitch ass nigga.
But did he say
I
that? Did he
understand what
say
you're
she hit
saying.
him?
Hold
Why
on.
y'all always?
I can't sit there. I can't judge
Hold
nobody for
on.
defending themselves, bro.
God damn it. Never mind.
If he didn't say,
You
"Oh,
get
she
punched,
put
bro.
her hands
I was
on
about to say,
me,"
bro, you gotta think about it, bro. No. Think about it like this, right? Think about it like this, right? You 5'5", she 5'5". You 135, she might be 125. She hit you with that right hit. She hit you with that right hand. Your dumb ass almost knocked out. I mean, I can't
still got
sit
more
there
power
and
than
judge
her.
her
Man, I was about to say,
for
Even if
how
y'all
nigga,
she
get
same
your
got
weak
hit.
size.
jaw ass out of here, cuz.
It
You
is what,
goddamn
bro.
talking
It's
ass.
small niggas out here, bro. Come
And
on,
see,
bro. Niggas
sometimes
out here
if
like,
you a
bro,
brother,
it's
Niggas
you
small
can
say
niggas
make
out
your
nah,
here,
brother
right?
bro.
from
But
sounding
At
other than
crazy,
that,
135,
right?
you a Tyler
no
fan.
man should be
See,
putting his
this is
hands on
something
a
we got
woman.
to do as black men, though. Sometimes if you know your brother about to sound crazy, right? Sometimes you got to stop him, right? Let
That
him know
don't
you
sound crazy.
understand what he's
That
trying
don't
to
sound
say.
crazy. How
Let him
that
know you
sound?
understand what he's
I don't.
trying to say.
And T-Dub, I damn sure don't sound like JP. I ain't never sound like JP a day in my fucking life.
But
First
listen to
off,
my
I
point, though,
said
bro.
if a
Sound
female
like a
put her
savage.
hands on you first, you have the right to defend yourself. What in the fuck in the book where don't you have the right to defend yourself if somebody put their hands on you, bro?
No, Trey. So we're gonna just
That's it. That's the only
hold
reason.
on, Trey. So no, we're gonna let you know, right? Like as being a man dealing with your woman, if y'all get into an argument where it gotta go all the way to
You
fisticuffs.
gonna walk? I'm gonna walk the fuck away. Like I said, you can check my resume.
All right, so
But
hold on. So Trey. So that's what you should be saying. You shouldn't be saying, "Hey, if my girlfriend that I love
ain't
is hitting
nobody
on
say
me,"
nothing about your girlfriend. All I'm saying is,
but no, hold
if
on,
she got the
Man,
Pentagon and the balls
hold
to
on,
run in your mouth,
Trey. Hold
come
on. We
on, bro.
talking about Trey. We're not talking about a random girl in the street trying to rob you, right? We talking about your girlfriend. This
You
is
shouldn't
different
even be in
situation.
that situation.
We understand, so that's how
As
you
a
want to
man, you
hold
shouldn't even
on.
be in that
need some
situation.
Ritalin
Why
or
your girl
something.
put your hands on you?
We understand that, Trey, and that's what you should be talking like. You shouldn't be in that situation. You need to learn how to de-escalate the situation with you and your
No,
girlfriend.
you should walk your dumb ass away. You should
Right.
you should know that you don't have the mental capacity to
Right.
deal with this woman, and this woman really getting in your ass right now, and you don't got no comeback. Walk your dumb ass away. Other than that, if she running your mouth while you walking the fuck away, I can't sit there and tell you how to respond. If
Yes,
you
you
walked
can,
away, or if you at the basketball court, because no, I
Hold
done
on,
seen this happen. If you
Trey.
at the basketball court and she
Hold
run up
on,
on the
Trey.
basketball court and running your mouth, I can't sit there and be
Hold
like,
on, Trey.
don't
God,
defend yourself.
Trey.
But
How
other than
many?
that, you shouldn't even be getting in that
Trey.
situation as a
I
man,
gotta.
period.
Trey, hold
But
on.
every man got a right to defend
Trey.
themselves if somebody put a hand on them.
Trey, I got you.
That's all I'm
Trey,
saying.
I understand what you're saying. Trey, how many women you think if you started running, they could catch you?
Ain't not near fucking one up. Maybe only Sha'Carri Richardson. That's the
Okay,
only one that probably can catch me.
All right,
But
so
not even her
therefore,
for real.
all right, so therefore, it is no excuse for a man
Ain't
to
no
say,
excuse. I was
"Hold
about to say,
on,
ain't no excuse.
Trey. God damn it, Trey,
If
hold on, let
somebody
me finish.
running your mouth. No, I'm saying if somebody running your mouth, bro, you can't
Gotti little
control
brother or
somebody
something.
running your mouth.
I feel like I'm in Boys in the Hood.
Might be.
Bro, you can't control. All right, so you telling me you can control somebody running your mouth. So you telling, all right, no, boom, right? So boom. No, because I can really pull up the situation. I can really tell you a situation. Boom, right? So you chilling, right? Boom. You and your homeboys, y'all chilling. Y'all at the restaurant. You feel what I'm saying? Boom. She pull up on you because she got your location. You feel what I'm saying? You with your niggas. You feel me? She coming, she just smack the shit out you. You feel me? Of course, you feel me? Us, you feel what I'm saying? Is maybe we ain't let them go crazy. We ain't know. You feel what I'm saying? Like we ain't let them go. But bro, you feel what I'm saying? Man was, you feel what I'm saying? And I couldn't really be mad at him for running. You feel what I'm saying? For running. You feel what I'm saying? For like, no, fuck that. Sometimes it's inevitable. You can try to get away. Boo, boo. I'm talking about something. Boom, yo, called me. Boo, boo, yo, boom, I called him. I called my brother. We pulled up to the restaurant. Bro, she pulled up. Location, all that. Smacked the shit out of him. You feel we didn't let him put his hands on it, but yo jumped up like he was like 18, bro, and I couldn't be mad at him. You feel what I'm saying, bro? Sometimes females be getting out of pocket like that, bro. Like, bro, I can't sit there and be mad because you already got away from the situation. She got your location. She pull up, bro. People crazy like that, bro. I can't tell you not to defend yourself, but me as a man, I'm not gonna sit there and let you just go ahead and put your hands on no female. You feel me? No, hell no. You feel me? I'm not built like that, but I can't sit there and be like, oh, she smacked the shit out you. I can't tell you how to react. I can help restrain your ass, but if I'm not there, I can't be like, oh, all right, bet somebody ran in your mouth. Oh, all right, yeah, no, hell no, bro. People's crazy, bro.
So
People
let's
really
get back
crazy,
to
bro.
me raising my family in this black community I was talking about. Let's
That's it. I'm through with y'all.
huh?
I'm done. We coming back tomorrow. Goddamn, after that one.
I was about to say that's the only reason, bro. That's the only reason. Defending yourself is the only reason. The only.
Right, but I think you.
I was about to say, other than that, no.
I think you 100. I think you 100% right.
Don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.